All right, here we go again. Welcome everyone. Um, yeah, I wanted to get on earlier, but we actually had a little power bump from a local area of storms. But anyway, let's get into it. Okay, let me check my audio, and then we'll get into all the weather news, including a brand new, just in the last hour, I guess, moderate risk for basically giant hail. It's a hail-driven moderate risk. Okay. Audio sounds good. Welcome to all those coming into the chat and then into the stream. Everything looks good there. Oh, it was a late night last night. What did we go to? We went to about 3 a.m., something like that. I don't know what time we got off the stream, but we went to about, I think, 2, 3 a.m. And towards the end of the stream, we did talk a little bit about this area. We have this big Hershey kiss of enhanced risk. That's a level 3 out of 5. And just in the 11 a.m. Central and the noon Eastern update, we did get a new moderate risk that basically covers the Dallas-Fort Worth area down here across the Red River. So yeah, that does include Fort Worth, Cleburne, Dallas, Greenville, McKinney, Denton, and Sherman, basically to the Red River. Hey, Angela, how's it going today? Yeah, hopefully round 2 isn't as bad, as some of the morning storms have actually been really feisty. We've had some tennis ball size hail in this storm that's come out of northwest Arkansas, moved up, looks like, through the Springfield area. It is still being warned as a destructive severe thunderstorm, so we'll actually get to that in just a minute. But today is kind of a messy storm mode. We have these more elevated storms across the northern area of our risk. Those are mostly elevated hail storms, maybe some gusty damaging winds, but tornado threat is a little limited that way. Back down to the south, we have a little bit more of a warm sector. We do have also a new, within, I guess, the last hour or so, maybe hour and a half, we do have a new tornado watch that covers southern Arkansas, southeast Oklahoma, the Arklatex region there in Louisiana and Texas. And then nothing yet in our moderate risk area. These storms are expected to fire later this afternoon. So I guess we'll get into it first before maybe we look at new model runs and stuff in a little bit. There is also a chance of some severe weather out east. Most of that is going to come later today, but there is kind of a cluster from overnight that's still working across Alabama and Mississippi. A couple stronger storms there working towards the areas south of Tuscaloosa and north of Meridian. Some really good news is there is rain and storms across central Georgia right now. This is some really much needed rainfall. Yeah, looking at the drought monitor, some of this rain in kind of the I-20 corridor should kind of work into some of this extreme drought across southern Georgia. So some much beneficial rain. Quite a bit of the area here from the Arklatex, northern Louisiana, and west central Mississippi, also under a pretty substantial drought. So there are some benefits here to all these storms and the storm activity that's going to happen today. The only problem is sometimes we get a little too much in a too fast amount of time, and that can lead to some localized flash flooding. All right, let me clear that out. Good morning, everyone. Hey, Colorado Clouds, hope you're doing well. All right. First, let's start off with the severe thunderstorm watch. Covers northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, and eastern Oklahoma until 6 p.m. Scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, 3 inches in diameter possible. I think we've already basically verified this watch already with the hail and the damaging winds. A couple tornadoes are also possible, although I think the tornado risk is going to probably be limited to more of the southern zone of this severe thunderstorm watch. A little bit more favorable for tornadoes into Arkansas, but then we do have the newest watch that goes until 7 p.m. for Arkansas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, and northeast Texas. A few tornadoes, a couple of those could be intense tornadoes, scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts up to 75, and then scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, 3 inches plus. So yeah, and that should expand. We'll likely get new watches into the DFW area later today. I guess we'll just start at the very top. Yeah, most of these are going to be kind of elevated hailers. Looks like a hailstorm coming from the southwest to the northeast around Lamonte and Sedalia, Missouri. That does seem to be kind of struggling compared to the last couple scans, so that may be on the diminishing side. A couple other stronger storms near Coal Camp, Missouri. And then these are the storms that were pretty strong as they crossed the I-44 corridor earlier. Considerable threats here for tennis ball size hail around Stockton, Humansville, Fairplay, Missouri, and Bolivar. Yeah, tennis ball size hail in those. And then lifting up towards Hermitage and Cross Timbers. That also has lime size hail. That's cell near Urbana, Missouri. And then this is the destructive severe thunderstorm. Yeah, right now it is our only destructive severe warning for baseball size hail. It's near Lebanon, Missouri. So treat this like it's a tornado warning if you're out here towards Richland. Prepare for this storm if you're up towards Osage Beach. This is going to get close to some of those tourist areas around Lake of the Ozarks. But this has a very long history of producing some very large hail, going back to basically northwest Arkansas, where it's produced 2 to 3 inch hail along about a 130-mile path. So yeah, it's been a big hail producer. 3.25 inches in Greene County, Missouri. That is by it says off-duty employee. I assume that means off-duty National Weather Service employee. Oh yeah, it does say right here. So basically an official source that is used to measuring hail and can measure it the proper way. 3.25 inches is really big hail. Egg-size hail around Republic. And then at the airport, that is at the National Weather Service office, lots of baseball-size hail for 2 to 3 minutes at the National Weather Service office. That's going to really wreck some cars. Golf ball-size hail in Fairgrove, and that's lifting off, basically paralleling I-44 in here. So yeah, not a great drive on 44 across Lebanon, Missouri. Some of that largest hail likely just west of town, showing up in correlation coefficient, and I always like to double check in the ZDR. ZDR shows hail just a little bit better, but this pocket right in there, that's going to be your largest hail, potentially up to baseball size. Wow. Hey, Sarah. Hopefully not by this storm. This storm seems to be lifting more towards the northeast. Keep an eye on that storm around Jefferson City. Technically, right now, eastern Missouri doesn't have a watch, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on storms for you guys later. They've added a couple counties to this severe thunderstorm watch in kind of anticipation of this cluster of storms. Earlier this morning, Waynesville, Rolla, and that area up towards Osage Beach was not under the severe thunderstorm watch, but they've been added in. Another considerable threat storm down by Rubidoux, Missouri, Hartville. That one has backed off some in the last few minutes. But yeah, there's little pockets. This one doesn't have as much large hail, but there's little pockets in here around Norwood and then coming up towards Mountain Grove. Yeah, that would be just horrible. It's a pretty populated suburb of the Springfield area too. So it looks like grapefruit size hail may have affected a pretty big area. And there's a lot of restaurants. If I zoom in the map, there's quite a bit of restaurants, a Walmart center. So yeah, that may have tracked across some pretty populated areas on the west side of Springfield. Then it also tracked across some of these communities southwest of Springfield. 2 to 3 inch size hail, Aurora. 2.5 near Cassville, and then down into Bentonville and the Rogers area. There was photos of and measured photos of 3 inch diameter hail. So yeah, that storm has probably done tens of millions of dollars of damage just based on the hail track, and that's going to continue across Lebanon, Missouri. Hopefully it's early. I guess it's early in the spring, but if we always kind of focus in on the hailstorms in the more populated areas, but even when there's hail going through like large 2 to 3 inch hail going through rural areas, that can also accumulate actually quite a bit of damage because especially once the farmers plant their crops, that is all economic damage that can be calculated. So even hailstorms when they're going across rural areas can produce tens of millions of dollars damage, especially if they ruin crops and things. This storm has been a little bit of a storm to watch in the last couple hours. It's near St. Joe, Arkansas, Marshall, south of Yellville. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail. It showed rotation at times, so we do have to watch this storm. Searcy, Newton, Marion, and Boone counties in north central Arkansas. As you can kind of hear behind me, there's new warnings going off. See about 12:40. So yeah, we do have a couple new storms. And we should see that here across the early morning or the early afternoon is more of these storms getting a little bit feisty as we get some daytime heating out ahead of this cluster. But a new storm there around Clarksville, Arkansas. Yeah, a little bit of a hail core in there coming across Lamar. Another strong storm around Mena, Arkansas, approaching Mount Ida with some wind and hail. Also some gusty storms across the Arklatex. Right now, those are kind of not the main event. Hey, Carol, how's it going? Hope all's good. Yeah, if you're working, just turn us on in the background. Keep an eye out or an ear out for your location, but we'll have you covered all afternoon here. And some feisty storms across areas there across the Arklatex. But yeah, so far this morning, most of the severe weather has been basically kind of along and north of I-40. There was earlier this morning a kind of a lone supercell that crossed the Red River Valley with some hail, and it looks like some couple damage reports of some trees down and things like that. But that storm has kind of formed into a multi-cell cluster and weakened as it's worked east. We'll check some of our other new storms. These are new storms that have gone up in Oklahoma, around Pawhuska, Oklahoma, the Osage Nation, north of Barnsdall, producing some small hail, probably at least quarters, maybe $half size hail in that storm. Oh yeah, that's got more than quarters in it, just based on the correlation coefficient. And yeah, probably right in here, $half size hail right over and just maybe to the west of Pawhuska. Same for this storm. This is kind of a little multi-cell cluster too. There's little pockets of some larger hail in here, just north of Nowata and Delaware, Oklahoma. It's crossed through the Bartlesville area with at least 1 inch hail, but it looks like Bartlesville may have missed out on some of the largest clusters of the hail in that. Keep an eye on that storm back by Pawhuska, though. And then we've had a couple warnings at times in extreme southern Kansas. We may get some more there across areas like Coffeyville and Baxter Springs, Columbus, Kansas, up to about Pittsburgh. There is a severe thunderstorm watch that covers those southern 2 counties there in Kansas. Take a look at this one a little bit closer here. It's actually weakened in the last couple minutes, at least on the radar scans, but there is some broad rotation in there. It kind of crossed over the areas around Jasper. This is some very large hail. Golf ball size, probably even maybe higher than golf balls in here. Potentially closer to lime size hail. It's going to be approaching St. Joe. Track this area out. This is moving at 40 miles an hour. Always good early on in the stream. I like to get the tracker out. Kind of make sure everything's functioning. And let's pop that up. Get that in its place. Put that in the top right. That way you guys can see it. All right, from the largest hail cluster, St. Joe, maybe about 5 to 8 minutes. Gilbert, Arkansas, 16. And then Big Flat, Mount Olive, 40 to 60 minutes out there. Keep an eye on this for Mountain View, too. Mountain View got, I think, skipped by some of the largest storms yesterday. That tornadic storm went south of Mountain View by, I don't know, 4 or 5 miles. Yeah, at about 45 miles an hour. We have to watch that in about an hour, hour and 10 minutes or so for the Mountain View area. So you do have a little bit of time to get those cars tucked away. Yeah, these it's interesting. Some of these storms are moving a little more northerly, kind of on this arc here, moving to the northeast. But then there's also storms moving more easterly. So quite a bit of weather dynamics in here. There's now a cluster of storms working across. It's not going to be great. This is going to work across some of those same areas that were damaged by large hail just a little bit ago with that lead storm. Kind of like that. This new warning goes out for a lot of southwest Missouri. Considerable threat, golf ball size hail. If you're in this warning, you're not, all of you aren't going to get golf ball size hail. It's going to be pockets in these stronger clusters. The one coming out of Grove and Seneca. And then it looks like there's another pocket kind of up here by Carthage. And possibly a little bit more near Jasper. I think the differential is going to be our friend today. Yeah, there's that pocket near Seneca and Grove. And then let's take a look. Here is, and the hail core isn't showing up quite as defined near Carthage. So maybe a little less than golf balls, but there is some wind in there as well. And yeah, that storm is starting to die off around Sedalia. They've dropped the considerable tag to just inch hail or less. This is the other storm I think we want to track out right now. Dallas, Laclede, Pulaski, and Camden counties in central Missouri. Moving northeast at 60. That is that's a dangerous storm. Highway speed, baseball size hail, wind blown hail can do quite a bit of damage. Yeah, it's an elevated hailstorm arcing off to the north and east. I'm going to kind of track this whole leading edge, and we'll bring it up to the northeast. $60 miles an hour. Yeah, prepare for a damaging hailstorm. Osage Beach, Eldon, Missouri, 34 minutes. Osage Beach, about 20 minutes. Tuscumbia, 28. And then areas around Jefferson City, the capital of Missouri, Jefferson City, about 56 minutes. So an hour or less, depending on which side of Jefferson City. Prepare for damaging hail, baseball size hail. This has a long history of baseball size hail. In fact, looks like we've just gotten more reports dumped into the system. Teacup size hail, that's 3 inches near Billings. Another 3.25 inch report around Greene County. Brookline, that's baseball size hail. Baseball size hail, tennis ball size hail in a Battlefield. Looks like downtown Springfield, Missouri had 2 to 2.5 inch hail. And then north of town as well, tennis ball size hail, Lidwell, Missouri. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be more damage reports that come in from this area. This consistently has had a teacup to tennis ball to baseball to grapefruit size hail. Wow. Ooh, that went way too far. Let's see if we can get into the hail core in this storm around Knoxville Junction. That would be probably just in this area here. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Yeah, just keep us on in the background. If you listen, you may listen for your community, and we'll keep you covered today. Right now, tornado threat a little bit low to start the day, but we do have an increasing threat through later today. There's a ton of lightning, so even if you're not in a severe warning this afternoon, keep an eye out for these storms as they close in on Hot Springs, Benton, and Little Rock in a little while. Just a ton of electrical storms. Yeah, severe warned cell crossing into Missouri. That's going to be around Anderson, Goodman, Neosho, and then another area of some hail in this area around Carthage and Sarcoxy. Some gustier winds in that leading edge, too. It's a little bit of a storm that has a little bit more of a wind threat at the moment, too. Pockets of hail, at least quarter size, coming out of the into Kansas from Oklahoma. You can see all these little purple hail cores. That's where we have chances of at least quarter size hail to $half size hail. There's like at least 4 or 5 of them in this multi-cell cluster. Hey, Kristen, how's it going today? I still think this cell near Pawhuska has a little bit larger hail. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some hail reports coming out of the Pawhuska area, showing up in the ZDR a little bit. Back to Jefferson City. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm working north of Lebanon, Missouri, around Richland. Looks like they have dropped the hail size to ping pong ball size. That's still going to do some damage, though, as it approaches areas around Camdenton and Brumley, Missouri, Crocker, and maybe getting up towards Osage Beach. Wonder if, with hail like that, I bet there's going to be some social media pictures of it. We've already basically confirmed just at the very start of the stream, there's already been baseball to grapefruit size hail in this watch area, multiple instances of it. So today is already verified as a pretty severe day with actually, I don't know, looks like dozens of hail reports. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us here today. All right, yeah. Actually, what I'll do, since we've kind of covered all these storms just in the last few minutes. Let me pull up the HRRR model. New warnings going off. We'll get to those in just a minute. That is down in southern Arkansas, around Nashville, Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Okay. Typically what I'll do in a morning is I'll go through different models, different parameters, and look at kind of everything, especially as we're putting like forecasts together and things. But generally on the stream, I just kind of stick to a little bit more simpler path. But let's get in here. Okay. Yeah, so interestingly, the model is kind of underperforming across this northern mode. These storms are a bit more intense than the model shows, especially like right now. It kind of underdoes that, so keep an eye on that as we continue into the afternoon. But it also does show we are expecting kind of the storms across Arkansas right now to weaken as they approach areas around Little Rock. But those are going to leave outflow boundaries that kind of bump up against the more warmer and humid air across the southern parts of this risk area today. So the model still wants to kind of put a linear kind of line, broken area of a couple different supercells across southern Arkansas. And it still wants to put some cells across the northern tier. So we kind of have to watch both modes there. May get into more of a wind risk across parts of the Mississippi Valley, but then there's going to be kind of multiple clusters and pockets of elevated supercells across northern Arkansas, maybe again later today. These ones kind of down along the Red River and into the Arklatex. That's the area that's a little bit more favorable for tornadoes, especially with those boundary interactions. And yeah, a little bit more of an all hazards threat down there. And then these storms are the ones that the moderate risk is for. This model kind of shifts it a little bit further to the north, but wouldn't be surprised if other models and data shows it just a little bit further south. The model, you can't put the exact location. You just kind of have to look at the region, but it does show generally in that moderate risk area. Expecting pretty rapid development this afternoon of some really big supercells, and there's going to have big updrafts to support some very large hail. And then eventually kind of sinking across the East Texas as more of a wind threat with some embedded pockets of larger hail as well. Not much yet, Sarah. Just kind of looking at some model data. I do want to go, we'll take a look and see if the models show anything up here. The models are kind of under, yeah, the models are kind of underplaying the current storms across Missouri. It generally weakens them as they get into this area around St. Louis, but yeah, it's kind of starting a little bit weaker, so take that for what it's worth. It is kind of underperforming on those. The new model is just about to run, so we'll maybe take a look at that later. Yeah, the storm near Jeff City is moving at about 60 miles an hour. Let's get back and take a look at that storm. It's now being warned for ping pong ball size hail, still moving northeast at 60. That's in Pulaski County, Missouri. It still has some large hail in here between Richland and Osage Beach. Surprised they don't have this warning put out a little bit further, but I would guess in the next few minutes we'll get a new warning that extends this. Hey, look at that. Not to brag, but that's pretty good. That's really good timing there. That's really good timing. All right, there's the new warning. Vienna, Missouri, over to Eldon, Osage Beach, Tuscumbia. It doesn't quite get to Jeff City, but if you know anyone in Jeff City, I would tell them to put the car away. They have a few minutes. Considerable threat, lime-size hail, at least. Western Maries, Maries, Marys County, Maries County, Miller, Pulaski, and Camden counties. And I think they still have it at 60. Yes, they do. St. Elizabeth, 21, Tuscumbia, 16, and then if it does continue, 43 minutes to Jefferson City. Yeah, you'll probably eventually, Sarah, get some of these storms that are working across southern Missouri. They're kind of slowly starting to lift a little more towards the northeast. But they're much slower pace right now. Looks like we have a stuck vehicle or something. Or they're towing a vehicle. Yeah, there's a bit of wind in here around Sarcoxy too, so that always adds a little extra element when there's wind-driven hail. At least the hail isn't that strong in there, but this is going to work back towards the Springfield area in the next little while. Let's get a time on this. Considerable threat, a ton of counties there in southwest Missouri. Newton, McDonald, Barry, Lawrence, Jasper, Dade, and northeast at 25. 45. This warning covers multiple storms. There are a couple going different speeds. The one that I'm tracking out is going at about 45. Mount Vernon, 14 minutes. Miller, 15. Ash Grove, 36. Willard, 46. And Springfield, Missouri, another 53 minutes for an area that's had at least baseball to grapefruit size hail a little while ago. Yeah, probably later this afternoon. Let's get you a rough estimate. This would be a really rough estimate. Yeah, 45. At 45, if it stays kind of in that 45 range, it's going to work up towards the St. Louis area. Pacific, Hillsboro, 3:15. Union, about 3 o'clock. And then St. Louis, 3:40, 4 o'clock, depending on which area of the metro you guys are on. But that is just a really rough estimate. Things could change. It could drift more towards the east. It could increase speed, decrease speed, but just a very rough estimate. 3 to 4 o'clock. Yeah, no problem. We'll keep you up to date too. Right now, that batch that is kind of headed that way is not as strong as some of the other storms, but you know, they could perk up too. Right now, this is the only storm I would not want to be in front of. These other storms have pockets of larger hail, some gusty winds. There's not much of a tornado threat across here. Oh, maybe that one up by Stockton also with tennis ball size hail, but this is the one that has, you know, 200 miles of really large hail at least. Yeah, about 150 miles, I overestimated. But yeah, it started producing hail pretty much as it went up, and it's still producing large hail north of Lebanon. So that's the only storm I'd be very, very, very cautious of at the moment. The other storm that was an interesting storm, it's had 2-inch hail at times. This area near Marshall and Gilbert may have some larger hail in there too. There was some rotation in the cell a while ago. It's kind of backed off. It's more of an elevated storm at the moment. But that one is in a little bit more favorable environment, kind of skirting along the edge of the tornado watch. And then still a severe thunderstorm around Knoxville and in Arkansas, and then north of Russellville. And I think there's a camera up there. Let's see. I thought there was a camera up on Highway 7, but maybe it's down right now. Wonder if those storms yesterday knocked it out. I thought there was a camera near like Bullfrog Valley and Tag. Had a really beautiful view of the mountains. That camera is looking at this considerable threat storm around Pineville. Yeah, there's our windy, haily mess coming across areas like Sarcoxy and Mount Vernon. We have also gotten a couple new warnings in Mississippi today, around Meridian, Mississippi, some larger hail, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then kind of a multi-cell warning there, a couple different pockets of some gusty winds and small hail around Philadelphia, Mississippi, Pearl River, Union, north of Decatur. Keep an eye on those storms later. And then these storms, they're probably going to work their way into western Mississippi, so keep an eye on these around Lake Village, Greenville, Arkansas City. Right now, not severe, but kind of a cluster of some gustier winds. That's going to continue working up across northern Louisiana and extreme southern Arkansas. And then this was our other new warning around Nashville, Arkansas, south of Hot Springs. A lot of lightning in that storm. Quarters and 60 right now. This cluster is working a little bit more easterly, so areas around Little Rock, you may skip out on some of the worst of that storm, but there are more storms across the western parts of Arkansas. Those will work towards Little Rock later this afternoon, too. And we kind of timed it out for St. Louis, but for Little Rock, anyone down there, those storms generally kind of working into the Little Rock area around 2:30 in the afternoon today. So Little Rock, it's 1 o'clock. You got a little time if you're on a lunch break from work. When you get back from your lunch break, you may want to put that car in the parking garage instead of out in the parking lot. So protect those cars for areas around Little Rock. Yeah, these storms, let's see. We can look at those. This shows us the kind of the estimate of the cloud tops. So some of these storms are pushing at least about 45,000 feet. So yeah, there's going to be blow off. You're going to get a little bit of clouds probably out ahead of this. These are kind of the anvils blowing off with the direction of that mid-level wind flow. So Yeah, this is one of our stronger storms, looks like right now, pushing about 50,000 feet near Avila, Missouri, just east of Carthage. So this is likely the start of some of that rapid development that's expected across the Arklatex, or not, yeah, the Arklatex, but also the DFW. It looks like we are getting a new tornado watch. It's going to cover basically the Red River Valley, southern Oklahoma, and northern Texas. And we may be able to get eyes on that storm as well. All right, this storm that's going up is just the southwest of Wichita Falls, Texas. And let's just kind of map this out. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, it's going to be just south of Wichita Falls, the southern part of the city. You guys are under this considerable threat for golf ball size hail. And this is a radar loop that it's 110. This is 25 minutes ago. Nothing. Literally just a little bit of a blip. Probably not even rain hitting the ground. And yeah, this is about 1 o'clock. Not even a thunderstorm. And now it is a producing a golf ball size hail. It does have a little bit of a hook on it. Yeah, it's a little mini supercell south of Holiday, Texas, Lakeside City, Lake Arrowhead, and areas just south of Wichita Falls. East at 30. Keep an eye on this for Henrietta, Texas, Jolly, Dean, and areas around Ringgold, later along the Red River Valley. Hey, Mama G, how's it going today? Yeah, we got a good chat going today. Let me get the information on this tornado watch. Okay, yeah, it goes until 9 p.m. in the Central Time Zone. Includes Wichita Falls, up into southern Oklahoma, Duncan, Ardmore, Durant, Ada, Oklahoma, and areas just to the west of McAllister. It does not include Oklahoma City, Norman, or Moore. And then crossing the Red River, it goes from Wichita Falls, areas just east of Abilene, Texas, along the I-20 corridor through the Dallas-Fort Worth metro to areas around Gun Barrel City. It also includes, obviously, the Red River Valley, Denton, Sherman, and Paris, Texas. And basically connects up to the existing tornado watch. A couple of intense tornadoes are possible. Widespread hail up to softball size is expected. You don't see very matter of fact, I guess, wording from the Storm Prediction Center. The Storm Prediction Center usually likes to word stuff in probabilities and possibilities because that's more of a scientific approach. So when the Storm Prediction Center says stuff like widespread, expected, Those kind of terms, that is the Storm Prediction Center saying there's going to be severe weather. So prepare for that now if you're across this tornado watch. And then also they also are warning of also a couple scattered gusts. Scattered gusts up to 80 miles an hour are likely. So this could be some very potent weather across the areas of the Red River. The other thing is this has uptrended in the last maybe day and a half. So a couple days ago, this was not very publicized. It didn't look like it was going to be that big of a severe weather event today. Compared to some other severe weather events where it's being publicized days out. If you know anyone around Dallas-Fort Worth, just give them a text right now. Just kind of give them a heads up. Tell them, hey, look for big storms later this afternoon. Thanks, Angela. Yeah, I'm trying to. I try to keep it chill. I know we do have a lot of people that have storm anxiety, so I try to keep kind of a calm tone. And that way, if I say something's really big and important, that way it also kind of helps get the message across. I'm probably also a little extra chill today because I was up until like 4 a.m. last night, but so I am a bit tired today, but that may add to the chill factor of today's stream. Yeah, that's going to be some really big hail down here potentially. Considerable threat here. Let's see. I may want to swap some cameras around. Let me see. I may want to swap some cameras around just to make sure we have this area covered really tightly here. All right, a little bit of background stuff. We don't have a team behind it, so you guys get to see some live production sometimes. We don't have like a camera truck or anything in the background kind of lining up cameras. so sometimes you get to see me playing around with stuff, but oh, let's see. I try to avoid this by having most of our cameras kind of lined up, but every now and then the storm does kind of throw a curveball and I got to get a new camera locked in. Did that camera just go down while I'm setting it up? Okay. New warning out of that cluster from southern Louisiana. Thought we might get a couple warnings out of that. Looked a little bit feisty. Okay, there we go. A couple different cameras covered around the Red River. So that'll prepare for that severe threat across the Dallas-Fort Worth area and across southern Oklahoma. Check our storms here. Considerable threat continues across areas around Mount Vernon, with some gustier winds also approaching the west side of the Springfield metro, Mount Vernon to Aurora, areas that had 2 to 3 inch hail earlier. Looks like there's still kind of storms working across the Springfield metro at the moment. But this storm is one to watch. It looks like it's going to skirt across the southern side of the city and maybe a little bit of some areas that haven't had most of the severe weather yet today. We also have a considerable threat down in southern Missouri around Goodman and Pineville. That's a look at that storm as it crosses around Arkansas. A couple newer storms also west of Bentonville. And then considerable threat for golf ball size hail coming across Marshall, Arkansas, right on that northern Arkansas radar hole again. So details are a little sketchy there. And then quarter size hail coming towards the Hot Springs area. Let's go to our newest warning around Bastrop, Louisiana. Severe storm there, Oak Grove, Forest, and Epps. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not as much right now going on across the Mid-South. These are mostly kind of wind and some small hail at the moment. But Mississippi, northern Louisiana, west central Mississippi, the severe threat ramps up later this afternoon. And then quarters to golf ball as well right here. Hold on just a second. Okay. Just need to check a couple things here in the weather studio. We do have some lightning around, so if the stream cuts off, we'll be back on. I have not had many power issues or really much internet issues. Yesterday was like the first time since we did a bunch of internet upgrades like a year ago that I've had any kind of really major internet issues. Yesterday's stream kind of broke into two parts, but anyway, if I do cut out, we'll get everything reset and back on as soon as things come back online. But I do have a pretty electrical storm also kind of outside. Some good news here. Considerable threat continues south of Jefferson City, but that storm that produced a long, I don't know, 150-mile path of some tennis ball to grapefruit-sized hail, that cell is diminishing as it pushes north and east. Still a strong to severe thunderstorm approaching Jefferson City. And then we've also lost the warnings across this northern and eastern zone right now. There may be some pockets of some marginally severe hail across that area around Waynesville, approaching Rolla, and down through areas like Sherrill, Rebadeau, and Van Buren, Missouri, but those storms are kind of behaving themselves right now. Yeah, this was a storm I kind of noted as having a wind risk a while ago. It's also now been upgraded to considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's approaching the southwest suburbs of Springfield, Marionville, Aurora, Billings, Republic, Battlefield, Brookline, and then into the Springfield metro. We also have other strong storms, considerable threat for golf ball size hail, crossing northwest Arkansas, or not right at the Arkansas border. They've crossed into southwest Missouri. But we do have a pretty punchy little cell that's gone up between Jay and Bentonville near Gravette. So we'll keep an eye on that cell. It definitely has quite a bit of lightning on it. $half size hail in extreme northeast Oklahoma, Craig and Ottawa counties. Thanks, Mama G. Yeah, anyone new here, like and subscribe. Click that bell icon. You can get notified when we go live. And if you see we're live and not really in an area that you have storm problems with, send us over to send our link to your friends and family in areas that are being covered by severe weather. A couple new storms also going up near Oklahoma City. Keep an eye on those storms. Oklahoma City's kind of on the back edge of any severe chances today. And then we are very quickly seeing development across our newest tornado watch. That still is kind of a hail-driven tornado watch. It does go until 9 p.m. A couple tornadoes possible. Some of those could be intense, but mostly it's a widespread, very large hail event. And yeah, specifically warning that some of that hail could be 4 inches plus. So we may get some grapefruit-sized hail reports out of some of these storms today. Still seeing this little mini supercell near Wichita Falls. There's a look out of the Wichita Falls area. It's kind of hazy looking that direction. That cell may be luckily just passing south of Wichita Falls. If you're in downtown, just kind of hold on. I wouldn't travel south right now, but that camera is basically right here. I believe it's kind of looking towards that storm, just kind of on the backside of it. So yeah, Henrietta, you guys are more in the path of that storm. And then we have had more warnings in southeast Kansas recently. Quarters to ping pong ball size hail. I'd say like $half to ping pong ball size hail around Parsons, around Columbus, Kansas. That's lifting up past Baxter Springs. And yeah, that's moving towards Pittsburgh and Frontenac, Kansas. Ping pong ball size hail there. May skirt west and north of Joplin. So Joplin, you may be able to squeeze out just out away from that storm. This storm is really close to the radar site, so we can get a pretty good look at it. not a super wide hail core, but there's a little bit of a hail core kind of right in there. And yeah, also down in here towards Marionville. Pretty nasty storm. I feel like we've covered the Springfield area quite a bit. Yesterday we were covering Springfield too. One of those storms that are recently gone up in Oklahoma. Severe warning there around Cushing, Oklahoma, for some small hail, gusty winds. That's Lincoln and Payne counties. Moving east at 55. We'll kind of watch that as it gets towards the Tulsa metro as well. Tulsa, you guys have storms. It's kind of been around Tulsa, but I don't think we've had any severe warnings in that area. And then they are going to continue that golf ball size hail threat across southwest Missouri. That's for that storm that's in Columbus, Kansas. It's going to cross into Missouri from Joplin, Carthage, I think especially just north of Joplin and Carthage, up through Frontenac, Greenfield, Stockton, Humansville, and Bolivar, Missouri. New warning there. Let's get some timing because that's a pretty... Wow, northeast at 65. Some of these storms are moving actually pretty rapidly. Okay, northeast at 65. I kind of took it out from the leading edge of the storm. Lamar, Missouri, 26 minutes. Carl Junction, about 7 minutes. That's north side of Joplin, essentially. And then Lamar is at 26. Greenfield, 44. Jericho Springs, 42. Stockton, 54. And then Humansville and Bolivar, about 65 to 70 minutes. Ping pong ball size hail in the storm coming towards Mountain View. In Arkansas, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's Searcy, Izard, and Baxter counties. North central Arkansas. Keeping an eye on that storm cluster. And then the storms north of Russellville have gone sub-severe at the moment. Still a lot of lightning, some gusty winds in those storms. Special weather statement out for the cells around Hot Springs, Malvern, Arkansas. Tons of lightning in this storm. So even though there's not a severe warning, you definitely want to stay inside, away from windows. Make sure you're out of the bath, the hot tub, the pool, that kind of stuff. Especially south side of Little Rock, Benton, Salem, Bryant, and then eventually approaching Pine Bluff. Still seeing those strong to severe storms around Bastrop and Oak Grove in Louisiana. And then we've lost most of our severe warnings across Mississippi and Alabama right now, but still some stronger storms around the Meridian and Decatur area up to about Philadelphia. Oh, there you go, Sarah. I think you're in this. If Sarah's on the stream still. Looks like they're adding counties to the severe thunderstorm watch. It's going to be a new severe thunderstorm watch till 9 p.m. for southwest Illinois, western Kentucky, and eastern Missouri. Scattered large hail, isolated very large hail 2 inches plus, and isolated damaging winds up to 70. That includes Jefferson City, Union. I clicked into it too much. Jefferson City, Union, Jefferson County to Waterloo, Illinois, down along the Mississippi River to areas around Mayfield and Paducah, Kentucky, across basically southeast Missouri, Charleston, Bloomfield, Poplar Bluff, Jackson and Cape Girardeau, Perryville, Farmington, St. Francis County, Missouri, even though it's spelled the French way, and then some of those areas, Iron County, I think, is in here. Some of those counties in the Ozarks, they're pretty deep. So yeah, they are expecting some of those stronger storms to work up towards the St. Louis area, and especially work towards the east, towards the Mississippi Valley. Considerable threat for tennis ball size hail. That's going to be Christian, Polk, Stone, and Lawrence counties, as well as Greene and Dade. Damaging winds in Marionville have downed trees and tennis ball size hail. Yeah, that's where the gusty winds are located. They're back in here near Marionville, approaching areas around Brown Springs, Clever, Missouri. I think that's how you say that. And areas like Union City. The hail core looks like it's kind of in the same area around Republic and Billings. Yeah, there's hail up in this little pocket, kind of right in here. It is kind of an elevated supercell. It's not tornadic though right now. Supercells have that really potent and strong updraft that's needed to support large hail. Here's the small but really punchy cell that's coming out of the areas west of Bentonville. You can see it's kind of sunny still, but it's actually raining on this. And that cell has a lot of lightning on it too. For a small storm, it's not severe right now, but areas around Bella Vista, you may get a quick punchy little storm. Ping pong ball size hail around Girard, Kansas, Helper, Walnut, and then up towards areas around Nevada, Missouri, just south of there. We're also watching a considerable threat storm just north of Joplin around Columbus, Kansas, up to Carl Junction, Missouri. That's going to continue working up towards Lamar, Greenfield, and Stockton. The storm is now a considerable threat for golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's south of Wichita Falls around Lake Arrowhead, Lakeside City. It's small right now, but the punchy hail core is just in there. That's a look towards that storm so that you can see the darker clouds off to the top left. That's looking towards that hail core. It is going to slide south of Wichita Falls, so especially downtown and points south and east, continue to stay in a sturdy structure away from windows. Watching new storms going up in southern Oklahoma, areas around Wynnewood, Sulphur, back towards Waurika and Comanche. Wouldn't be surprised if those get warned for hail pretty soon. And same for these cells between Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Right now they're kind of north of I-44, but pretty soon it's not going to be a fun drive between Tulsa and OKC. And then they are re-upping that warning for half-dollar size hail around Chetopa and Baxter Springs. Looks like there's kind of overlapping warnings. This is the cell for ping pongs. That's going to continue lifting, or golf balls, I think it is. Golf balls. Yeah. There's so many hailstorms right now. This is the cell being warned for the golf balls. That next warning that overlaps is this cell. It's going to come across some of those same areas. So Columbus, Carl Junction, Galena, Baxter Springs. New warning there, half-dollar size hail. More hail, essentially. Considerable threat. Tennis balls coming into the areas around Springfield again. Let's take a look here. Looks like the largest hail is going to be just south and west of Springfield around Republic. It's going to be working along the Christian County line. I think that's Christian County and Greene County. So some of the hail basically southwest side of Springfield to areas back towards Clever and Billings. It's going to continue working towards Battlefield, Nixa, Ozark, Fremont Hills, and then areas around Springfield, Mumford, Palmetto, and Rogersville. 70-mile-an-hour winds and 70-mile-an-hour winds and tennis ball size hail. And yeah, it's not going to last long. It's moving pretty quickly at 70. There's also gusty winds in here that are already kind of surging across the Springfield metro. So we can see this area here is getting hammered today with large hail and strong winds. That leading edge is kind of coming through the Springfield area now. The hail is tucked back in here. Clever, Republic, Brookline, and Billings. It's going to get messy, these storm reports. I'm trying to figure out which ones are the new hail reports and which ones are the old. Here, I can just do this. I like to have at least like a track record to see where storms have been. But I guess we'll just... Okay, so I don't see any new large hail reports, even though this is being warned for it. We're not seeing like large hail reports out of Sarcoxie and Monette and Marionville yet. There's that. I told you about it. It's tiny. It's a tiny storm, but this is the storm that just crossed areas around Bentonville. It's not severe. It has a decent amount of lightning for a tiny little storm, and it's actually a really punchy little storm. Actually, now it looks like it might even have some hail in it. That may be some hail falling on our camera. But yeah, this storm shows you what kind of day today is. Today, if a storm like this can do that, some of these bigger storms can do quite a bit of hail and damaging winds. Hey, Kat, how's it going today? Hope the dentist went well. Sit back, relax, rest up after that dentist appointment, and watch some interesting weather today. Kind of it's a pretty interesting day. There's quite a bit going on, quite a variety of storms. We have some storm clusters. We have some discrete elevated hailing supercells, and then we have new supercells that are rapidly developing in the Red River. So yeah, it's an interesting day. Oh, well, I guess you'll have a top quality mouth. Yeah, dental work can add up. Golf balls and 70, they're just extending that out through Henrietta, Dean, and areas to the east and southeast of Wichita Falls, around Bellevue, Texas there. Let's see, looking back at that camera. That's our hail producing supercell there on 287. We've lost most of those warnings in south central parts of Missouri right now, but still some clusters of some pockets of small hail. Looks like some of the severe activity right now has been shifted back into southwest Missouri and southeast Kansas. And then we have quite a bit of storms. Most of them are subsevere right now across central parts of Arkansas. This is a feisty storm near Conway. Is that a new storm? I guess it's not new, but it seems to be a little bit better organized than it was earlier. Just now east of Valonia, Arkansas, approaching Beebe, Ward, and Cabot. And then this cluster storms should work mostly on the south side of Little Rock, but some of that is starting to lift towards Little Rock. So Benton, Bryant, Salem, some stronger storms may work its way into the Little Rock metro. Some of the worst of that, though, is back down towards Malvern, probably headed towards Pine Bluff and about areas like England, Arkansas. Yeah, last night got a little hairy at times. We did not get the big tornado outbreak yesterday like some of the predictions in the forecast were. But a couple of those tornadoes are going to be probably rated, and we should get ratings probably today for some of those. Strong winds pushing through Springfield, again up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, and pockets of small hail to golf ball to tennis ball size hail. It's like this area right around Republic, Wilson's Creek, and Battlefield has some of the largest hail. Yeah, right in here, showing up on the correlation coefficient, but also the differential right in this pocket right here. Shifting a little bit on the southern side of Springfield right now, so at least for downtown Springfield, you guys might, some of the areas that got hit the hardest earlier may skip out on some of this right now. But yeah, this area here that the storm is crossing had a swath from a previous storm dropped teacup to close to grapefruit size hail. It looks like this new storm is maybe for some of the largest hail, kind of like this, maybe a little further up. Yeah, kind of like that. So a couple different areas. They have dropped it to golf ball size, but still 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail can do a decent amount of damage. Same for this storm, golf ball size hail near Carthage, Carl Junction, some pockets of larger hail in there, up towards Lamar and Sheldon. We'll check in a couple minutes. It looks like just roughly all these storms weakened, but I believe that's because the big storm that's over the Springfield radar is just making it look like it's just adding a bunch of clutter to the radar. So I don't believe all these storms have weakened yet. It would just be a little too convenient that all these hail cores have completely like diminished on radar just all at once. That really indicates that there's a big storm over the radar site. And your largest hail is likely across the Springfield metro. Looks like it's kind of in this pocket right here. The other storm that has quite a bit of hail in it, being warned for ping pong ball size hail around Mountain View, 56 Arkansas, Melbourne, and some pretty rugged terrain up here. But areas around Mountain View, ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour gusts. That is for Izard and Stone counties in Arkansas. And they're going to warn that cluster in southern Missouri around Cassville, and including that storm that we saw across the I-49 corridor earlier, for pockets of $half size hail just north of Bella Vista and just to the east of Pineville, and then the other cell near Monette and Cassville, Missouri. So got a new warning for that cell that's near Sulphur and Wynnewood, Oklahoma. We haven't had any tornado warnings yet today on this stream, but a little bit of rotation in that cell. It's a little bit of side load contamination from the hail. Let's take it up to the next tilt, but there is rotation that shows in there, starting to pick up a little bit south of Wichita Falls, around Lake Arrowhead, in areas around Scotland. Looks like a new hail report coming in there just about 20 minutes ago around Scotland. Golf ball size hail. So that storm is verified. It's in a very favorable environment, so we do have to continue to watch this cell. It's also kind of all out on its own right now. We'll have to see and watch out. It may have kind of a little bit of a left split here. If this cell continues to work towards the east, sometimes we see other cells that split off. They're called left splits because if you look from the direction the cell is going, they turn to the left. Generally not tornado producers, but left splits can cause some really big hail. And they can also be a sign that this cell is strengthening as well as it continues to pull more easterly. Hold on just a second. All right. A little bit of live meteorology. Yeah, still being warned for $half size hail. We had, I think, a couple $half, but oop. I'll show you this little hail stone, probably about nickel size hail, but you can see even this little hailstone. I don't know if it's going to show up on the camera very well. It has quite a bit of spikes on it. There's a little spiky section kind of right there, actually kind of sharp too. And if I hold it up, let me see if I can hold it up really close to the, let's see, what can I hold it with? See if I can get it there. It may be hard to see on camera, but you can even see on these small hailstones, you can see the layers of the ice buildup in there. It's actually a really cool, it's melting as we kind of talk, but yeah, you can definitely see the layers of the ice buildup in there. And again, that's not even severe hail, but it makes a pretty big noise when it hits the roof and the house and stuff. So I can't imagine what some of the people are dealing with in some of these areas in northern Arkansas and in southwest Missouri that have had teacup size hail, because this thing is actually, for how small it is actually, it's actually pretty hard too. So yeah, an interesting little hailstone. I'll take a picture of it and probably post it on our socials in a little while. The little spikies have kind of fallen off as it's melted, but yeah, I'll post it to socials later, but that's a good look at the top side. You can see even a small little hailstone. You can see kind of the rings of the water buildup as the super cooled water droplets get bounced around in the updraft of the storm. They accumulate kind of layers like a tree ring. So one super cooled droplet freezes and then other ones attached to it, and it gets kind of juggled around in the updraft and goes through multiple freeze and thaw cycles as it goes up and down in the updraft. So that's a good look. Again, this is a tiny little hailstone, but it still has basically the same structure as the larger ones. And yeah, the spikies are kind of melting off as I was holding it, but this went out and had a couple different, actually kind of somewhat sharp spikes on it. But that's a neat little look at very small hail. Not a little bigger than pea size, maybe about nickel size. Okay. The other big situation is we are getting a new tornado warning. And of course, that always happens as soon as you step away, but I had to step away for a little bit of live meteorology with a feisty little cell there. I feel like we've done this before, guys. Like literally like 2 days ago. Heads up for areas around Dallas, Fort Worth. This thing looks like it's kind of sagging a little towards the south. So Henrietta, Scotland, Windhorse. This is a new tornado warning, and also tennis ball size hail in this warning. Around Lake Arrowhead, there's your area of rotation. Winds kind of wrapping in like this. It is on the proper position there. It's getting warm and moist inflow, and it's all by itself, so it is a tornado warning storm. Yeah, there's your storm relative. Storm relative is nice. I click back and forth a bunch of times because it takes out the forward motion of the storm. So when you take out the forward motion of the storm, it kind of amplifies where that area of rotation is. It's a little easier to see those reds and greens next to each other. But a lot of times it shows up on base velocity, somewhat similar, just a little bit different looking. Again, tennis ball size hail and tornado warning there. This is for areas in Clay and Archer County, Texas. Let's go back. We've got a couple new warnings also into Arkansas. That cell that's come across the areas around Valonia and Beebe. Severe thunderstorm warning, quarter size hail, lots of lightning with that. And then another severe warning back across the areas around Little Rock, another area that has tons of lightning in it. And then we also got a new tornado watch. Again, things have been kind of quiet across much of Mississippi right now. But these storms are kind of working out to the east, and new storms are expected to fill in later today. So let me get the details on this one. Tornado. There's the tornado. First tornado warning of the day. Archer and Clay counties in Texas until 2:45. This is going to be a couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to ping pong ball size and scattered gusts up to 70 are likely. That includes basically central Mississippi, Cleveland, Grenada, Columbus, Greenville, Greenwood, Kosciuszko, Philadelphia, Meridian, Hazelhurst, Jackson, Canton, Vicksburg, and Yazoo City. And that goes until 10 p.m. in the central time zone. Continuing to watch those storms, they're working towards Vicksburg with $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, just south of Lake Providence, Louisiana. And then ping pong ball size hail warned there around Mountain View, Melbourne. We'll see if that gets towards Batesville, areas that had the tornado yesterday. Bit of a elevated supercell with some really gusty winds in it. It was warned earlier for 70 and tennis ball size hail. It's down to ping pongs and 60. Looks like areas here in Nixa, 1-inch hail, the size of quarters to $half size at least across that area, with some isolated ping pong ball size hail reports. Yeah, the Springfield area has gotten torn up. And then these cells down here, this one is backing off. There's our 1-inch hail report. McDonald County, Pineville, and more hail reports coming in from Exeter. They're also going to continue that out towards Galena. Lime-sized hail, considerable threat. This may work its way towards the Branson area across southern Missouri around Galena. That's a new warning there for Stone County, Missouri. A couple other storms in southwest Missouri. Golf ball size hail coming across the areas around Carthage, El Dorado Springs, Nevada, Missouri, and then back across areas like Girard and Pittsburgh, Kansas. Areas there, pockets of $half to ping pong ball size hail. Today's a big hail day. Tulsa, Sand Springs, those areas. And then we've gotten more warnings across the southern parts of Oklahoma. These are cells that have gone up very quickly here. Tennis ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, Pauls Valley and Wynnewood, and then back across areas like Sulphur and just north of Springer, Oklahoma. This is another supercell that is starting to rotate, so we do have to watch that area. And then there's another cell also that we have to watch around Waurika, Addington, over towards Wilson, Oklahoma. Tornado warning and tennis ball size hail continues around Windhorse. Things are starting to get rocking and rolling pretty quickly as we get into close to peak heating here in the afternoon. There's your broad area of rotation. Still kind of broad. It hasn't localized yet around Lake Arrowhead and just to the south and east of Scotland, Texas. Watching for other cells in North Texas there, north of Breckenridge. Also look like they're building. And just kind of double checking, making sure everything is up to date. I think we got everything covered right now. That cell that's newly tornado warned there south of Wichita Falls is pushing about 60,000 feet. So that is a potent storm. That's going to have an updraft that supports a ton of big hail potentially. with very cold temperatures at 60,000 feet. And then also very strong updraft that could support that tornado threat as well. So that shows you what kind of storms we're working with today. Also, those newly severe storms across southern Oklahoma, the Wynnewood area, those are also pushing about 57 to 60,000 feet. Yeah, the one just north of Wynnewood. So that supports some tennis ball size hail. That's how you get the tennis balls. You got to have a really potent updraft into some cold air. And yeah, some of these other cells in southwest Missouri are at least about 55,000 feet, 50,000 feet across the Springfield area. And that was being warned for tennis ball size earlier. It's now being warned for golf balls. What a day. We haven't been on crazy long on the stream yet, and it hasn't been like crazy. There's a ton of different warnings, but we're kind of taking them kind of section by section. And yeah, it's kind of a day I kind of expected. We have one batch here in Arkansas, kind of another batch of severe in Missouri, and then kind of developing this batch across Oklahoma and Texas. A couple isolated storms elsewhere, but kind of taking it kind of zone by zone at the moment. Let's go back up to the far northern area of our watches. Storms have kind of downtrended a little bit across eastern parts of Missouri right now, but there's a severe thunderstorm watch that covers all this area from Jefferson City back to areas south of St. Louis. Maybe some pockets of small hail, but everybody is kind of behaving themselves except for this cell near Versailles, Missouri. And at least $half size hail to golf ball size hail in that area around Gravelway Mills. And then we have other cells that are producing golf balls around El Dorado Springs in Missouri, Shell City, approaching areas around Humansville and Bolivar. Looks like that cell has come down, though. And then more cells around Carthage and Weir in Kansas. What? I don't think so. Let me double check. I hope not. Let me test the audio again. Test. Yeah, I can hear myself. Yeah. Sounds like it's working. Yeah, looks like it's working. Lime-size hail approaching the areas around Branson now, especially west of Branson around Table Rock Lake. Hopefully it's a little early for boating right now, but anyone on the Table Rock Lake there in southern Missouri needs to get off the lake. Severe thunderstorm there with some big hail potentially and also a lot of lightning. That's this cluster of storms is lifted across northern Arkansas around Pineville and Bella Vista a little bit ago. That cell is now severe warned Cassville over to Galena. And then they are continuing that severe warning through Batesville. Good news is that storm has backed off a little bit. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Also have new severe storms that have gone up across the Little Rock area, Searcy, over towards Brinkley, approaching areas around Forest City. And some of this will work towards the Memphis metro. Unfortunately, probably at the worst time, right about rush hour in a couple hours, approaching that I-55 corridor. $half size hail to the west of Vicksburg. Okay, yeah, I had to double check, but it sounded like I was working. You're good. Let's see. We'll go back to this cluster now into one little difference here between the models and this cluster right now. It does seem like storms are a little less discrete than some of the modeling showed. They're kind of in a little bit of a line. It's a broken line of supercells, but that may be a factor for severe weather down the road. I believe the models earlier when we looked kind of showed, maybe a couple in more discrete format. Right now, they're all kind of clustered together. They're continuing that tornado warning in areas around Windhorse and now east of Scotland. They've trimmed Scotland off the warning, but 4 miles southwest of Blue Glove in Texas, moving east at 25. Tornado and tennis ball size hail. It's going to stay in that area, kind of very rural right now, but closing in on areas around Bellevue. And then we'll have to watch out for later Bridgeport, Decatur, and some of those areas around Sunset, Alvord. Yeah, that's a nasty storm. Sounds good, Carol. Yeah, charge the battery up and we'll see you later. Make sure if you're anyone in this area here in the watches, and especially the tornado warnings or watches, make sure you charge your batteries, keep your phones charged, because it could be a pretty long day and evening with severe weather expected through at least the evening hours into probably the early overnight. Still seeing rotation in here, focused in on Deer Creek, Texas. Yeah, that's a little area right there. And the hail core is just saying just off that area of rotation. Looks like it's not fully kind of organized yet. It may be getting interfered with. Looks like a new cell has tried to actually go up right on probably some of the rain-cooled outflow of that area of rotation. So this may interfere with the mesocyclone and the updraft for a moment. We'll see if it can kind of reorganize. We also have a storm that's gone up just south of the tornado warned cell. So it's going to go through a little bit of struggling here. It's still uptrending. It's going to go through a couple different cell mergers. We'll kind of see and hang on and see if it's a constructive cell merger situation. Kind of the same for this cell that's east of Addington. It's dealing with some cells that are around it. So still quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. These cells here are a little bit more spread out from the other ones. This cell is one to watch around Sulphur, Oklahoma, Davis, Oklahoma. It's crossing just south of Wynnewood along I-35. And that one is also starting to show rotation in here. Getting radar out of the Oklahoma City area. You get winds going away from the radar from Oklahoma City, which is up this way. And then winds going towards the radar. Very broad still, but that storm has come up in intensity. It does have a more of a pronounced hook trying to form and inflow region in there. That storm near Batesville is now being tornado warned as it gets a little closer to radar sites. We can get a little better view of that. Stone and Independence counties in Arkansas. We were just here last night at about, 2 a.m., 1 a.m., dealing with a tornado warning in basically that same location. Yeah, that rotation has picked up in the last little bit. South of Marcella near O'Neill. This is tracking very close to the tornado path from last night. Wonder if that camera's back on in that area. Yes, this is the camera that we actually went down for a little while because of the storm that was passing just north of this camera perspective. There's a decent look at that area. Yeah, really picturesque area. The rolling hills, some of them are pretty steep, but you can see the darker clouds. That's looking generally towards that storm. The storm is past this camera perspective already, but you can get an idea of the general environment. And then once it gets to the east of Batesville, we'll get a better look at it again on cameras. But air rotation, that is picked up just on the last scan, southwest of Batesville, coming towards Southside, Batesville, Moorfield, Sulphur Rock, Magnus, and Newark, Arkansas. This feels like deja vu. It's not quite the same. It's not a massive tornado on the ground yet, but just the town names are pretty much the same town names we just called at 3 a.m. There's your air rotation. Let's just take this out and get a track on this. Stone and Independence counties moving east at 40 miles an hour. Yeah, Batesville, 10 minutes or so. Southside, 14. Moorfield, 17. Sulphur Rock, 23. Magnus and Newark, about 25 to 30 minutes. So lowest level tornado safety measures there. Lowest level interior room. Put walls between you and the outside. If you have a basement, a storm shelter, or like a split level below ground kind of level, those are your best options. If not, get into that bathroom, that hall closet. And if you're at work right now, because it is about 2:20 in the afternoon, make sure you get into that sturdy area of work. Tends to be like a bathroom or a staircase area that has concrete protection. The storm has backed off a little bit. Considerable threat still, golf ball size hail. We've lost that 70 mile an hour wind. I don't think we've had any new golf ball reports in this storm, but yeah, across the Springfield area, it looks like some new reports there. Battlefield, river and creek flooding, and basement flooding. That's not good in Greene County. 1 inch hail, Greene County. 1 inch hail at Republic. Nixa reported quarter size hail. Ozark reported quarter size hail. So I don't know if that storm produced the tennis balls that we saw earlier today. But yeah, then the other track really produced a ton of hail. 2 tornado warnings right now, one in Texas and then one in Arkansas. And let's go back to our Texas storm. Still seeing rotation broadly in here. Yeah, it has broadened out just on the last couple scans. It's a little more pronounced around Deer Creek, Bill Gilmore Road, and State Highway 1485. It's dealing with some of that cell interaction, so we are seeing a little bit of weakening on that storm. But it's in a favorable environment, so I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of get that storm to reorganize. And this storm to the south is probably also going to get a warning at some point. Looks like the hail core is starting to pick up south of Windhorse. Not a tornado threat at the moment, but that hail core is definitely increasing. New severe thunderstorm warning around Healdton, Oklahoma, for those storms that are going up there along the Red River. Ping pong ball size hail, that one also has a little rotation in it. All of these cells right now in Oklahoma, in southern Oklahoma, do have rotation. This one is also starting to organize an area of rotation around Davis and just south of Sulphur. It's crossed I-35 to the east of I-35. And on its current track, it should stay south of Sulphur, but we'll keep an eye on this one. Definitely increasing rotation there in a little bit tighter area around Cedar Village, Jollyville, Rayford, approaching the Lake of the Arbuckles. And then considerable threat for Stratford, Oklahoma, just to the east of Pauls Valley. Hail producing cell there, just west of Ada, Oklahoma. Keep an eye on that for you guys. Yeah, it's drifting a little more northerly, so the hail threat, Vanoss, Stratford, Pickett, may go west of Ada. Tulsa, severe thunderstorms there on the west side of town, Sand Springs down to Sapulpa. A new cell has gone up also north of Bristow. Keep an eye on that one for small hail. That would also be coming towards the southwest side of the Tulsa metro. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on those ones. A couple of new warnings have also gone up in central Missouri, around Jefferson City again, quarter size hail. Golf balls to quarters around Versailles, Missouri. Golf balls around El Dorado Springs up to Osceola, Lowry City, Nevada, Missouri. Golf balls being warned again for golf balls around Seymour, Ava, approaching Mansfield, Missouri, and then $half size hail to lime size hail approaching Branson. Well, this will do some damage there. This is a really populated area, especially in the spring and summer months. There's a lot of boating activities, a lot of recreational activities, and this could trash some cars across the Branson metro. Branson, Hollister, Forsyth, Merriam Woods, and Rockaway Beach. That's areas for Taney County, Missouri. We'll jump back to our tornado warned storms. I just want to double check. We've had $half size hail in this storm. We actually had larger than $half size around Epps, Louisiana a little bit ago. We had golf ball size hail. So keep an eye on that storm. It's west of Vicksburg at the moment. And then severe storms are lifting north and east of Little Rock. Not much in the way of hail in that area. That's mostly just wind, gusty winds, and heavy rain. Some pockets of hail around Cotton Plant and maybe Georgetown, but those storms are mostly electrical and wind threats at the moment, it looks like, across eastern Arkansas, with the exception of our radar indicated tornado warning around Batesville. And yeah, there's our area of rotation. Harmontown, Earnhardt, Locust Grove, kind of broadly in here. Looks like it was a little tighter just a few minutes ago. We are kind of pushing the edge of the radar across this area. So really in kind of a radar hole, but we do see at least mid-level rotation in here around Locust Grove, Earnhardt, approaching Batesville. Wow. Same areas that got hit last night. This is some beneficial rain across the southern areas here. Basically south of I-20, Birmingham down to areas around Montgomery. Then some storms across the I-20 corridor there, Meridian. But this area needs the rain. Quite a bit of rain looks like falling around Columbus. In Georgia, some storms kind of hanging around that area, Columbus to Warner Robins. And it is kind of weakening as it continues to sink southward, but even these areas, a little bit of rain is better than nothing. Dublin, Statesboro, down towards Savannah. See if this can push into some of the areas that are the driest across southern Georgia right now. Okay, they've done something smart. I was going to point it out a few minutes ago, but they have done something that was actually pretty smart here. They're going to fill in the county there for McAllister, Oklahoma. They're going to fill in a tornado watch for that county. Just a few minutes ago, I was going to point it out, but that county was actually in the severe thunderstorm watch that covered northeast Oklahoma. So it was basically surrounded by tornado watches, but it was a severe thunderstorm watch. They're going to kind of make it a little bit more of a line across there. So that's a little bit better for, I think, the watches. That also may be a factor that there are storms that are upscaling that are headed generally towards the McAllister area as well. So that may be a factor in that too. Still seeing rotation continuing to intensify there just to the southwest of Sulphur. Seeing that area of rotation there, the reds going away from the radar and the greens going towards the radar. Still broad, but that cell looks a lot more impressive than it did a few minutes ago. It's a pretty well-structured supercell. It's got forward flank fanning out. It's got a big hail core in here across the areas around sulfur. And it's starting to get that hook a little more established, a little bit more of a rear flank kind of focused out. That should help the inflow. And we'll see if that can kind of start actual tornado genesis here in the next few minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning soon. They're also extending a considerable threat warning out for that cell near Stratford, Oklahoma, through Ada, Bing, Kanawha, and Allen, Oklahoma. Considerable threat lime-size hail, Garvin, Seminole, Pontotoc, Pottawatomie, Hughes, and McLean counties. Some of those counties are the names you may recognize because some of those counties get in towards the Oklahoma City metro, but it's really the southern side of those counties. So it's not right now affecting areas like Shawnee. And then for now, we've lost our severe warnings across the Tulsa area. I do think there's pockets in here where we could have at least some quarter-size hail in a couple of these pockets. So if we get any storm reports, they'll probably tack a new warning on. Okay, we can continue tracking that other tornado warning storm. You can see the darker clouds off to the right of this camera. This camera looks to the northwest. Generally, in general, towards that cluster of storms. That's out of the Decatur area. Basically looking towards those storms. So as that storm closes a little bit closer, we get a better look at it as it gets towards Decatur. Still being tornado warned. It has broadened out. It's kind of dealing with some structure issues, some storm interactions and storm mergers. The cell to its south that I mentioned would probably get a severe warning is also getting one. That is golf ball size hail, considerable threat. And these warnings will likely get extended out pretty soon, generally kind of in this area. I believe this is the edge of of two different weather offices. I believe down here it's the Fort Worth office. So we should see new warnings coming out as those storms close in on those borders between the weather offices. This storm is a little bit more, I think, imminently tornadic. Yeah, it's still showing pretty good rotation in here. Right over the Batesville area. Just remember, we are looking up in the storm. We're looking up about 8,000 feet or so, maybe even a little more. But still seeing pretty punchy rotation there towards the middle level of the storm. South side, Batesville, towards Moorfield, Sulphur Rock, Newark, and Magnus. Continuing working to the east at about 40 miles an hour. Yeah, there's your area of rotation. It's essentially over Batesville now. Within about 3 to 5 minutes, the south side, Moorfield 6, Sulphur Rock 12, Newark 18, and then if it does hold together, towards that I-57 corridor, Tuckerman, about 38 minutes. New warning extending out there in southern Missouri, ping pong ball size hail for areas like Mansfield. That's areas around Ozark, Wright, and Douglas counties. Generally headed towards Willow Springs and West Plains. We'll keep eyes on that one in a little while too. We did also get a new warning for those cells $half size north of Tulsa. That's in the Claremore area. Yeah, that's a pretty punchy cell lifting off towards Nowata and Veneta, Oklahoma. And then we did get a new tornado warning. This is for that area that has really increased in the last couple minutes near Doherty. It's near Lake of the Arbuckles. And yeah, this is a tornadic storm near Sulphur, Oklahoma. Johnson, Pontotoc, and Murray counties in southern and south central Oklahoma. In addition to the tornado threat, it does have lime-sized hail. It's moving east at 25, so a little bit of a slow mover. Yeah, rotation down in here, just a couple miles south of Sulphur. That's right over the lake at the moment. Approaching areas around Mill Creek, Drake, Oklahoma, and then eventually over towards Connorville and Pontotoc. Let's trace this out. I'll take it from kind of the bigger of the hail core, so that'll give a couple extra minutes to a few of these places as it drifts to the southeast. Let's see, put a new tag on that one. Okay. Couple areas in the path there. Drake, about 8 minutes. Mill Creek, 17. Sulphur, it's the hail core is over Sulphur. The tornado threat is just a couple miles south of Sulphur at the moment. And then Troy, Oklahoma, 30 minutes. Connorsville, right at the edge of the warning polygon, about 42 minutes to Connorsville and Pontotoc. So, tornado safe place there in southern Oklahoma. Yeah, still seeing broad rotation in here near Bellevue, Texas. A little bit ago, confirmation of tennis ball size hail around Blue Glove, Texas. That's in Clay County. And then we also had golf ball size hail also near Blue Glove. So this storm has already produced significant hail and also had a tornado threat with it. Interesting warning right now. The one warning is for 70 mile an hour considerable threat. And the next warning by the Fort Worth office is a special weather statement. Kind of two different looks at that storm. It has backed off just a little bit. It's likely still a severe storm, though. It may not be considerable threat, but it's likely still a severe storm. Generally drifting towards the Jacksboro, Texas area. Checking out that area on Branson, those storms have come down in intensity the last few minutes. So some good news there. Still some stronger storms on the north side of Branson, north side of Table Rock Lake. That's Stone County, I think it is, right? Yeah, Stone County, and also Taney County, where Branson, Hollister, Miriam Woods are. They're trimmed up that warning just a little bit there too. That scroll is a little touchy today. Dive back into this storm that's getting a new radar update anyway, so dive back up into this storm. Still seeing rotation in here. Let's see if we get better. A little far from the radar too. That air rotation is right in here, just tucked under the hail core. That is a little bit unfortunate right now. That is a contaminated radar image. This is a hail spike. And we saw that yesterday at one point. There was an air rotation that was kind of hidden just behind the hail that sits right up in this area. So can't see exactly what's going on in this cell. That air rotation is passing to the south of Sulphur. So Sulphur, you guys are technically out of that tornado warning. Still stay in a sturdy structure there, especially south sides of Sulphur. That's where some big hail is located, just on the southern side of town in this purple color here. And rotation is down in this area south of Sulphur, just by a couple miles. So this storm has kind of looks like gone under the cell mergers and everything, and it's now kind of starting to reorganize near Buffalo Springs, Texas. Yeah, this is back a few minutes ago when it was going through those different cell mergers that broadened and weakened, and just on the last couple scans. And there's a much tighter area of circulation now around Buffalo Springs, Vashti, Texas, just south of the Gowan Bar Ranch, and also southwest of Bellevue, Texas. There's the new warning for that cell, and areas like Bellevue should be passing to the south of there, but areas down towards, I think it's Bowie, Texas, 24 minutes, Sunset 35, and Alford about 47 minutes. And the new warning goes for southern Clay County. And yeah, they've upped the hail to baseball size. Unfortunately, some of that is going to cross basically paralleling on the highway here. So far, the DFW area, quiet for now, but watching all these storms off to your north and west across the Red River Valley. We have some big storms producing some lime to baseball size hail. And now 2 tornado warned storms across the Red River Valley. We've had hail today across especially southwest Missouri. Some of that is starting to diminish, it looks like, in the intensity in the last couple minutes. And then we also have a couple clusters of storms across portions of eastern Arkansas. They have also added a new tornado watch. This includes northeast portions of Arkansas, western Tennessee, and northern Mississippi, as well as the boot heel of Missouri. It includes Paragould, Jonesboro, down through the Memphis metro, all of Memphis, and then areas around Clarksdale, Mississippi, over towards Oxford and Tupelo. Yeah, it fills in just south there towards Aberdeen and Tupelo, Pontotoc, Oxford, Batesville, down to just north of Grenada, and then also includes western Tennessee, Union City, Paris, Camden, Lexington, Savannah, Henderson, Jackson, Covington, and the entire Memphis metro. That's as anticipation as those storms close in on the Memphis area in a little while. All right, we used this camera yesterday. There was a tornado that passed literally within probably feet of this camera last night around Tuckerman as those storms close in from the west. Still seeing a tornado warning storm near Batesville in Arkansas. A little bit of a messier look, though. It's kind of getting interfered with also with some cells around it, but broadly in there. Don't see anything that really defines on correlation coefficient. We'd be looking for a deeper debris signature in that location. Still radar indicator around Sulphur Rock, Pleasant Hill, Walnut Grove, Hazel Grove, and areas around Newark. Yeah, these are going to get into the Memphis metro in a little while. New warning around Ardmore for that storm that's out here near Healdton, Oklahoma. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Doing watch that tornado warning storm south of Henrietta, approaching areas around Blue Bellevue, Texas. And then they're going to add a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball size hail, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds, Decatur, Bridgeport, and areas to the north and east of Jacksboro. That's for Montague, Wise, and Jack counties. Moving southeast at 35. So yeah, these are storms that the DFW has to watch later this afternoon. All right, we'll get a new camera up for areas around Mississippi as well. Okay, trimmed up that camera. That's good to go. That's at Helena West, right on the Mississippi River. Areas north of Clarksdale, kind of looking towards those clusters of storms. Some of them have been severe at times across areas in eastern Arkansas, so continue to watch those storms. They are issuing a new tornado possible tag for that storm that's coming out of the Ozarks around Tuckerman, Swifton, and those areas to the east of Batesville. They are also issuing a new tornado warning back across Texas. Still seeing rotation in here. It's in the current tornado warning around Sulphur Rock, just to the east and north of Sulphur Rock, approaching areas. Let's see, where is it going towards? Pleasant Hill, Cord, and Walnut Grove. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there, and then we'll watch for that storm to come out towards Tuckerman, Swifton, and the I-57 corridor. The other tornado warning that just happened, observe now. Tornado near Bowie, Texas. I think it's called Bowie, Texas. Observe tornado right in there. Interestingly, there's no debris signature with it on the... So this is one of the situations where the velocity scan really shows the tornadic circulation in here pretty tight. It did start to tighten up. We noted on the last radar scan. And continuing to sink to the southeast. A really dangerous cell. It's about to cross just to the west of Bowie, Texas, Selma, Fruitland, Sunset Park, Springs, and areas around Chico, Texas. Tornado safe place. Lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. That's a nasty supercell. Kind of waiting for the next scan. We'll see if anything pops up in that location. This is generally looking towards that storm. So yeah, as things close in on this location, we'll hopefully get a better picture of it, but it's tucked up here in the rain, so it may be hard to see anyway, but air rotation is basically right in there. This is kind of ranch land, scrub land, so there may not be a lot of debris to pick up. It also is probably just picking up debris less than our radar height. Just in the last scan, there's a little bit of correlation coefficient drop right in there. That could be the start of a debris signature on correlation coefficient, but we'll have to wait for another radar scan to really kind of see that. Wouldn't be surprised if that is. That is generally where the air of rotation is. So that may be just a little piece of debris that's up to the height of the radar. But yeah, it's not working through a forest or anything, so there is less to pick up, especially since we are pretty far away from the radar sites. Rotation also picking up on the cell to the west, south of Windhorse. We do have to pay attention to both of those. All right, let's see. We should have gotten a new radar scan. Still observed tornado continues there just south of Highway 287 in Texas. It has worked a little bit towards the east. Still not seeing a correlation coefficient in here. That is for Montague and Wise counties. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. So that's why we're not seeing anything. And yeah, it is kind of a more of a scrubby ranch land type of area. So I guess that's probably why we're not seeing anything. All right, let's take a look at our other tornado warning. We have the tornado warned storm radar indicated now east of Mill Creek. That storm could produce a strong tornado, actually. The velocity scans have really picked up in that one. Double check and make sure that's not hail contaminated, but yeah, that could be producing a strong tornado at really any moment there. I just kind of changed the different tilts to make sure we didn't have a lot of hail contamination. And in here, just east of Mill Creek, Oklahoma, tornado warning continues there for central Johnson County, moving east at 25, south and west of Connorsville. That's a really dangerous storm. Yeah, they're going to continue out a radar indicated tornado warning towards Atoka, Oklahoma. That is for Johnson, Cole, and Atoka counties, moving east at 45. They've also increased the speed. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Let's draw this out at 45. That's one of the more dangerous areas of rotation we've seen today. Wapanuka, I think that's how you say that. 19 minutes. Caney, Oklahoma, 38. And Atoka, Oklahoma, 41. That's south of McAllister. So well south of McAllister. But that is a dangerous storm. New tornado warnings continue there. Those are working away from the I-35 corridor, some of those strongest storms. And then I was going to check the other tornado warning. It looks like we've maybe lost that tornado warned area there. Still seeing some rotation in there, but it has backed off quite a bit in the last couple minutes. Yeah. Not as organized as it was earlier. It's not really a defined supercell. It's kind of been interfered with these cells and cluster of storms that's coming up from the south. So some good news there. That area looks a lot less tornadic. There's a potential it could reorganize, but we'll keep an eye on it. And then tons of lightning. If you're out in the Memphis area, you got a few minutes, tons of lightning. So be aware if you're outside and especially if you got work and stuff or things like that, walking the dog, get the pups settled maybe before all that gets into the Memphis area. Seeing a big burst of lime-sized hail and strong winds. This is out of that storm from the Springfield area earlier. But lime-sized hail, 2 inches in diameter. That's approaching Willow Springs and West Plains, Missouri. And then also that cell that's working east of Branson, that's weakening as that gets east of Branson. But a little bit of a cluster kind of forming in southern Missouri there. There still are other storms in Missouri, but most of those have gone below severe limits. So we're losing a little bit of the punch in these storms. A couple areas to watch, though, around Warsaw and then also north of Jeff City. And then we did talk about St. Louis, about storms in that 3 to 4 o'clock hour. So far, things are staying south of St. Louis and not severe. Mostly just kind of rain and storm mixed. Let's go back to this supercell. Not be surprised if we start to get a debris signature out of this one. Just by the looks of that velocity scan. It's an impressive velocity scan. Still a little bit of hail contaminated in that signature, but right down in here, that may be the start of a correlation coefficient drop. Yeah, that's close. Probably very close to tornado genesis here if it's not already on the ground. Witch Hole, Wapanuka, and areas there towards Atoka and Caney, Oklahoma. You guys need to be tornado safe place. Into your room on the lowest level. And then also watching that cell near Ardmore. That one is a little bit more structured than it was a few minutes ago. It was also between Wilson and Ardmore around Lone Grove. That at the very least has ping pong ball size hail. They brought this back to radar indicated. Yeah, still seeing the rotation in here. And pretty tight rotation. There's actually, it looks like maybe 2 areas of rotation right now. Yeah, there's a couple areas that are a little more localized. Just south of a Highway 287. National Weather Service out of Norman, Oklahoma, just kind of issued a advisory, not really a warning or anything, but just a precautionary kind of area to keep notice. Johnson, Atoka, and Bryan counties. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado across those areas. Tornado warnings may be issued in the next couple hours. So just kind of a heads up type of post, as that storm definitely looks to be starting to really concentrate there in Atoka County, Oklahoma. No pictures on social of that confirmed tornado earlier, so may not be storm chasers. It might have been weather spotters or law enforcement. But yeah, rotation picking up near Lake Amon Carter, Selma, just south of Bowie, Texas. It's about to cross 287. May have turned a little more easterly. Man, this is another radar hole that's a big radar hole issue. There is a private radar at Durant, Oklahoma. Probably has a decent view of this storm. Still showing pretty intense rotation around Witch Hole, Wapanuka. The hail core has also come up in this cell. Wouldn't be surprised if it has larger hail in here. Yeah, and the hail core is kind of messing with our radar look out of the Oklahoma City area. But this little area right in here, actually kind of V-notched, is the hail core of this supercell. Probably the golf ball size hail could be a little conservative. That could be more like tennis balls. And new warnings there in Missouri. Considerable threat, lime-sized hail coming into West Plains, Willow Springs, and Mountain View. There's the areas of wind in here too. Pretty big surge of wind, and then the hail sits back, kind of just tucked up behind the wind. Tornado possible tag continues around Tuckerman and Swifton. It has broadened back out, so that's a good sign there. Does not look imminently tornadic. Here's a look at that area around Tuckerman. And yeah, storms approaching the, especially the western side of the Memphis metro. We also have a considerable threat for golf ball size hail around Vicksburg, Mississippi. Pretty strong storm there crossing from Louisiana into Mississippi. It's going to kind of ride the I-20 corridor, so we'll keep an eye on that back towards Jackson. That's a pretty dangerous cell. We'll keep our eye on. Looks like things are winding down a little bit across the Tulsa area. Still a severe storm east of town, east of Broken Arrow. And then watching this cell around Holdenville, it's going to continue lifting up towards the I-40 corridor. So keep an eye on that one around Henrietta, Oklahoma. New warning for that tornado warning storm around Sunset, Texas. This is going to be a new warning for Montague, southern Montague County, northeastern Wise, and southwestern Cook counties in north central Texas. Moving east at 35. It's right around the lake there, just around Sunset. It has broadened back out. We're not seeing the confirmed tornado warning there, but this is likely going to try and cycle and at the very least produce some pretty damaging winds as well as large hail in there. There's your times of arrival. Sunset, it's about now. And then the Lyndon B. Johnson National Grassland, 22 minutes. Forestburg, 23. And Roston, Texas, 34. Tornado safe place there. Lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. A couple different really strong tornadic cells there in North Texas, and then as well north of the Red River around Witch Hole, Oklahoma. It's broadened a little bit. It is really an upper level look at this. I wouldn't be surprised if it produced a brief tornado just a few minutes ago when it really started to tighten up. Still showing pretty good winds in here, just south of Witch Hole, Oklahoma. And yeah, it's in a radar hole, and it's also in an area that's kind of contaminated with hail. So, that's kind of a tough storm to see at the low levels. They're going to warn around that storm. I think that's a good idea. Here's a look out of the Jackson area, kind of looking toward that storm around Vicksburg. This is along I-20. You can see the very busy traffic there at I-20. This area is going to go downhill in a little while. We haven't had much severe weather in Mississippi right now, but considerable threat continues there, basically on track along I-20 into the Jackson, Mississippi area, just in time for probably rush hour. A couple of their stronger storms, quarter-size hail near Butler, Alabama, and Pennington, Alabama, and then also one other quarter-size hail-producing storm north of Hamilton, Alabama. Some beneficial rains there for that area. And then they're going to continue that Holdenville warning, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I think it has more than quarters up towards Henrietta. The other storm, golf ball-size hail, considerable threat. This surrounds the tornado-warned area. I like how they're doing that because there is wind and hail outside of that tornadic threat. But that is sitting basically between Wapanucka and Tishomingo, just north of Milburn, Oklahoma. Super far from the radar site there. But heads up around Atoka, Oklahoma. A little bit of a suspicious CC, but it's just impossible to tell with the hail contamination and being so far from the radar site. Strong storm, also considerable threat, golf ball size hail, working through Ardmore and Lake Murray. And then the other storm in Texas that we've been watching for a while is now also tornado warned. This is the other area that we noted some rotation picking up on. It's going to be approaching areas around Jacksboro. Areas got hit hard yet the other day. Saturday night, Runaway Bay. Unfortunately, that tornado across Runaway Bay turned deadly. I think there was at least one death there, and then one in Springtown, as that massive supercell produced a couple different tornadoes on Saturday night. But yeah, there's your area of rotation drifting down to the south and east. You kind of see both of them there on the radar at the same time. Still looks to be kind of two areas of rotation that are intriguing on this cell. This one actually is picked up north of the warning polygon. Kind of back in the rain and hail, but that's an interesting little circulation. And then, yeah, this one's tightening up north of Jacksboro. So a couple different circulations. Both of these are going to be hard to see. That's kind of wrapped up in that rain and hail core. And yeah, that's basically looking at that storm. That's at 287, looking to the northwest. Let's pull that and take that a little bit Okay, I had to finish my lunch that's been sitting there getting cold for a little while we were looking at these two tornado warning storms. The one that's near Forestburg and Roston has continued to kind of stay on the broader side of things. Still seeing a couple circulations in there. One a little bit tighter near Farm to Market Road 1749. Yeah, there's a little bit of a tighter circulation right there. Nothing really showing up on correlation coefficient, but that is an interesting area to note that could have a brief tornado. This one, though, has intensified rather quickly to the north of Jacksboro. There's also been a couple of their cells that have gone up on this line that are showing a little bit of rotation. Yeah, the southern cell as well, with also some hail in those storms, even this one back towards Graham and Newcastle, Texas. Wouldn't be surprised if we kind of have a line of some hail-producing cells in this area. The other cell that's gone tornado warned just in the last couple minutes is near Ardmore, Oklahoma. I've been tracking that cell for a little while. The rotation is tracking just across I-35 here at the moment around Lake Murray. It's going to head towards Medill, Oklahoma, Kingston, Oklahoma, basically riding on the north side of the Red River. And should stay north of Marietta, Oklahoma. So that's a good sign for that location area that got hard hit. Was that last year or the year before? Love County, Carter County, Marshall County, moving east at 35. And we have that tracked up. 35 to 45 has been a pretty common speed today. Medill, 34 minutes, and Kingston, Oklahoma, 39. Surprised this other cell has not gone confirmed. It has a very potent area of rotation still south of Wapanucka, just north of Coleman and Fillmore. Approaching areas there are around Caney, Tuska, and just south and west of Atoka, Oklahoma. Still seeing that broad rotation in there. Some very large hail up here from Witch Hole to Wapanucka, and that's going to get towards Atoka, one of the larger communities in that part of Oklahoma. The other cell that's pretty feisty right now in Oklahoma is this one lifting towards Henrietta with $half size hail at least. And then, yeah, watching this storm. Tornado possible, lime-size hail near West Plains, Missouri. Rotation kind of broadly in there between Willow Springs and West Plains. We're getting into that radar hole in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri, so it's going to be very hard to see any kind of low-level truth to that. But there's your hail core generally in there. Worst of this may slide just to the north of West Plains. Still seeing storms across the Springfield area. Special weather statement for some gusty winds and some half-inch hail around 45-mile-an-hour gusty winds. That's back into some of those same areas that have multiple rounds of hail across the west side of Springfield today. And then watching our now big cluster of storms from Jonesboro, Truman, Mark Tree, down to areas just west of Memphis. And yeah, that's some nasty weather coming into the southwest side of town. Ton of lightning with this, a ton of heavy rain, and that's a cool shot. Look at that shot on the backside of those storms. That is at Tuckerman, looking back at this storm. As that kind of works its way from that location. They are going to add a new severe thunderstorm warning across this area in northeast Arkansas for gusty winds, lots of lightning, a ton of different lightning in there. See the low cloud deck. That's a cool look to that storm. There's a look out of the severe warning there near Marked Tree and Painway, Arkansas. Heavy rain along 555, gusty winds. This is a good shot because you can see the winds relayed through that tree there, blowing pretty good. So yeah, we have severe thunderstorms kind of right now, a little bit more isolated severe in quite a bit of coverage, but the severe warnings are kind of isolated right now across the Mississippi Valley. A couple even extra isolated storms into the southern U.S. there, into Alabama. And then we do have a more potent cluster now of tornado-warned storms across the Red River Valley, slowly kind of drifting towards the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. And these are just in and around our moderate risk area. Almost all of the other warnings are in the enhanced risk, and some of them are just about to leave the enhanced risk for the slight risk, as well as a couple of those isolated slight risk storms in Alabama. But yeah, we've had a lot of the severe weather has been concentrated in the risk area today. Probably hindsight to maybe push a little bit more of that risk up further. That Springfield area is just been on the edge of the enhanced risk, but I think that's actually been more of the concentrated area of severe weather today. And yeah, it's just getting into the areas where there's hatched tornado risk. The wind risk picks up actually for quite a bit of the Arklatex, and it's just getting into the area there with the moderate risk, double hatched, high chance of large hail, basically centered on the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Have they done anything different for tomorrow? No. Tomorrow stays the same, still a broader risk area across the south. New tornado warning, the first of the day in Missouri. It's going to be for that cell just to the north of West Plains. Yeah, tornado warning is going to be just north of the West Plains area. There's your rotation. It's crossing the highway there near West Plains. That's for east central Howell and northern Oregon counties and south central Missouri. Tornado and golf ball size hail, and that is moving east at 45. Zooming in a little bit, there's not many communities north of West Plains. There's some small, very small local areas. White Church, 9 minutes. Peace Valley, 12. Fanshawe, 16 minutes. Thomasville, Missouri, 28. Alton, Missouri, 40. And then it gets down towards Irish Wilderness in about 55 minutes. That's a dangerous cell north of West Plains. If you're in the West Plains area, would not drive to the north right now. Stay kind of hunkered down, let this storm pass. Anywhere on the north side of West Plains, you definitely want to be near a tornado safe place. And then north of there, towards the Willow Springs area, along US 60 towards Mountain View, that's where there could be some really significant hail in there to lime size plus kind of hail. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. A new tornado warning there around the areas west of Memphis. This is for area rotations picked up near Parkin, Arkansas. Yeah, there's the area right in there. Interesting little area of rotation. See how that's developed in just the last scan or so. Early, Grassy Lake Bottom, Crawfordsville, and then areas on the west side of West Memphis, Marion, and Clarkdale. All right, here's in the warning. This is at James Mill Road, exit 14 on the I-55. It's going to be right in this area here at James Mill. So that storm is about, let's track it out. Crittenden and Cross counties. About 24 minutes to get towards this camera perspective. So it's about 24 minutes to the I-55 corridor. Crittenden, 7 minutes. Grassy Bottom Lake, about 12. Crawfordsville, 17. Tornado safety precautions there on the west side of Memphis. That's going to be the areas there around West Memphis and points to the north and to the west. And that one would be fully a rain-wrapped area of circulation. So definitely tornado safe place there. Getting new warning as those storms move out of the Vicksburg area, generally drifting towards the Jackson metro. 60-mile-an-hour winds. The hail has come down on those. So Jackson, you may get away with just kind of a standard strong to severe storm. And then this cell really means business in here. Considerable threat for lime to, and it says golf balls, but probably lime-sized hail. There's been a tornadic circulation potentially on the ground at times. Lots of tree damage, power lines down. That's probably when it may have been on the ground a little bit. Tree on a house. Also 70-mile-an-hour winds in Johnston County. So this storm really means business. It's in one of probably the worst radar holes in the country right now. So along with the other storm near West Plains, Missouri, we've had a lot of really strong supercells in really bad radar holes the last like 2 days. But that is a dangerous storm. It's generally drifting towards Hugo and Antlers. So keep an eye on this if you're on the north side of the Red River. And then our other cell that's tornado warned in Oklahoma right now is the cell that's now south and east of Ardmore. Rotation in this area around Lake Murray. Generally towards the Medill and Kingston areas. Continuing to warn this area on Jacksboro. Jacksboro, you need to be in your tornado safe place. The storm is just on your doorstep. Pretty strong winds also showing up in this area around Farm to Market Road 2190, State Highway 148, north of Jacksboro. That's a dangerous cell. The other tornado warned storm continues with half-dollar size hail near Marietta. A couple different cells in there. The original tornado warned storm in this area has actually gone below tornado limits. Still a supercell, it's still rotating. I'm surprised it's not being warned for at least some hail. But that's a strong storm. Keep an eye on that towards Denton and up towards Gainesville. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a new at least severe thunderstorm warning. And strong storms approaching the areas around Bridgeport and Decatur. More of a wind risk right now. Yeah, there's the areas of rotation, Jacksboro, and areas around Cundiff and Marietta, Texas. This is looking towards that Jacksboro area from the Bridgeport area. Actually, no, it's looking across Lake Bridgeport towards this other storm, the one near Cundiff and Marietta, Texas. See how hazy it is. Maybe even some blowing dust out ahead of that. So it's very hard to see the circulations today. You kind of got to be right on them. Especially that one, that's going to be wrapped up in the rain. Couple different cells there in Texas, all north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area right now. But they are slowly drifting towards Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's get a timing of arrival, just kind of a rough estimate at about 40:45. They've added a new tornado warning extending out south of Atoka, around Caney, just north of Caddo, Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm with a radar indicated area of rotation. This has had a bowling ball of a rotation for a while now. And I would not be surprised if it touched down at times. We're so far away from the radar site, we just can't see it. And our radar site has also been blocked by the larger hail core that's behind that storm. So back in here, there's potentially a large tornado on the ground. It's going to be impossible to see on our level of radar that we have right now. Unless there's any storm reports that come out of there. Would not be surprised if that has a tornado, though. Or it has at least at times had a tornado on it. Trying to look for any confirmed reports there. It's been a strong area of circulation for quite a while. I just can't imagine it hasn't actually touched down at some point. This area is weakening a little bit near Lake Murray. Still rotation in there, basically on the east side of the lake. We'll go back and check our other storms. Tornado warning storm north and east sides of West Plains. 6 to 8 inch tree down on the West Plains Country Club. And also 60-mile-an-hour winds at Pomona, Missouri, just a little bit ago. That area has still kind of stayed broad, but just on the last scan, it may have tightened back up. Yeah, still seeing rotation in here to the north and east sides of West Plains. Birch Creek, Irish Wilderness, Alton, Missouri, continue to take tornado safety precautions there. That's Oregon County in Missouri. Everybody else in Missouri is a little bit calmer than it was earlier. There's kind of going to be a gap, and we saw that in modeling earlier today too. So this area here, your severe threat is not done in Arkansas. There is more potentially severe weather with some of this to work back in, plus additional development. So just because this area kind of clears out, your severe threat is not over yet. New severe warning around Helena West, Clarksdale, Mississippi, up towards Tunica, Mississippi. We've lost a couple of those stronger storms across the Jackson area. And then West Memphis, Crawfordsville. Some good news here is that area of rotation that was actually pretty tight there near Riverside and Park in Arkansas that prompted the tornado warning. That has actually gusted out. So not seeing as much in the way of rotation anymore. This appears to be an outflow dominant storm. Still not radar indicated anymore. They've actually canceled that warning. So good idea. I like the idea they're canceling that warning. Still a severe thunderstorm warning continues there in the Memphis area, but the tornado threat has diminished just in the last couple minutes. And I do hear we're getting a new tornado warning, so let's get back down there. We did get also, while I was looking at that storm there on radar, a new lime-sized hail threat across areas around Mountain View, Birch Tree, just south of Winona, Missouri. Considerable threat there, lime-sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then you have the tornado warned part of the storm still showing pretty good rotation in here, north and east of West Plains. But West Plains, that severe threat, as well as the tornado threat, has pushed off to your north and east. So some better news for the populated areas around West Plains. I thought we got into a tornado warning, but I think they just they just trimmed the one, the north of Jacksboro one. Pretty interesting circulations here. This one's still in here. This one's kind of in here just to the east of Jacksboro. They're very close to each other. These storms are kind of interacting with each other. The one may kind of incorporate the other. So that's, I think, held our tornado risk down a little bit. It's also, I think, held our super large hail down a little bit. But if this can kind of combine into one big supercell, we may see more of a threat like we saw the other day in Texas, with just a massive supercell kind of dominating the local weather around that area. Right now, that is the more intriguing of the two supercells. There's also some new cells that have gone severe warning near Graham and Bryson, Texas. Keeping an eye on those cells too. It's all generally lifting down towards Weatherford, Mineral Wells, Denton, Fort Worth. So definitely a lot to keep our eye on here. And yeah, there's still that original supercell that was tornado warned south of Wichita Falls. That is still working generally between Gainesville and Denton towards Sanger, Texas. Still want to keep our eye on that one. It could have some hail in it. Okay, we'll go back to that Denton camera. This is on 287. Yeah, with those strong to severe thunderstorms basically approaching the camera position. That one generally looks towards that tornado warned storm to the northwest. We'll continue to watch those. I wouldn't be surprised if they extend the warning out in the next few minutes. It is broad, though. It has broadened, so they may just extend out the tornado possible tag. The storms are kind of interfering with each other. Those are storms to keep your eye on. If they can go through an effective cell merger, that would be could be a potential problem getting towards the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Well, this might be round 2 or round 3 for some areas, but this little kind of cluster of storms in eastern Oklahoma is one to watch as it gets into Arkansas later. So potentially some stronger storms there. And while we've kind of detailed all of the current storms, let me actually look at HRRR and see what some of our latest model runs say. Again, if you're putting together a full forecast, you got to look at different models, different parameters, but just to get a kind of just a general sense of an idea of kind of future radar. Let's just see how it looks on the HRRR model. Why is it not pulling up? Okay, there it goes. I had to really kind of force it to pull up. Yeah, doing an okay job. There's kind of the batch 1 that's marginally severe at times across the Mississippi Valley. Some stronger storms there between Jackson and Vicksburg. Stronger storms approaching Memphis. And it does show kind of an isolated supercell still up in northern or southern Missouri. That cell is a little bit further south, but it's actually doing a pretty good job. It also shows kind of this cluster of supercells across the Red River. So I always check the models to see if it's kind of initializing with what we're currently working with. It does show that those supercells continue to trend towards the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, but it does show that there is some more development across eastern Oklahoma and into northwest Arkansas that we do have to watch. Probably more elevated hailstorms across that area, and then potentially some stronger storms. Some of those tornado-warned storms in Oklahoma could get towards the Arklatex as well by later into the evening. And yeah, we may get into the early overnight and evening hours. We may get a couple different multi-cell kind of clusters. Still potentially some isolated, elevated, severe, and then also those cells that do come out of Oklahoma could be pretty strong there across southern Arkansas. This still continues kind of a multi-cell cluster of supercells with hail, damaging winds, potentially some embedded tornadoes as it crosses the I-20 corridor, and eventually starts to weaken into the overnight as it gets into areas in southern south of Dallas-Fort Worth into the piney woods of East Texas. The last HRRR run also shows similar, maybe a little less across this area, but it still wants to break out a few more storms across Arkansas. Yeah, especially into the evening. And then by late morning, early afternoon tomorrow, there's a potential there of some hail producing supercells across central Texas, across the hill country. So that's part of the severe risk for tomorrow that it shows. And then eventually that may build into some clusters of storms across East Texas and work kind of generally along a boundary, rain-cooled boundary along the I-20 corridor. Wouldn't be shocked if they get a slight risk out for tomorrow. Right now it's a marginal risk, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of these areas along the I-20 corridor get a slight risk upgrade. Texas looks like it could be busy for a little while. All right. About 4 o'clock, it's about 5 minutes to 4. We have 4 tornado warnings, 2 in Texas, or sorry, 2 in Oklahoma, 1 in Texas, and 1 in Missouri. We'll take those kind of top to bottom. Just double checking cameras, making sure there's nothing crazy going on those. This has produced some significant hail and wind at times, as well as tornado potential there around Pomona, Missouri. There's a hail report under that too. I can't click on it because of that wind report overlaid with it. But it's produced close to 2-inch hail at times there around West Plains, especially north of town. Had a decently tight area of circulation for a while. It does not look as impressive, although we are far from the radar sites. But still tornado warned cell there in Oregon County. Yeah, Oregon County, Missouri. Continue to take tornado safety precautions, especially if you're in and north of Alton, Missouri, up to areas around the Birch Tree Conservation Area around New Liberty and Brawley, Oklahoma, or Brawley, Missouri. And then, we do have to watch these cells. They've actually uptrended in the last few minutes. A ton of special weather statements out across eastern Oklahoma. It's mostly for gusty winds and small hail. Some areas that got hit really hard earlier around Bentonville, Rogers, Springdale may get back into some of the larger hail again with some of these storms back towards Colcord and Kansas, Oklahoma, and back towards Locust Grove. So we'll keep an eye on those. And then also this cluster drifting towards the Fort Smith area, kind of along and south of the I-40 corridor. Our other tornado warned storm right now, massive storm. It's had strong rotation at times, it looks like, at least from far up in altitude, but still rotating in here east of Caney and Tushka, approaching areas around west of Antlers. We'll see if they continue the tornado warning, but even if not, ping pong ball size hail to even maybe larger to lime size, and 70-mile-an-hour winds coming towards Antlers, Soper, Boswell, and eventually Hugo, Oklahoma. This cell is kind of struggling as of late, still seeing a little bit of rotation in there east of Lake Murray around Medill. And approaching areas around Kingston. You can see kind of the difference here. This was one supercell that's kind of dying off. This is the other supercell. There's a massive difference in the size and the strength. Back into North Texas, our lead supercell is actually starting to weaken, continues to weaken south of Gainesville, north and west of Sanger. And then we have a big complex of storms approaching Bridgeport, Decatur, with ping pong ball size hail and a tornado possible. That broad area of circulation is over Lake Bridgeport. The other area of circulation is also broadened out south and east of Jacksboro, approaching areas around Runaway Bay. And then also starting to see rotation pick up south and east of Graham. That's a new cell that we have to watch out for. It also has some larger hail, potentially up to ping pong ball size. Yeah, that is a cell of interest that needs to be watched. Here's a look at that cell, the tornado warned Oh, nope, it's not the tornado warning storm. It's the tornado possible storm now. The one that the broad circulation around Lake Bridgeport. Yeah, right in there. Still seeing that. This is a camera near Bridgeport. Yeah, it's basically downtown Bridgeport. Right about there, looking off towards that area of circulation. So, well, what can we see? There is a little bit of a base showing up on that storm. Yeah, we can see a little bit at kind of the leading edge of that base. Can't really see if it's rotating yet. That was tornado warned earlier, so it's still going to have some structure. Still kind of the remnant mesocyclone. We did get a new tornado warning. We'll grab that one here in a second. Continuing that tornado warning, radar indicated closer to Antlers. Going to be an extension there. Bryan and Atoka counties moving east at 35. Still seeing kind of broad rotation in here. Again, well, we're seeing broad rotation because we're at the very edge of the radar. Yeah, especially after this kind of solid line they see here. Radar data becomes pretty much almost unusable past here. So we're in that radar hole in southeast Oklahoma. That does look a little more interesting on that cell. Approaching Bridgeport, Texas. I bet that's some really good, like, Tex-Mex at that place right there. Trying to get a little hungry. At about 40 miles an hour, it's going to be into Antlers in about 33 minutes. Soper, Oklahoma, 35. Hugo, 49. Rattan, Oklahoma, 51. And we've lost our tornado warnings across parts of Texas for now. Still seeing rotation in here, south and east of Graham. That's one to watch. This cell has ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Right in there, south of Graham towards Grafford, Texas. And then we'll see kind of what organizes out of this. It is kind of more of a cell merger. There was two separate areas of rotation. They're now kind of a shear line. Still kind of a little bit of broad rotation in here. And we are starting to get those gustier winds in this segment here. Being supercells are going to have kind of a mesocyclone for a while, or a remnant mesos. There is still spin in here. It's not localized right now. That's actually, I think, kind of the right side of the remnant meso. Looking out, yeah, this is kind of the meso, what's left of it. That camera looks out this way, so you're kind of seeing the right side of the meso, which a lot of times will look kind of like a bell shape in the storm. And then if there's a tornado, the wall cloud is kind of below that. So you have your ground here, and then the meso itself has more of a bell shape than your wall cloud. And then if a tornado forms out of the wall cloud, you have like that kind of structure. So we're seeing in this shot, we're kind of seeing like this area on the right side of the meso. But yeah, I agree with that. It's not tornado warned right now. It probably could re-intensify and refocus. That one may be more imminently tornadic. We'll see if that one tries to localize an area of rotation. Trees fell in a house in Caney, Oklahoma. We've had a couple of those in this. This is a more wooded area of Oklahoma, so there are a lot of trees. So if you're out ahead of this, antlers, Yugo, rattan, soper, and you have trees around your property, you really need to treat this very much like a tornado warning, whether it continues to be tornado warned or not. This has at least 70-mile-an-hour winds, ping pong ball size hail, and potentially a rain wrap tornado in there. Considerable threat continues there for Van Buren, Elsnore, Granlund, Missouri. Looks like they're going to drop maybe the tornado warned area of the storm. Yeah, that expires in about 11 minutes, so they're probably just going to let it work out of the tornado warned area. But still one to keep your eye on. It still does have large hail in it and does have strong winds. Approaching Irish Wilderness, Missouri. Some really gusty winds also now showing up around the Bridgeport, Texas area. That's the other perspective on US 380. And that is looking west on 380. Yeah, that's probably right. That's kind of in this area here, this wind going away from the radar. That's kind of broadsiding our camera that I believe is looking kind of generally that direction. The other camera looked to the northwest. And yeah, that mezzo is kind of working to the south of that camera perspective. So that tracks what we're seeing. If there is a tornado, it's still broad rotation, but if there is a tornado, it would be kind of developing in that area. Basically on our camera perspective here towards Lake Bridgeport. Again, still seeing that circulation kind of broadly in there. Memphis is still getting hammered pretty good too. So Memphis area, we're seeing those storms working across the Memphis metro. Another area with pretty strong gusty winds. This is at the bridge into Memphis there on I-40. You have the pyramid there across on the left. And yeah, you can see it's bouncing up and down a little bit. A lot of heavy rain. The strongest storms now have worked to the east of Memphis with quarter-size hail around Collierville, and then also north of Memphis, tornado possible tag around Marion, up towards the Meeman Shelby State Park. A little bit of rotation in there. That's going to continue working to the north and east around Osceola, Arkansas, and then across the river towards Covington in Tennessee. And some stronger storms also through West Helena, but those ones are kind of fizzling. Strong but not severe storms from north of Vicksburg, west of Yazoo City, to areas around Canton, north of Jackson. And then they have added a severe thunderstorm watch that includes parts of western Alabama. This new severe thunderstorm watch for western Alabama includes a couple of tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to ping pong ball size, and scattered gusts up to 70 miles an hour. It does include most of the west sides of the state except for extreme southern Alabama there, but it includes Florence, Russellville, Hamilton, Jasper, Tuscaloosa, Brent, Demopolis, Selma, Thomasville, and then stretches across the I 65 corridor to areas south of Montgomery around Greenville and Andalusia. Looks like it's kind of a dual threat. It does go until 11 in the evening, so it's kind of for a few of these stronger storms that are down here working to the south and east across southern Alabama at the moment, as well as kind of clusters of storms across Mississippi and Alabama. But then, especially those storms kind of back across the Mississippi River may work their way as still potentially some strong storms across into Alabama. So we're kind of covering a couple different things with a couple different clusters of storms, which means if you're in this watch area, it's not a one and done. You may get a couple of rounds of strong to severe thunderstorms there in western Alabama. All right, 410, we have a couple different tornado warnings. They're all basically related to the single cell there across the Red River. Things have gone downhill in the Texas camera there. The wind has picked up and the heavy rain has moved in. You really can't see anything now. That's along 380 there. So let's get back. The one tornado warning expires in 5 minutes, and the other ones kind of take over from there. And it looks like we're at, I think, a Weather Service office change, Norman, and probably Shreveport? No, Tulsa. The Tulsa office covers way down there. Still seeing rotation in here. It's south of McGee Lake and approaching areas around Antlers and Soper. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Really dangerous storm. Tornado possible considerable threat continues south and east of Medill in Oklahoma, right along the Red River. And then we have seen new storms that are now severe warned in areas west of the Northwest Arkansas metro. Ping pong ball size hail around Muskogee, Fort Gibson, back towards Beggs, and then $half size hail approaching areas around Westville and Watts and Siloam Springs. So things could get feisty again into Northwest Arkansas. We've also lost our tornado warning in areas north of Doniphan. Yeah, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail. Van Buren, Elsnore, and Granlin. That's areas there in Carter and Ripley counties, also Wayne County in southeast Missouri. Okay. Get a couple cameras in Tennessee back up and go in there. That is on I-40, just to the north and west, or north and east of Memphis. All right, and we'll pull this camera for Arkansas and get that camera back into northwest Arkansas. That way we can keep our eye on these additional severe storms. Perfect. All right. Kind of getting everything set up for round, I don't know, 2 or 3 for all these different storms. Considerable threat, tornado possible tag. They're going to continue that for Doniphan, Missouri. This is going to get towards Poplar Bluff in a little while. Areas around Granlund, Van Buren, and Elsinore. And then severe warning storms now lifting past Memphis towards Somerville, Whiteville, Bolivar, Hickory Valley, and areas around LaGrange, Middleton, and then back into northern parts of Mississippi around Holly Springs. New tornado warning there coming out for areas in Oklahoma, so we'll get to that in just a minute too. Tornado possible severe thunderstorm continues there from Osceola in Arkansas all the way to the areas just north of Memphis. And other strong storms to the south of Memphis around Tunica. Those seem to be kind of weakening. Strongest storms lifting north of Jackson around Canton. And then this is our newest tornado warning storm, continues around Antlers. And that is moving east at 35. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail for Pushmataha counties and Choctaw counties in Oklahoma. As that does slide towards the Arklatex, that will get a little bit better radar coverage as we get closer to the Shreveport radar. And then these cells are sliding through Decatur right now, Bridgeport. Still has a remnant area of rotation in here, south sides of Bridgeport. But that area has backed off a little bit in the last few minutes. There's a look at the areas around Bridgeport. This is like downtown Bridgeport there. Wind picking up though, just kind of over town. Still a little bit of spin in that whole kind of overall part of the storm too. This is another area I'm keeping my eye on around Mineral Wells and points to the north. Basically between Graham and Mineral Wells, we've had a couple areas of 2-inch hail there reported by the emergency management. That's off of Farm Road 1191. And then storms are even building further south of Graham. So we may even get more warnings back to the south. So keep an eye on this. Palo Pinto, Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Fort Worth. Now a considerable threat for 65-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail. That's that same area around Bridgeport. Still a pretty potent supercell. We'll see if it kind of reorganizes. They're all interacting with each other. The lead cell has actually died off. And then severe warning, considerable threat just south and west of Siloam Springs around Westville. Yeah, there's your damaging wind gusts approaching this area. And then back in here is your hail core, kind of tucked up in here is a little elevated supercell. That's northeastern Cherokee and Adair counties. 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. So that's going to work its way pretty quickly into areas around Springdale, Fayetteville. I'll take it from the leading edge of the more of the hail core. But yeah, from the leading edge of the heavier storm there, that's going to be into Siloam Springs about 15 minutes from now. And then to the I-49 corridor, Springdale, Fayetteville, Farmington, about 35 to 40 minutes. And potentially getting to some of those areas that did have 3-inch diameter hail earlier, just west of Lowell, Arkansas. And this cell has tracked basically across the southern parts of Missouri, Van Buren, Doniphan, and up next it'll be Poplar Bluff. It's basically getting to the I-57 corridor. That's Poplar Bluff, Dexter, Bloomfield, Sykeston, Charleston. That's a nasty storm. You can see it's also kind of bowing in here, so it may have some very strong winds, pockets of some very damaging hail potentially in there. And this is another storm that we will get better eyes on as it gets closer to that Paducah radar. Continuing a new warning out for ping pong ball size hail, considerable threat, Pushmataha County and Choctaw County in southeast Oklahoma. There was a little bit of sun out in this picture just a few minutes ago. This is at the Arkansas Welcome Center in 412, Siloam Springs, and looking towards the west. A little bit of rain starting to fall out of that considerable threat storm, and thunder is getting louder across that area. A little bit of a cell also near Bentonville. You can see those on this radar better, maybe. Yeah, a little bit of lightning picking up around northwest Arkansas here, Bentonville, Rogers, and also Siloam Springs. I think also one other cell that's gone up a little bit feisty, just south of Joplin. Another small cell, may have some small hail in it. And then west of Fort Smith, we had to watch all these cells. Potentially some hail and gusty winds back through McAllister and Lake Eufaula. Those may approach the Fort Smith metro in a little while. Still seeing a big, windy, broad mess in here. 65 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Golf ball size hail. Haven't seen any super large hail reports in a little while out of these cells. Chico, Texas earlier had golf balls. And this cell may be starting to be the more organized cell in this bunch. North of Mineral Wells, Texas. New tornado warning. This is going to continue that tornado warning through Antlers and just to the north sides of Yugo. Choctaw and Pushmataha counties again. Warning continues out there, moving east at 35. So continue to take tornado safety precautions around Antlers, Oklahoma. The storm has a long history of at least wind damage, if not, I think a couple, at least brief touchdowns. These cells may be struggling a little bit, especially that lead cell. Looks like some soundings earlier. There may be a cap still in place across the Dallas area. So that might help to hold these storms back just a little bit. We have not seen any 4-inch diameter hail that the watch area specifically called for. Checking out this cell, this is east of Mineral Wells, but um, probably a good position here. It's near Peaster, looking towards those severe warning storms. And probably that one that's the most potent right now. Yeah, rotation has picked up in this cell a little bit near Grafford. So wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning soon. Let's get a closer look at that storm. Okay, had a guy at the door, had to go take care of real quick and stretch the legs. That was always a good thing to get the legs stretched out. But a couple of things. While I was doing that, tornado warning back for that area near Paradise, Boyd, Springtown. It's that same area of circulation that we watched cross Bridgeport. We saw that mesocyclone that has kind of retightened. It's working a little bit southeast now towards Boyd, State Highway 114, Lucky Ridge, Keeter, and areas around Springtown. Tornado safety precautions. Make sure you're on the lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. This is in that area near Springtown on 199. So look, that looks towards that storm. Let me double check and make sure our other Springtown camera is a little bit, and that's a good camera too at the moment. So that is our tornado warned storm in Texas right now. Tornado warning there around Springtown. It does seem to be wrapping up pretty quickly there. Weiss and Parker counties. It's definitely intensified in area of rotation near Cottondale. Taking a look at storm relative, takes out the forward motion so you can see a little bit of those reds and greens a little easier. There's your couplet kind of right in here. It isn't super tight at the moment, or it's not super strong. It is kind of tightened over the last couple minutes. So it could produce a tornado pretty much anytime soon along State Highway 114. I don't see anything in there on correlation coefficient, but continue to take tornado safety precautions there north of Weatherford. Ooh, this looks suspicious too. This one seems to be trying to tighten up as well near Grafford, Texas, north of Mineral Wells. So we'll continue to watch kind of both of those supercells. As I mentioned earlier, there's a little bit of a cap in place, it looked like, on earlier soundings across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So that may have held the storms back just a little bit. And then still seeing a tornado warned storm, huge amount of lightning, large hail to at least golf ball size, if not closer to tennis balls at points. That's approaching areas around Antlers and north sides of Hugo. We do have a new considerable threat warning for those areas around Siloam Springs, especially just south there towards Westville, Oklahoma. And then that's going to approach areas around Fayetteville. With areas around Springdale, Fayetteville, with some large hail, considerable threat. Golf ball size hail moving back into northwest Arkansas. A little bit of broad rotation. That's an elevated hailstorm, though. And then $50 back towards Fort Gibson. And even back towards Okmulgee, a new storm. And then the other area that has had an uptick in severe weather is these three cells have all been warned. Quarters and ping pong ball size hail potentially in both of those. I guess all three of those really. Those are all kind of working their way towards the Fort Smith area, especially the southern side of Fort Smith. This one has rotation that we have to keep our eye on around Bokashee and Panama, Shady Point, Spiro, areas to the south and west of Fort Smith. So getting into that 4:30, 4:40 kind of hour, and things have gotten a lot busier. We're seeing an increase in severe weather across eastern Oklahoma, pushing now into western Arkansas. So as I mentioned earlier, not a one and done. That's why these areas in Arkansas are still covered. Actually, all of Arkansas has some type of watch, whether it's a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. And then we are seeing the big cluster storms slowly sinking towards Fort Smith or Fort Worth. The other cells near Yazoo City, severe storms there, and then some strong storms north and east of Jackson now, pushing towards Philadelphia and Decatur, north of Forest, Mississippi. A lot of storms in Mississippi, but many of them aren't severe. We do have some stronger storms now pushing west, western Tennessee, Whiteville, Bolivar, Somerville, down through areas in northern Mississippi, Holly Springs, to areas around Ripley and west of Corinth. Other strong storms now pushing into western Tennessee, Covington, Ripley, and Brownsville, Tennessee. Considerable threat for tennis ball size hail and a tornado possible. This is that formerly tornado warned storm around the West Plains area. Did some damage and had quite a bit of hail path to it. That is going to continue towards Poplar Bluff. So if you're in the Poplar Bluff area, make sure you have a safe and sturdy structure to head to. And I would kind of start doing that now. It is generally headed towards Poplar Bluff. This may also kind of clip into extreme northeastern portions of Arkansas. Really dangerous storm there. You can see the clouds and rain building back into northern parts of Arkansas. The strongest part of the storm is just south of the highway here, along 412. It's going to be still in Oklahoma, just north of Westville. Yeah, that's where some of our larger hail is also showing up. Strawberry Spring up to Chance, and then over towards Ballard. There is a little bit of rotation in this cell too, near Westville, so keeping an eye on that area too. Considerable threat for ping pong ball size hail. They're going to also extend the ping pong ball size hail threat into areas around Fort Smith. There is that rotation there showing up around Bokashee. That's a dangerous storm. Hey, Carol, welcome home. Hope the day of work was good. We're kind of following now. I guess that's round 2 or 3, maybe. We have severe storms across the Mississippi River Valley, southeast Missouri, now into western Tennessee, and then isolated kind of down across Mississippi. But we've had a big uptick in storms in eastern Oklahoma. Those are just now about to push into western Arkansas, with a couple areas of watching ping pong ball size hail, considerable threat, and kind of a tornado possible tag I would put on this soon, near Bokashee to the southwest of Fort Smith. We're also seeing a really big storm working across our southern Oklahoma radar hole near Antlers, Oklahoma, with a massive amount of lightning. This has had 2-inch diameter hail at times and tornadoes possible as that gets towards the Arklatex. That's going to be one to watch, especially I think Texarkana north towards like Mineral Springs, DeQueen, Arkansas. Keep a very close eye on that. Broken Bow in Oklahoma. And then, yeah, we've also seen upticks just in the last few minutes in these 2 storms. One is not tornado warned, but increasing area of rotation there north of Mineral Wells. And then this is a big bowling ball of a meso now. Definitely seen an increase in that area of organization. That's north of Springtown, north of Reno, Texas. And that's going to be that storm right there. Still a little bit far off of this camera, but that is one to watch. That's still the best look, I think, at that storm. Here's another view at those storms in Arkansas. This is looking southbound on I-49, looking generally towards that area of storms. The strongest part of that is just crossing the Oklahoma line around Westville, Oklahoma. pretty punchy area of hail potentially in there. It's generally working its way towards Fayetteville, Arkansas, so keep an eye on that storm. Okay, there's actually a better look at that storm, kind of looking towards that storm around the Fayetteville area. Yeah, that's a better look. We'll keep an eye on that. There is some rotation in here too, so we do have to keep our eye on that one. Westville over towards Lincoln, and then Greenland, Farmington, Prairie Grove, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Keep an eye on those storms. Same for this one, ping pong ball size hail approaching Panama, Oklahoma. There is some broad rotation also showing up in that cell as it gets to the areas south of Fort Smith. And then we just got a new tornado warning. This was a tornado possible tag for quite a while around Covington, Tennessee. Yeah, a bit of a kind of a QLCS look to it. There's a couple areas of spin in here. You can see kind of crossing Covington. We're pretty close to that radar site out of the North Memphis area. There's a little bit, there's kind of three little areas of spin. And they're still kind of in here. They've brought in just a little bit, but I'm sure the Weather Service was watching and seeing if they kind of held together. There's one up here near Henning. This one's kind of broad in the middle one, but then also one down here towards St. Peter's, Brownsville, Christmasville. That's for Tipton, Lauderdale, and Haywood counties in West Tennessee. Yeah, we'll definitely keep our eye on that one. It's generally lifting right now north of I-40, but keep on that one between Ripley and Brownsville. Tornado safe place. You're not going to see these. They're kind of wrapped in rain. They're on the leading edge of this little area of storms that's kind of right in there. There's three areas of rotation still showing up in there. Dangerous storms now approaching areas in western Tennessee. And then destructive storm, Poplar Bluff. Time to treat this very similar to a tornado warning. Destructive severe thunderstorm with baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible. That's going to be basically along the 57 corridor, Ripley County and Butler counties in southeast Missouri, moving east at 40. We are getting a new tornado warning in Oklahoma, so we'll take a look at that in a minute. All right, from the leading edge of that storm, Neelyville 14, Poplar Bluff 18, and then it's going to basically ride along I-57 towards Dexter 54, and if it gets towards the I-55 corridor, Sykeston about 80 minutes, down towards New Madrid. So it still does have some ways to go, but it's going to cross some of these areas in southeast Missouri as a very potent cell. You want to treat that very similar to a tornado warning. Still seeing a strong storm, considerable threat, ping pong ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, pushing into areas on the west side of Fayetteville. We'll keep an eye on those storms. And then same for Fort Smith on the west side of Fort Smith, especially southwest sides. a line of ping pong ball size producing supercells. Considerable threat and tornado warning there continues around Antlers and Hugo. Like that storm has slowed down a little bit. And then now a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag, golf ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. That warning, it goes into Tarrant County. It covers areas around covers areas in Wise, Denton, Parker, and Tarrant counties in North Texas. Includes Denton, Corinth, Flower Mound, the Fort Worth Metro, especially the north sides and east sides of Fort Worth, North Richland Hills, Arlington, Grapevine, Keller, Texas. The area back here, is north of Springtown, approaching areas around Boyd, Newark, Rome, and Eagle Mountain. You can see the big bowling ball of a mesocyclone. It's not quite as potent as Saturday, but it's similar. But it has probably 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds in here potentially. And that is approaching areas around Pelican Bay, Eagle Mountain, Saginaw. The other area to watch is also back here towards Mineral Wells. This is a pretty strong supercell. Also, some rotation in here near Salesville. Golf ball size hail, considerable threat. Extends back to areas just north of Breckenridge. Still seeing a kind of a QLCS interest for rotations here around Durhamville, St. Peter's. Looks like that third area is kind of hung back towards Henning. I don't see any CC drops that would indicate they're on the ground at the moment, but these can be very short-lived tornadoes that spawn between the radar scans and in the 3 to 5 minutes before the radar scans. Those are dangerous storms. They're rain-wrapped. They're in the leading edge of this second line of storms, while the original line of storms kind of works through the same area. So a big 1-2 punch across West Tennessee. Yeah, with a bit of a QLCS threat there for tornadoes. Bells, Alamo, Murray City. Keep an eye on that whole area. This is a look out ahead of that complex of storms near Jackson. So this area is going to go downhill pretty quickly in the next few minutes. You can see the clouds racing to the north out ahead of this line of storms. But I would guess that in the next couple minutes, they're probably going to issue at least a new severe thunderstorm warning for this kind of cluster of storms. So Jackson, Tennessee, you guys are up next. Big hail core in here. This is at least $half size hail. There may be more than $half in here, though. I think it's probably closer to some ping pong ball size hail. Big flash of lightning there on that Tennessee camera. Potentially ping pong ball size hail coming towards the Fayetteville area. Might slide just south of there. And if it stays on the southern side of Fayetteville, it's going to allow us to use one of my absolutely favorite cameras. This is on the mountain kind of south of Fayetteville, looking back towards the town on I-49. So it gives us a really great elevation, but also really great sky. It's a solid camera. And yeah, it's about to get rough down there. Fayetteville, Greenland, Prairie Grove, Farmington, West Fork. You want to be hunkered down into a sturdy structure away from windows. I think half dollar size hail is probably minimum. I think you may get some ping pong balls out of that area. We have quite a bit on our cameras at the moment. Kind of a big shelf cloud. This is associated with that big bowling ball of a meso in Texas. You can see the leading edge of that shelf cloud kind of look on the leading edge of that. We've lost the tornado warning, but still a really dangerous storm coming into areas around Fort Worth. Yeah, so that camera is located right about there, looking out towards that storm. So that kind of shelf cloud look is the leading edge of this, with some very heavy wind and rain just tucked in behind it. There is also a couple still areas of rotation potentially in there. There's one that's kind of trying to localize. So kind of the old one back up in there near Boyd, but it does look like it's trying to get a new little inflow channel in the southern flank of the storm over Pelican Bay. So we do have to keep our eye. This could try and retighten a new area of circulation. A couple new warnings into northern Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warnings there. Wise, Denton, Parker, and Tarrant counties moving southeast at 30. Finally going to warn that cell that we've also been looking at for quite a while with that area of rotation. I believe the Fort Worth office kind of treats things fairly conservative on some of the warnings, which is probably a good thing. There's kind of a toss-up. You need to warn a really populated area, so that you want to warn a really populated area, and you want to kind of warn them out ahead of time. But at the same time, you don't want to have too many false alarms across a super populated area. Otherwise, you get like the boy who cried wolf scenario. Basically, at about 35 miles an hour, Keller, 18 minutes, North Richland Hills, 30. So about 30 minutes to Fort Worth. And then as it holds together, about an hour towards Dallas as that holds together. Really dangerous storm there. And yeah, it's trying to also organize and localize a new area of rotation around Lake Forest, Pelican Bay, Peden Road. Keep an eye on that. That could get a tornado warning soon too. Tornado warning here for areas around Mineral Wells. There's your area of rotation tucked back in here. US Highway 281, just in here near Volters Village. Yeah, big area of rotation right there showing up. That's also going to bring some damaging winds through Weatherford, Hudson Oaks, Willow Park, Annetta South, as well as ping pong ball size hail. That's for Parker and Palo Pinto counties. Also at 35, so we'll take this one out too. Weatherford, about 20 minutes from now. Millsap, 11. Mineral Wells, you need to be in your safe place now. That's now. Look at that shelf cloud. That's the big band kind of on the leading edge of that large mesocyclone. That's with the other storm. You can kind of see the difference if let me slide it just over a little bit. You can see the difference. This one's a little more compact. That's why this one's tornado warned at the moment. This one is just a big, beefy, broad, windy mess with a couple areas that could tighten up and localize that we do have to watch. But you can kind of see the difference there. They both have probably similar 70, 75 mile an hour winds associated with the mesos. And yeah, they're both drifting towards the south and southeast. Look at that. That is a very impressive shelf. The other tornado warning we just got was the areas still around Hugo, Oklahoma, Rattan, Oklahoma, Fort Townsend, and Sawyer. This is a new warning there for Pushmataha County and Choctaw County, southeast Oklahoma, moving at about 30 miles an hour to the south and east. So continue to keep your eye on this one, Fort Townsend, all the way down to Idabel and Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Look at that moving in. That's an insane look there. That is. The structure on the storm on Saturday must have been absolutely crazy. But we couldn't really see it because it was dark. We saw the power flashes and the natural gas explosion, but the structure on that cell must have been even bigger than that. But yeah, here comes that shelf, and then the heavy rain and the strong winds are tucked just behind there. New severe thunderstorm capable of golf ball size hail, Red Oak, Oklahoma, over towards Havener. Ping pong ball size hail south and west of Fort Smith. And yeah, $50 to potentially up to about golf ball size around Prairie Grove, pushing into White Rock, Farmington, Greenland, West Fork. Look at that moving across the camera. That is just, if you don't love weather looking at something like that, that is just really impressive. The amount of energy that goes into that and the raw power of that storm is just crazy impressive. They're re-upping a bunch of warnings, considerable threat, golf ball size hail across those areas around Fort Smith. And then still seeing that kind of QLCS spin in here near Christmasville. There's potentially a few other areas of rotation that we do have to kind of keep our eye on. But it was this area that was tornado warned around Durhamville and St. Peters. Some of that has come down in the last couple of minutes. You can kind of see more of this cooler air kind of crashing into this area of circulation. But still a little bit in here near Christmasville. And again, a destructive severe thunderstorm working across the areas around Poplar Bluff, Naylor, Neelyville, Missouri. Really dangerous storm there. That has had a history of baseball-size hail, tornadoes, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. So it's being warned as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm. Looks like back towards Doniphan, we've had golf balls, 1-inch hail, $50 size hail. That's a dangerous storm. Here comes the wind and rain into this camera here at Springtown. Oh, when I got up last and grabbed a snack and there was a guy at the door I had to talk to real quick. After I got done with that, I saw a video from a meteorologist in the Springfield area. That baseball to teacup-sized hailstorm that went across the Springfield area this morning, or I guess early afternoon, just absolutely crushed a ton of cars in the Springfield airport, which is also the National Weather Service site. But yeah, the parking lot here at the Springfield airport, the video of it is just row after row of just car windows blown out, and depending on which way the cars were facing, the back windshield, like the trunk windshield, was blown out, and big, splatters of, it looks like someone threw baseballs at the car. So that's probably tens of millions of dollars of damage right there just on one parking lot. And yeah, this area by the airport had teacup-sized hail, windows broken out, dents, damage to tree limbs. If there were any airplanes actually on the tarmac, they are probably going to need to be inspected. They may have repairs. So that's probably even more millions of dollars of damage. That major hailstone a major hailstorm went across a fairly large airport. Also, apparently, we did get a report of at least 4-inch hail at Aurora in Missouri, so that may be the largest reported hail of the day so far. Here's a look out of Fayetteville. This is about to go downhill real quick on this camera. Little pocket of hail also south of there, but about to really roll into Fayetteville from Farmington and Prairie Grove. This camera is right about there looking towards the north, towards Fayetteville. So we'll see. We may have some hail on this camera too. 2-inch hail near Scraper, Oklahoma in Adair County. That's a little while ago associated with that storm. So that storm may have golf ball to lime-sized hail. And then let's go back and take a look at these storms. This is probably very close to tornado genesis, just near Mineral Wells. Let's see. Yeah, right in here, Volter's Village. Wouldn't be surprised if that is really close to producing. If it hasn't already, that's likely close to being a tornado in progress. That's approaching Weatherford. Weatherford, Texas. You need to be in a tornado-safe place, lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. And yeah, we're seeing the big shelf cloud come across this area. Azell, Pelican Bay, wraps back in here near Newark. We'll keep an eye on that area, but non-tornadic at the moment on that cell. And then above me, this is the camera out of the Fayetteville area, so you can see the visibility going downhill. We may get some hail on this camera too. And then here's the stronger winds behind that leading edge of the shelf cloud. You can see the camera's kind of rocking back and forth just a little bit behind that leading edge. The heavy rain starting to push into that camera too. But I'm curious, this camera may actually provide us a little bit of look at some of that hail in there. A couple of different cameras with some really good shots of weather right now. That's looking at that tornado-warned storm near Mineral Wells. Don't know if we're going to see anything. I think that area of circulation is wrapped in the rain. Oh, and if it's not on the ground, it's very, very close. Near Volter's Village, along Mineral Wells Highway. Likely a tornado in progress, even if we're not seeing the correlation coefficient drop. Let me see, just a couple different ways of doing it. Yeah, there's likely a tornado in progress right there at Holiday Hills Country Club. It's going to be tucked back up into that bowling ball of rain. Probably maybe just to the right side of this camera, right around there. If it was darker, you could definitely look for power flashes back up in there. But that's a serious storm. Just east of Mineral Wells Highway. You guys need to take your tornado safety precautions. And that's generally headed towards Weatherford, Texas. Keep an eye on that camera too. And then this is our storm that's producing some at least kind of golf ball size hail across the fort. Not Fort Smith. Fort Smith also does have golf ball size hail southwest side of town. Ping pongs and golf ball size hail. And yeah, ping pong, golf ball size hail, tornado possible around Fayetteville. Kind of a broad area of rotation. I don't think it's really tornado possible. it would have some work to do before it generates a tornado. Trying to look at the camera to see if we have any hail. Let's see. Oh, hey, Cactus, how's it going today? Tomorrow, Georgia may have some severe weather tomorrow. You guys are in a level 1. Yeah, level 1 out of 5 tomorrow across South Georgia. Wouldn't be surprised if it pushes a little bit towards the areas around Macon. And then tonight, the severe threat really should ramp down by the time storms get into Georgia. But the northwest areas of Georgia do have a level 1 risk. They have, it looks like, pushed the slight risk a little further east than earlier. And they've pushed the slight risk much further east across the areas in Tennessee. That's probably as an anticipation as this continues to kind of work along the I-40 corridor. So yeah, if you're in kind of that area that borders the state line with Alabama, you may get some stronger storms. A little better chance of storms the further west you are in Georgia tonight. Looks like they're updating the tornado warning there around Cool. Oh, let's see. Still don't see any hail on that camera, but it's really hard to tell there in the Fort Smith area. But this camera is looking very interesting. That's going to be looking essentially at the leading edge of this area. Kind of another little shelf cloud look. So that air of rotation is still tucked back up in there. And that's a tornado in progress right there. So we do now see the correlation coefficient drop. That's on Mineral Wells Highway. And yeah, that usually means that it was on the ground a scan or two before. Oh yeah, last scan, it was on the ground too. But usually it was probably on the ground when we called it earlier. We didn't see the correlation coefficient, but we saw the very tight couplet there. And sometimes it does take a scan for debris to get lofted to the height of the radar beam. So it was likely producing damage already around Holiday Hills Country Club. And then it's continued to follow Mineral Wells Highway. Still looks like it may still be in here around Clark Gardens, Mineral Wells Highway. It's kind of broadened back out. But very clearly, that was definitely a tornado in progress on the southwest side or southeast sides of Mineral Wells, at least a couple miles here along Mineral Wells Highway. And that has gone observed. So Fort Worth office has observed that. Radar confirmed tornado continues there southeast at 25. Again, observed tornado back there in the rain. That camera is pretty close to looking at. And yes, it still looks like it's in here near Cool, Texas, just on the latest radar scan. Yep. That is a bit on the ground, probably about 10 minutes or so. That's about 5:05, right before the CC drop. And then 5:09, 5:10, and now 5:13. So that is still a tornado likely in progress there, just south of Cool and just following it south of Mineral Wells Highway there. So that tornado is going to be pretty much be just on the right side of this camera, wrapped up in that rain. Wow. That camera is seeing basically all of this kind of on the leading edge here. with that tornado tucked up back behind it. Yeah, right in there. I believe that camera's kind of right here looking at that. And yeah, watching that camera, the clouds on the front side are rotating very slowly from right or from left to right. So that storm motion is the mesocyclone around that area of circulation, and the storm itself is moving towards the east-southeast. So a couple different storm motions there. Yeah, still tornado in progress, approaching Preble. Dangerous storm there, and then also a dangerous storm coming into areas north sides of Fort Worth. Similar storm, but not quite as organized for rotation. It's more of a damaging wind threat through Eagle Mountain, Saginaw, and then approaching North Richland Hills, maybe just north and east of Fort Worth of downtown. Yeah, that's a very impressive circulation on that cell to the west. It's in a horrible radar hole, so we haven't really covered it that much, but there is rotation still showing near Yugo Lake in Oklahoma, north of Fort Townsend. Again, we'll get a little better radar coverage as we get into the Arklatex for that storm. Continue to basically prepare for a damaging, at least damaging hail and damaging winds if you're in Broken Bow and Idabel, Wright City, but that storm has likely had a pretty significant tornado threat at times too. And that storm also has a long history of damage, whether it's tornado damage or damaging winds. There's been trees that have fell on homes. There's been emergency manager reports damage. So that storm is a really serious storm across southeast parts of Oklahoma. And then still seeing this cluster of storms, golf balls to maybe ping pong ball size hail at times, south sides of Fort Smith. Tornado possible, considerable threat coming through areas around Fayetteville. That's looking at this area. It has the worst of it is likely pushed just to the east of 49. Yeah, there still is a little bit of circulation there near West Fork. I also have to watch a couple of those other cells. Just a little while ago, Lincoln, Arkansas. Ping pong ball size. So definitely seeing some strong storms. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple more severe warnings out of that cluster of storms that's now into northwest Arkansas. And then things finally kind of settle down back towards Tulsa. The other storm that really means business, we've had 70-mile-an-hour winds at Neelyville. That's by a trained spotter. Considerable threat coming through Poplar Bluff. This storm has had a long history of damage and hail as well. A little bit less concentrated right now, but there's pockets of some really large hail, half-dollar size to tennis ball size hail. It's riding right along the Arkansas and Missouri state line. So Pidgeot, Holcomb, Campbell, Clarkton, and Malden. Basically, tornado safety precautions for those larger hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. You want to really stay away from windows in that situation, especially windows on the windward side where those storms are coming from. Jackson, Tennessee did get the severe warning. Big batch of severe storms across West Tennessee and across now northern parts of Mississippi. But just a ton of rain and lightning and some damaging wind. And then north of Canton, we have an area that has potentially some lime-sized hail in Mississippi, approaching Pickens, Mississippi, and Vaughn, Mississippi. That's a pretty dangerous storm there as well. There's a look kind of close to that Pickens area. That's not quite in the hail core, though. All Let's see for that storm. Let's see. Bowden, Georgia. Okay, yeah, you guys are going to be right on that line for some potentially some stronger storms. Basically, Alabama, you get the level 2 slight risk. So later tonight, there could be some stronger storms pushing into that area, into northwest Georgia. They have added that slight risk further to the east. They've nudged it across Alabama. And then, yeah, especially southern Kentucky and then middle Tennessee, they have added you guys back into a slight risk. So it's kind of mostly going to be like this batch of storms that works its way across Alabama and Mississippi and then into parts of middle Tennessee later. We are getting a new tornado warning that's going to extend out through Idabel, Broken Bow. We've been talking about those communities for a little while, but McCurtain and Red River counties in southeast Oklahoma, northeast Texas, and that's moving east at 55. That storm has sped up quite a bit. All right, let's go back to Texas here. A little bit of circulation also picking up in this cell. We'll have to watch that. That's going to be just north of North Richland Hills, north of the Saginaw area. And then this storm has gone back to radar indicated near Preble. Yeah, not seeing that circulation, at least on correlation coefficient anymore. But that's approaching Weatherford pretty much as we speak. So this is out of the Weatherford exit on I-20. Generally looking towards that area of circulation as well. It's going to be just basically to the kind of the top right of the camera perspective. Again, it's kind of hard to see. It's going to be wrapped in rain, so we'll kind of continue to watch that area. But they have also added a tennis ball size hail, tornado possible, considerable threat around that storm. I think that's a good idea, just kind of warning that whole area beyond the tornado warned area. Tennis ball size hail across the Weatherford area, south of Springtown towards eventually Willow Park, Annetta South, Aledo, areas there. Looks like we do have some tornado damage. Train spotter reported a swath of tree damage near Mineral Wells Highway and Maddox Road. That's where we saw the tornado debris signature. So that was likely a tornado in progress there. Yeah, that started near Volters Village and just traveled just along the Mineral Wells Highway. That area of the storm is continuing to basically advance towards this camera perspective, towards Mineral Wells, or sorry, towards Weatherford. And then also watching this tornado possible severe thunderstorm, trying to get its act together a little more with rotation. And then the hail is in here near Keller, Southlake, and Roanoke, Texas. Yeah, there's some of your hail showing up on the differential, kind of right in there. And then not showing hail quite as much on the Weatherford storm. There's also other severe storms, considerable threat with golf ball size hail. They've also warned both of the storms across the northwest Arkansas metro. Yeah, around Whistler. Golf ball size hail coming towards St. Paul. And then now pushing now east of the Fayetteville, east of the I-49 corridor, but a little bit ago, looks like Greenland, Arkansas, 1-inch hail. So we may have missed the biggest hail in that camera perspective. That's a little bit further down on 49, generally in that area near Whistler, with the big hail. Looks like that has crossed the interstate, so still a rough ride on 49. I would not want to make that ride in the storms with a lot of hills. It's really hilly terrain. There's high bridges, there's tunnels. You don't think of that kind of terrain for Arkansas, but yeah, it's beautiful but crazy terrain. I would not want to ride that in the snow or in a big severe weather. It does not look like this. It's pretty flat here out in Weatherford, a couple of rolling hills, but that storm we can kind of watch that circulation roll into town. Still seeing broad rotation in that mezzo. It's about to cross into Weatherford here just the next couple minutes. It does not look like it's imminently tornadic, but it can wrap up in just a scan or two, so it does not take much. Go back and look at our storm in areas north of Richland Hills, around Keller. Still seeing a little circulation there as well. That's at 287, right kind of in this little hook feature. Unlike yesterday, I don't see any crazy hail sizes out of that storm. Go back to the Weatherford storm. That was the area that was tornado warned or tornado in progress a little while ago. It's still tornado warned, still rotating in here just to the west of Weatherford. That's basically the area of rotation, but it's really hard to see anything. It's kind of wrapped up in the rain. Basically a 69-mile-an-hour wind gust there in Parker County, southeast of Mineral Wells. The mesocyclone is just crossing the interstate, basically just ahead of us there on this camera. And then the hail core is going to be off to the right side of that camera perspective and probably just past where the little tag for northwest looking is. Yeah, it's going to be just past there. We'll hop back and check out lime-sized hail around Pidgeot, Arkansas. Considerable threat continues there. That's going to work back into areas around Campbell and Holcomb in Missouri. And then they've extended out a warning considerable threat for winds across Dexter, Bernie, Bloomfield, areas around Sykeston. Seeing still a big batch of gusty winds, quarter-size hail. This area has had a couple little QLCS spins. It was tornado warned earlier. Looks like that area has kind of fallen apart a little bit. But still pretty big batch of storms, severe warned across northern parts of Mississippi. And then still a strong storm pushing into Idabel, Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Really dangerous weather there. New warning for the storms through Mineral Wells and back towards Palo Pinto. Some small hail up to lime-sized. I guess that's not super small, but small storms producing lime-sized hail. Tennis ball-sized hail approaching the Weatherford area. And yeah, that hail core is just going to be beyond this camera perspective. This is downtown Weatherford. So we may get into some of that larger hail here. I don't see nothing crazy there on that camera, but that's looking west at Weatherford over some of the larger hail. Continuing that radar indicated tornado warning, lime-sized hail. It's near Weatherford, near I-20. Yeah, it's going to be right in there. I don't see anything that says it's on the ground, at least visually. Yeah, it does not look like it's on the ground at the moment. This cell has come down a little bit, being warned for quarter-size hail across northern parts of the Fort Worth metro, northern Tarrant County. That essentially is kind of the area that's under the gun the most there. Keller, Grapevine, and South Lake. That is sinking towards the Dallas-Fort Worth metro as well, or Dallas especially, north of Fort Worth. And then, yeah, we do have a feisty storm, half-dollar size hail around Pickens, Mississippi. That area worked through the Yazoo area just a little bit ago with 1-inch hail. A couple people asked about Georgia there recently. If you guys are still on the stream, tornado threat should be minimal across the areas of eastern Alabama into Georgia. It's mostly a damaging wind risk later across eastern Alabama and into north Georgia, and also a small risk of some hail, some larger hail across those areas as well. But yeah, by the time those storms get to you, they're going to be a diminishing risk, with likely the most risk being the damaging winds. And then day 2, we do have kind of an extended tornado risk across the Gulf Coast. I think particularly across Texas could have a couple supercells tomorrow. The wind risk also extends across the Gulf Coast. And then hail, yeah, particularly back here across the hill country of Texas, could have some larger hail. I wouldn't be surprised if some of this gets a slight risk for potentially some hail back here and potentially also for some wind across kind of the I-20 corridor tomorrow. Still seeing broad rotation in this Weatherford storm. Um, the rotation is basically crossed the highway already, just to the left of our camera, but the hail core is just about to come into more areas there towards Weatherford. There's also another hail core back in the cell towards Millsap, so another strong section of the storm. This is just a little west of Weatherford towards Brock Junction, kind of keeping our eye on that part of the storm too. And then yeah, this cell over northern Fort Worth is it's still a supercell, but it's kind of diminished a little bit. It's also turned, I think, right a little further. Yeah, so instead of still being on a track for like Arlington area, it's actually more gonna skirt potentially the northwest suburbs of Dallas. So areas around Capel, Carrollton, Farmers Branch. You guys may be in more aligned for that storm. It's actually made more of a right turn. May have gotten kind of deflected from these storms. These storms are still moving mostly to the southeast, which means the worst of this Weatherford storm is also going to miss Fort Worth, as well as all those storms back to the west of that. A couple new warnings. They're going to extend severe warnings for that cluster of storms into western Arkansas, south of Fort Smith. A little bit of a tornado possible tag also there near Midland, just south of the Fort Smith area. Keep an eye on that area. Continuing those warnings, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail. Ooh, some rotation in here near St. Paul, too. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. That would be rain wrapped up in the Boston Mountains there into the Ozarks. And then ping pong ball size hail extending out across the Boot Heel of Missouri towards Haiti, just north of Kennett, and then all the way into western Kentucky, Ridgely and Tiptonville. Or sorry, western Tennessee. It slides south of Kentucky. They have also added a new severe thunderstorm watch. Let's get the details on that. New severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. Central Time. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to ping pong ball size. Scattered gusts up to 70. And that includes areas like Murray, Kentucky, Madisonville, Clarksville, Bowling Green, Somerset, and areas like Glasgow, Kentucky. And then into Tennessee, Clarksville, Nashville, Murfreesboro, Shelbyville, Cookeville, and then all the way down into southern Middle Tennessee around Lawrenceburg. The entire Nashville metro included into that severe thunderstorm watch. All right, back to the areas around Fort Worth. Again, we have a supercell that's kind of starting to fizzle a little bit. It's not tornadic, and it is shrinking in size around Keller, South Lake, and Grapevine. Still a severe thunderstorm threat across those areas north of Fort Worth. The bigger concern is the tornado warning cell south of Weatherford. Still seeing some rotation in here just south of Weatherford. And then potentially some big hail just about to cross areas around Brock Junction. That is around this camera. So keeping an eye on both of those cameras around Brock Junction, as well as keeping on the camera in the Weatherford area. That is kind of in that area where there would be a circulation still. It's really kind of minimalized. It's really broad at the moment, but that area of wind and rain is kind of where that remnant circulation is still located. A little bit ago, 2-inch hail at Palo Pinto, just south of Mineral Wells. You can see those surges of storms kind of pushing across the highway. This is right at Brock Junction, so we'll see if that, this maybe I'll get into some of that tennis ball size hail in this location. And then a new warning out of this cluster of storms in southeast Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm warning there for DeQueen. Areas around, kind of weird how that kind of cuts around. There's a puzzle piece. That'll likely get filled in by a different Weather Service office. And then tornado warning continues there around Idabel and Broken Bow. Air rotation back near Wright City. This is kind of the last batch. They are cutting a bunch of the watches behind this. So areas around Tulsa, northeast Oklahoma, all good to go. You guys are done with the severe weather. And then behind this cluster of storms also, they're cutting areas like Wichita Falls, Henrietta, Ardmore, Durant, Pauls Valley, Ada, McAllister, Holdenville. So a bunch of areas for Oklahoma. In the next hour or so, most of Oklahoma should be clear of basically all the severe weather. Potential for the largest hail is kind of just about to come into this camera at Brock Junction, I-20. I'm very curious to see if we get some large hail on this camera. Yeah, it's right in there. They are going to extend out a new tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning, lime size hail from Weatherford to the south and east. Yeah, still seeing some circulation in there. It's kind of paralleling just south of I-20. It's right in this area, just to the south of Weatherford. This is along basically South Main Street, State Highway 171. And that's also Cleburne Highway. So we'll keep an eye on those cameras too. Weird. It should be getting large hail. I just don't see a ton in there right now, so that's a good sign. All right, since that area probably should have had the large hail by now, we'll head back to the area of circulation. It's going to be right in that area. That's looking west from Cleburne Highway 171. That tracks. That's looking basically at this area of circulation. Kind of going to be tucked up in the rain, but see if anything develops right in there. Yeah, new tornado warning that continues out from the Weatherford area, southeastern Parker County in north central Texas. The storm on the north side of Fort Worth continues to weaken with some 1-inch hail still potentially in here. Multiple reports of 1-inch hail around Keller. And if there is any hail in here still, it's around Grapevine, north of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Like Missouri is calming down. The severe storms never really made it up to St. Louis, so that's a good area. They got a little bit of a break. Some rain made it up that way, but a little better shape for St. Louis today. Still around New Madrid, southern parts of Missouri. The storm has had a long history of considerable threat. The hail seems to have diminished some. It's still ping pong ball size hail around Clarkton, and then across from Holcomb to about Tiptonville, Tennessee. And then we're starting to see a little diminished severe risk across these areas. There still are severe storms across southern middle Tennessee around the Jackson area. Continuing to work towards the east. Savannah, Henderson, and Jackson. Here's a look out of the Jackson area. There's been a pretty good amount of lightning in that kind of line segment as well. That extends down through Corinth, Mississippi, and then pushing into northwest Alabama around Florence. A couple hailstorms also around Durant, Mississippi, Lexington, and Carthage. It's hard to say because it's still a little bit further from the radar site, but it does appear like this storm is weakening west of Broken Bow and Idabel. Still tornado warned. Still take this very seriously in McCurtain. Yeah, central McCurtain County in Oklahoma. Still take that a very seriously storm that's had a long history of severe reports. There comes the wind and rain into that area south of Weatherford. I don't think we're going to see too much on that camera, but it is generally kind of where that area of rotation is located. Couple hail cores like west of Fort Worth, and then that storm is weakening across the Dallas area. Still a pretty feisty storm in the Boston Mountains, northern parts of Arkansas, around St. Paul. I think the hail has actually come up. Yeah, ping pong ball size hail potentially in there. Some gusty winds also in that storm. Still staying broad across this area south and now kind of southeast of Weatherford. There is still a damaging wind risk in this storm and also some hail still wrapped up there in some pockets south of I-20. Most of the hail is now south of I-20, except for a couple of these cells back through Palo Pinto County. Kind of marginally severe hail, potentially still back in there. And then some good news here. Broken Bow, Idabel, they're going to extend out a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag that expires in 53 minutes. This cell, I think, is actually weakening. It's finally weakening and likely going to replace the tornado warning for those areas. Idabel, Broken Bow over towards Hayworth, and then into Arkansas, DeQueen to Winthrop. Still a dangerous storm. Still has a ton of lightning with it, but it is good to see that that is trending down, which is great to see. Hey, Tyler, how's it going tonight? Yeah, we can take a look. So you guys are in that tornado watch. Next couple minutes to really say if anything's going on there. Where'd it go? Yeah, okay, there it is. Okay, you guys are south of Sherman. It appears like right now, you do want to pay attention. You're in a tornado watch area. You got to pay attention for severe weather. It appears like right now, I think if this kind of batch of showers gets through you guys without any rapid development, once you get kind of through that little batch of showers, they do seem to be fizzling right now. That's going to basically, I think, end that severe risk. So they are trimming a bunch of counties like Jacksboro and Wichita Falls from that watch area. So give it a few more minutes to kind of officially reduce that severe threat. But this kind of watch area was for a couple supercells. Those have mostly developed across this area south of Wichita Falls and moved towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So non-zero chance, but it looks like it is a bit of a conditional slash minimal threat there for areas around Sherman. Cool. Yeah, a couple more minutes, it'll kind of probably officially be cleared from that. But and most of the other storms went north of the Red River. You guys kind of split the uprights there. These storms went to your south, and then these storms have worked off towards the east. So you guys may have lucked out. Right now, we're seeing a decrease in severe weather also across the east. Um, Those storms are sub-severe across now. Most of Alabama, a couple spots there, still some gustier winds, but those seem to be downtrending as they push into Alabama and also across Middle Tennessee. You do have to watch this batch for occasional gusty winds, but haven't seen any really tornadic signatures in that part of that line segment in a while. And then still seeing some strong storms across central Mississippi, Lexington, Durant, Kosciuszko. It includes I-55 there around Goodman. That is still a little nasty batch of storms. And wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit larger hail in there too. There is kind of minimally for the next few minutes, but it's more of a conditional risk. Earlier soundings show that this area did have more of a cap in place than maybe originally kind of expected. So the cap, I think, has held the storms back. It looks like also your threat for the 4-inch hail that the Storm Prediction Center warned about earlier, that should be minimal. And yeah, the severe threat going into North Texas is reducing pretty quickly if you're north of this kind of now boundary / cluster of storms. With the strongest storm of the bunch now being in this area south and east of Weatherford. It's going to continue moving south and east around Burleson, Mansfield, Midlothian, Texas. Keep an eye on this one as it continues to work south of the Fort Worth area. And then we have had a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas in Dallas County, Irvin, Carrollton, Richardson, Garland, Texas, Mesquite, Texas. Basically downtown Dallas and especially north of Dallas. This cell, though, does continue to shrink. There is a little pocket of hail in here around Grapevine. And I believe that's the Tulsa Weather Office. They did fill in the little gap in that puzzle piece of this warning around Wickens, Arkansas, quarter-size hail, and 60. I know it's the Little Rock office. And the Shreveport office. That's the two offices there. Tulsa does take care of some of those areas in the western part of the state. Considerable threat still continues across northern Arkansas, St. Paul, and then stretching out towards Daniel Mountain. There's some really small areas in here. Not a ton of population up in the really rugged parts of the Ozarks. But areas around Edwards Junction, considerable threat there. Ping pong ball size hail coming your direction. And believe it or not, we got cameras all over the place. Edwards Junction actually has a camera positioned up on the ridge line. So it's a pretty nice spot. I wouldn't want to do it in a considerable threat severe thunderstorm, make that drive up here, but yeah, that's a cool look. It's a little bit rainy right now, but this camera is going to go downhill very quickly. We probably in the next few minutes won't be able to see kind of the ridge lines in the background and probably even some of those trees closer to the foreground. And yeah, still seeing this area here around Broken Bow, Idabel, an area to watch, but that still is slowly starting to diminish as well. It's now through Wright City, it's through Garvin, Oklahoma, and approaching areas right just around the Idabel area. Still seeing a little bit of rotation in there. They've looks like trimmed the tornado warning across the area south of Weatherford, Annetta South, Aledo. It does kind of clear the Weatherford area, so Weatherford improving conditions there. Boy, I feel like that area has slowed down a little bit too. It's still down in here near Doyle Road and Cleburne Highway. still west of the Fort Worth area. But keep an eye on this if you're down here towards Lakeshore Estates and some of those areas. Yeah, we'll move down here. This is near Lakeshore Estates, kind of looking at that area. Texas Highway or US Highway 377 down kind of right in this area in here. Does look like it's still generally looking to the southeast. So that warning is a little puzzling. Surprised it doesn't extend out more like this, just in case. A little bit of a misshaped warning. Some more damage reports coming in. Palo Pinto County, multiple homes and structures damaged. That's right where we saw that tornado debris signature picking up. Tree snapped, northeast of Mineral Wells. Yeah, that's going to be tornado damage right in here. Oh, actually, I pulled up that social media post. Actually looks like pretty significant tornado damage. Yeah, that wrapped up pretty quickly there near Volter's Village. We called you guys out a while ago. Oh, and we just posted on WXCast Live. There's another video. It's kind of a similar video to the meteorologist I mentioned earlier that is from Springfield Branson National Airport earlier with hundreds or more cars heavily damaged from that teacup to maybe close to grapefruit-sized hail. Wow, yeah, that's going to be like millions of dollars of damage probably right there alone. So we verified, I think, big hail today. Let me check. I'll get you a better confirmation here. Oh, we are getting a new tornado warning out of Arkansas. It's going to be for that area north of DeQueen. Check the latest model runs and we'll see if it wants to pop anything else. That's the latest run. Yeah, it does look like your severe threat across northern Texas, the Red River Valley, is pretty much over after that batch that's along the I-20 corridor. More storms potentially tomorrow back into Texas, but most of that's going to be towards the Texas Hill Country. So Tyler, you should be good to go for the rest of the night. Always have multiple ways to get warnings, especially we're in the peak of severe weather season. Make sure you got your no weather radio charge. Make sure you got your phone alerts turned on. But yeah, unless something goes completely nuts, North Texas, the Red River is going to start to clear out. The storms kind of around Broken Bow, they're going to continue working into Arkansas tonight. And then those storms across the Dallas-Fort Worth metro are going to continue to sink into East Texas and the piney woods of East Texas there. So, yeah, much calmer across Oklahoma tonight and across the Red River. All right, some good news here. They are going to issue a tornado possible Lime-size hail, considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning to kind of replace that tornado warned storm around Weatherford. It does look like it did some significant damage back here east sides of Mineral Wells, where we saw the tornado debris signature. And then a new warning, though, for Palo Pinto County. Small storm, but a feisty one. Wouldn't be surprised if we have quarters to $half size hail out of that storm. And then let's go back up, double check our storms across Arkansas. Still watching those storms working into areas around Edwards Junction, Daniel Mountain. This is all north of I-40 at the moment, the strongest storms north of I-40. We get a better storm coverage out of this radar? Not really. Yeah, in a few minutes, Oklahoma is going to be basically clear of the severe threat. A new tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning. This goes for Howard and Sevier counties in kind of west central Arkansas. It's near Gillum, or 10 miles northwest of DeQueen, east at 35. And yeah, there's that area of rotation in here. Just crossed into the state line near Gillum. Should stay north of DeQueen. But yeah, that's a growing area of circulation there. Watch out for areas around Dierks, Arkansas. That's in west central Arkansas. Dangerous storm there. And then still seeing this cell with quite a bit of lightning. A little pocket of hail in here near Farmers Branch. But that cell is continuing to downtrend. It's continuing to lift kind of north along the northern suburbs of Dallas. Carlton, Richardson, Garland, maybe even towards Plano. Keep an eye on that cell. Mesquite. We have a camera also in some really remote parts of Arkansas. So although I was waiting on that storm across the northern tier, Edwards Junction, this is actually a storm this is a camera that's in our tornado warned polygon on US 71, just south of Gillum. Yeah, and I don't know if Tyler's still in here or not, but the radar apps are really good, or the weather apps are really good, but they will generalize. It'll instead of being like very specific here to your specific town or community, it will kind of generalize a general area. So yes, technically northern Texas, there is a risk for very strong storms with tornadoes because of this tornado watch in the area. The weather apps tend to not super kind of detail if those have passed. And then there's other weather apps that really only rely on one model. They don't kind of review multiple models or multiple model runs. So yeah, the weather apps are really great for kind of just getting some general weather information. But if you need like a specific, weather apps are not going to be able to tell you like, River Oaks, you're good, but whatever this area right here, it'll just kind of generalize like you have a severe thunderstorm or a tornado in your area. It won't kind of be able to tell you the difference that a few miles may make. It shouldn't lift too far to the north. It's not really even lifting north. It's actually moving east, but it's kind of shrinking at the same time. So it's lifted north of Dallas just because it's lost a lot of real estate. But yeah, it should continue to generally lift towards the east. So it'd be out towards Rockwall, Garland, Richardson. Yeah, it should be about the county to the south of you guys. And those couple showers looks like have fizzled across areas there around Collinsville. So you're in better shape. I see the low cloud base on this cell. We also did get a area down here. This area around Del Rio always prints out some really big hailstorms. Luckily, not too many people live out here in the Big Bend region of Texas, but east of Sanderson, Texas, some big hail, considerable threat. A couple times I've seen warnings down there where the Storm Prediction Center or the National Weather Service actually specifically lists like 0 population. Yeah, rotation in here just to the west of Gillum. It's going to continue across this 71 corridor. And yeah, with the cloud base so low, it doesn't take a super powerful area of rotation to really kind of get that to the ground level. So this is an area around the Gillum, Arkansas area. We do have to take our tornado safety precautions. Lowest level interior room, away from those windows. Don't think this area has too many basements, but if you do have a basement or can get into that lowest level, that's your best option. If not, usually a hall closet or a bathroom that has that interior wall space away from the windows. Nice. Yeah, it's a solid app. That one's a good one. This is Radar Omega, but I have it kind of customized. So it may not look exactly like your version, but I have custom color tables and things like that on it. Still seeing lamb-sized hail swinging across the southwest sides of Fort Worth, headed towards Crescent, and eventually towards Cleburne, Texas. It's going to be around the radar site around Burleson also. They've upped it actually to baseball-sized hail, destructive severe thunderstorm. Now this, if you're on the southwest sides of Fort Worth, you do want to treat this very similar to a tornado warning. 70-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. That's not a great situation. It is trying to also localize a new area of rotation, so this storm may not be done with trying to be tornadic as well. But that is going to continue to sink towards the south. Let's get a new track on this one real quick. It has slowed down quite a bit. It's about 20 to 25 miles an hour. So it is going to take a while to get through this warning polygon. Benbrook, Boss, Joshua, about 38 minutes. Cleburne, Texas, 50 minutes or so. And Burleson, about 43. Let's see. So for them, looks like that area that's trying to spin back up is going to be south of Benbrook. It's down towards Crescent, down this way. So tornado threat, probably a little bit south of them. If they live like, I don't know exactly where your family is. If they live up actually kind of in Benbrook, the tornado threat is minimal. If they live a little further south, like if they live a few miles south, you might want to give them a call. But let me take a look at the hail for you too. The worst of that storm, at least right now, is going to slide likely to the south of Benbrook. But if they live down near Lakeshore Estate, like on that side of town, they may be in for some larger hail. But yeah, this is kind of your hail core right in here. Crescent up to Lakeshore State, potentially there around Crowley and Burleson. And then the further southern part, that would be more of the, if that starts to wrap up around Crescent down to Joshua, that would be more of the tornadic threat. But anywhere in this warning polygon, you really want to take it pretty seriously. There's a lot of lightning around. Doesn't hurt to give them a call. Let them know there's a destructive severe thunderstorm in their area. I believe The destructive tag on the severe thunderstorm warnings will give you the phone alerts. Similar to a tornado warning, it'll give you like the take cover alert for tennis ball or baseball size hail. It should. And then some communities will also sound their sirens for destructive severe thunderstorms, because if you get hit on the head with a baseball, that's not a good situation either. So they really do want people inside. But there's your area of rotation. It's just north of Crescent, just north of the Motorsport Ranch. Sounds like a fun place. And that's still going to be like the last area of circulation, kind of tucked up in the rain there in that little notch. Otherwise, we have one tornado warning. It's in Arkansas at the moment. If that area near Crescent tightens up or gets a little more feisty on the rotation, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a new warning there. Rotation is kind of backed off this area. Still seeing some in here just near Gillum. But I think we're into kind of the meat of this storm. And that rotation is kind of on the leading edge, so I think this is past our camera. Looks like there might be hail on that camera. Quarter size hail. Actually, I thought it was hail, but I think it's just splashing up from maybe the camera base or something. New tornado warning also coming out for the areas to the south there. This is around Hayworth, Oklahoma, into areas around Foreman and Winthrop, Arkansas. Little River, Sevier, and McCurtain counties in Oklahoma. That's moving east at 35. That's the cell coming out of the Broken Bow area. There's the warning for that. Winthrop, 27 minutes. Wilton, 50. So yeah, about 30 minutes to about the Foreman, Arkansas area. I don't know if it's expanded at all, but McCurtain County, this southern and easternmost county in Arkansas, was, at least for a long time, the only county that officially in Oklahoma, sorry, I think I said Arkansas. McCurtain County, Oklahoma was the only county in Oklahoma that officially had a natural population of alligator. I don't know if their range has expanded at all, but at least a while ago, that was an interesting fact for Oklahoma. Georgiana in southern Alabama, $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. New warning there. And then Meridian, Mississippi, kind of back into the severe weather. I think this is the second warning you guys have had today since we've been on the stream. Pretty nasty cell there coming across Meridian. Well, that's good to hear. So yeah, then they have a pretty good proactive county then that sounds the alarm for a considerable threat. Ooh, Crescent. Oop, zoomed in too far. County Highway 917, just on the northeast side of Crescent along 377. That's a much more localized area of rotation. Probably will get a tornado warning out of this in just a minute. No CC drop on this just yet. We'd be looking kind of right in this area right there, and that's the area where we don't see a correlation coefficient drop. But yeah, just in here along 377 and just north of Crescent Highway, there's the warning. Yeah, that's a good idea. The destructive hail is going to be just north of there. Lakeshore States, Annetta South, Boss. Benbrook is probably going to get some hail. It just might not be the largest of that hail. New severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado 25 miles moving to the southeast. Tornado and baseball size hail, and that is for areas south of Fort Worth, Johnson County, western Johnson County. Does include Cleburne, Texas, Keene, Joshua, and Godley, Texas. Okay, there you go. There is some of the times of arrival there. Godley, 16 minutes, 33 to Joshua, 45, and about 40 minutes to Cleburne, 45 to Keene. Let's check that area of rotation again, because that's pretty tight. Right on State Highway 171. Would not be surprised if that is on the ground. A little bit messier of a CC right in there. Have to wait for the next scan to really kind of confirm that visually on radar, but that is pretty close to being on the ground. Yeah, right in here. Bonanza Circle, County Highway 1000, and then right along State Highway 171. Basically going to ride along 171 down to about Cleburne, Texas. So, dangerous storm there. Quarter size hail near Santo, Texas, and still seeing a cell with gusty winds and some small hail across the Dallas area. Basically stretching from Irvine and Carlton over towards Garland and Mesquite. Big cluster of storms now kind of formed across the Boston Mountains and the Ozarks. Still north of I-40, but some strong storms in here. Could get a few more severe warnings out of those this evening. Yeah, some stronger storms in here near the Buffalo National Wildlife area, Daniel Mountain, Jasper, Arkansas, down to areas around Clarksville. And then two areas of rotation, one now east of Gillum in Arkansas, approaching Dierks. That area has broadened out a little bit, but we are still pretty far from the radar site, so you do want to take those seriously, those warnings. We just don't have really good ground level looks at those two storms. Same for this area around Hayworth, Oklahoma, making its way towards Winthrop, Arkansas, and Foreman, Arkansas. Interesting thing about that part of Arkansas is we have literally better camera coverage than the radar coverage. This area of rotation continues to crash south along 171, south of Crescent now. There's one scan that was a little bit suspicious here for a correlation coefficient drop that shows the meteorological targets versus non-meteorological. But just on the latest scan, that kind of backed off. Wouldn't be surprised if that produced a quick tornado somewhere on the east side of Crescent, just briefly. Right in there, that looks really tight. Royce City, Texas. Yeah, we can take a look. They're an area that has less of a chance than we're working on in south of Fort Worth right now and west of Fort Worth on I-20. They have a little higher non-zero chance. We're watching basically that storm. If the storm in northern Dallas County, if that continues to downtrend, then their severe threat should be minimal. Once this kind of area gets by, then you're in a better shape there. So non-zero, but nothing to really panic about. Where are they? Okay. Minimal chance of severe weather. It looks like this cell is shrinking, and it should continue to slide to the south of Royce. If something like crazy happened where it absolutely just went insane, then they could have some severe weather, but they would be on the less severe side of the storm anyway. So yeah, minimal threat for severe weather for Royce. If they live south of there, though, like towards Mesquite or Terrell, Texas, Terrell, or Terrell, I forget how you pronounce that, but they live down in this area, maybe a little chance still at some severe weather. But really, as soon as this storm kind of passes, you're in good shape. Check this out. This is, oh, it's on our already. Look at the rainbow, double rainbow. I do always like to show this because we have, we show a lot of really damaging and destructive things on our weather broadcast sometimes because we're dealing with like damaging tornadoes and people's lives getting wrecked by 3-inch hail and things. But I also do like to show the beauty of storms. This is on the backside of that tornado warned storm across Oklahoma, or not in Oklahoma anymore, in Arkansas. The area that's actually getting a new tornado warning near Dierks and Locksburg and Nashville, Arkansas. But on the backside of this, right here, right about there, right about there, that camera is capturing an awesome shot of double rainbow. And if you're in this spot, I bet you can get a shot of double rainbow and lightning, because there's a ton of lightning in that storm. That's pretty cool. New tornado warning. This is out of the Shreveport office. Howard and Sevier counties in southwest Arkansas. It's that same cluster of storms around DeQueen, moving to the east. Yeah, there still is circulation in here. Kind of 2 areas of circulation to really keep your eye on. And then we also still have that second cell. So southwest Arkansas is still kind of coming up in the severe weather. May have produced a brief tornado also south of Crescent. Some weird CC in there. Storm still has some weird stuff going on, and the original circulation that's crashing south along 171 has broadened back out. There's kind of a new little area right in here. Still a tornado warning storm. It's still one to take pretty seriously. That's again headed towards Cleburne, Texas. That rainbow got even brighter, it looks like. It's actually one of the brightest rainbows I think I've ever seen. Storm Chaser had a, looks like a 3.5-inch size hailstone just south of Crescent, Texas, just a couple minutes ago, about 8 minutes ago. So this storm also has at least tennis ball size hail, if not more. Zooming out a little bit, we do have a couple things that are going on. Let me draw this out. This area here, most of Arkansas, from northern Arkansas, from the Missouri state line, all the way down through the Arklatex. This is a new tornado watch. It replaces the old tornado watch that was around this afternoon. It includes most of the major areas in Arkansas: Russellville, Searcy, Little Rock, Pine Bluff, down through Camden and Texarkana. Also includes northern Louisiana around the I-20 corridor from Monroe to Shreveport, and then eastern Texas, Tyler, Longview, Lufkin, and in those areas. It's a tornado watch and goes until 1 a.m. in the central time zone. A few tornadoes possible, scattered hail, up to 2 inches are likely, and 70-mile-an-hour winds, scattered gusts. So make sure if you're going to bed tonight across Arkansas, you do have a way to receive weather warnings overnight. It's mostly for the cluster of storms that's working into the western part of the state. Right now, we do have 3 tornado warnings across southwest Arkansas, extreme southeast Oklahoma, and then we also are watching some pretty strong storms also across the northern parts of the state. This will be a little bit interesting because this area has had storms earlier today, so some of this area may be a little worked over, but there's some boundary interactions and stuff, so there could be some interesting things that happen even across north central Arkansas. But particularly kind of this area here along the Arkansas and Louisiana state line, there hasn't been as much activity lately. Couple earlier severe storms, I guess lunchtime-ish. So the areas have had time to kind of recover in the atmosphere. There's been daytime heating since then. And also like East Texas, that area's had basically not been worked over. So there's a pretty good amount of storm fuel down here, especially. It does look like that storm severe threat north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area is diminishing. So that would be areas around Denton, McKinney, up through Sherman, Gainesville, and then areas around Greenville. I think is that area, Royce City, that kind of area. Caddo Mills. That storm over the northeast portion of Dallas, that one is basically done. It's fizzling really fast. While that storm fizzles, the storm to the south of Fort Worth and southwest of Fort Worth is still meaning business. Still a damaging hailstorm with potentially some baseball to tennis ball size hail. And then there is a new area that's trying to hook out here. and actually start to crashing to the south around Godley and down towards Bono, Cleburne, Texas. Keep your eye on this one. Still kind of reorganizing, but that storm does have potential there to reorganize an area of rotation. Trying to get any updates. Ooh. Yeah, some of those areas on the northeast side of Mineral Wells don't look great. I don't do much in the pre-rating, but just some of the damage I've seen, at least EF1, maybe it looks like some pockets of EF2 with some pretty intense structural damage to a couple of those areas on the east side of Mineral Wells. We'll see if this storm kind of reorganizes an area of rotation. It's not at the moment, but we'll continue to watch that. It's kind of crashing to the south. They've dropped the tornado warning, which is a fine thing to do. Not imminently tornadic. New tornado warning. This is going up for areas around Waldron, Boonville, south of Boonville towards Danville, Arkansas. Actually, a couple circulations in there. That's an interesting cluster of cells. And just in the last couple minutes, those have really organized to the east of Waldron. Dry Creek Wilderness. Not many people out here, but Union Hill, over towards Callahan Knob, the mountain range in there, Young Gravelly. Keep an eye on this, though, as it gets towards Danville later. Tornado warning there, that's for Scott and Yell counties in central Arkansas. Here's the Cleburne area looking at those storms. basically headed into the Cleburne area. Behind those tornado warned storms, absolutely beautiful. This is at Y City. Where is that? Right in here. The sun's coming out, a little bit breezy. The storms are kind of over the other side of the mountain. But yeah, that area's clearing out. Still taking a look at these storms across northern Arkansas. Severe warning storms continue there. It's going to be north of Clarksville, up into the Boston Mountains towards Daniel Mountain, Hurricane Creek, and the East Fork Wilderness. Eventually approaching Hector, Arkansas. That just looks like some type of like Arkansas travel guide or something. The setting sun, a little bit of a full river. A lot of heavy rain in that area recently. New tornado warning coming out. This is for Mineral Springs, Nashville, Arkansas, Washington, and areas to the north and west of Hope, Arkansas. Wow, we're really pushing a radar hole there. Where can we even get radar out of? That's the Shreveport radar. Little Rock. This area right here, Broken Bow, McCurtain County, really bad radar hole into western Arkansas. But yeah, you can kind of see there's a couple areas of circulations in here. There's a couple there. One, it looks like still in there near Winthrop. So continue to take tornado safety precautions in these areas, especially since we don't have good radar coverage in western Arkansas. This is going to be for Hempstead County, Sevier County, and Mineral Springs, about 45 miles an hour, down towards Washington, Blevins, eventually towards Prescott and Hope. And we do have cameras down there because that's along the I-30 corridor from Prescott to Hope, down towards Fulton. This is all well north of Texarkana at the moment. Keep an eye on those cameras. Starting to see a pretty big burst of wind. Looks like some blowing dust also around the Cleburne, Texas area. Destructive storm, baseball-size hail continues into that area. Tornado possible tag. Still watching this supercell. It's slowly moving on the south side of Fort Worth, but especially right in there, that's where we're going to have some of the largest hail. Joshua towards Keene and to the northeast sides at Cleburne. Here's a look at that area around Joshua. This is near Keene, so we'll take a look at this camera. This may get into some of the larger hail too. A couple of different areas to really keep your eye on that storm. We're getting some new tornado warnings also. Looks like they're going to continue another 15 minutes there, south of DeQueen, near Winthrop, Foreman, just north of Foreman. That cell, still a nasty cell. And then also getting a new warning around Meridian for this storm. Half dollar size hail, tornado possible tag around Meridian. Bouncing back a little bit here. They've issued a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for softball size hail, 4-inch size hail around the Cleburne area. So yes, you do, if you're in the Cleburne area, you need to treat this very similar to a tornado warning. Softball size hail can do tons of damage. It's going to be in this pocket. Back up in here near Godley, Joshua, approaching the areas around Cleburne. Continue to also watch to see if that area of rotation kind of reorganizes. It's made an attempt at it, but we'll see if it tries to tighten back up. If it does, it'd probably be south and southwest of Cleburne around Rio Vista. And quickly, we need to start kind of watching around Hillsborough. Looks like they're going to add a couple counties to this tornado watch in here. So Corsica, Hillsborough, yeah, anywhere kind of out south and east of this supercell needs to really pay attention to this storm. And then we still continue to watch 4 tornado warnings now into Arkansas. 2 of them, or I guess 2 storms, are in this one warning. It looks like it's kind of merged into one storm. That's east of Waldron and west of Danville. And then we have a cluster of tornadic supercells near Mineral Springs and also down towards Foreman. Those will continue working to the south and east. So watch out for Hope and Prescott along the I-30 corridor. A dangerous storm there. Also got a couple new warnings there in areas west of Del Rio, north of Del Rio, Sanderson. Considerable threat continues there along the Big Bend of Texas. And then, yeah, there's been kind of a little bit of an uptick in the cluster into east central parts of Mississippi. Ping pong ball size hail, considerable threat, golf ball size hail around Philadelphia, Mississippi, back to areas around Kosciuszko, and then also that cell near Meridian, pushing into Alabama. That cell, pretty feisty. We've lost quite a bit of the severe warnings in the northern part of this, across the Nashville area. Just a big mess of rain, some pockets of stronger winds, but yeah, the severe warnings have decreased significantly across that area. This looks like it's trying to spin back up. Just in the area, just on the west side of Cleburne, Texas. Not a lot showing on the velocity, but the the radar presentation looks fairly organized for this. And here's the latest radar scan. Let's see. Yeah, it's trying to organize. It's got it's a rear flank gust front kind of surging out here. Still has warm, moist inflow coming in. And yeah, it's going to try, I think, again at some tornado genesis in this area to the south and west of Cleburne. If there is, it's being warned for softball size hail. If there is softball size hail, it's going to be just to the north side of the Cleburne area around County Highway 1125, West Industrial Boulevard. Areas along the bypass there, just on the north side of town. We may have lost that camera. Just not from the storm from the damage, but just from the connectivity issues. With large hail like that about to fall on it. All right, we'll take the next working camera. It's a little bit away from that hail core, but this is some destructive hail around the Cleburne area. Or anywhere there along Weatherford Highway, downtown Cleburne, along the Beltway there, the 67 that comes across the northern side of town. You need to treat this very similar to a tornado in a sturdy structure, away from windows. Make sure there's no skylights above you. That could be a really dangerous situation. But yeah, that is a dangerous storm. And then we do have to watch for that tornado potential kind of redeveloping on the southwest side of town. Velocities are starting to come up a little bit, as I thought they would, just based on the presentation of that cell. It's in here near Woodward Avenue and US 67, approaching the Cleburne Golf Links. Yeah, there's that hook trying to wrap in there. So here's your RFD kind of gust front. Here's your inflow and your forward flank fanning out. The hail core just back there. Tornado sits in that interface. It would be kind of right in there, that little notch. Yep, that's where we see that velocity couplet picking up in this little notch right in there. And yeah, that's at the interface there of the RFD and of the inflow. Tornado warning now for this cell, just as we were kind of diagramming that going on. Tornado and softball size hail, southern Johnson County in north central Texas. Okay, we got our Cleburne camera back. Just about to get into some really big hail if this camera can hold. It's also looking towards that area of circulation, but probably not going to see it there just because of so much rain. And I would not be surprised if we see some hail starting to fall. Looks like maybe right now. This could be some damaging to destructive hail. And that tornado threat is increasing there on the south side of town. Actually, that's a tornado on progress right at the Cleburne Golf Links. Cleburne Golf Links, tornado on the ground just south of Highway 67. Southwest sides of Cleburne, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Rio Vista, Parker, you guys are up next. Tornado in progress over the Cleburne Golf Links. Yep, there it is right there. Yep, there's your velocity couplet right there. Some really strong winds also on the periphery of this circulation. And then, yeah, the big hail is coming across 67, just about to get into downtown Cleburne, along Weatherford Highway, and basically Main Street there. You can see the wind across this camera perspective is blowing away from the radar, so that checks out. That's checks out with that area of circulation. Still in there just over the Gulf links. Trying to look for some larger hail on that camera, but I don't see any at the moment. Not every hailstone is going to be the softball size, but boy, if that does hit your car, your windshield's done. The good news is it looks like it's relaxed a little bit. It may not be causing as much damage at the moment on the golf course. Tornado warning continues there. Cleburne down to Rio Vista. Look at that. And that is a well-structured supercell. Fanning out on the forward flank. Tornado in there. You can see the RFD because we're pretty close to the radar site too. Yeah, and even though it's not causing a lot of debris, it may still be in here. We're seeing pretty low-level circulation. Wrapping in here, right over the Gulf links. Oh, and that may be why it's not creating a lot of debris. It's over Lake Pat Cleburne. So that is, it still may be on the ground. It may be on the ground basically as a water spout. Some good news across Arkansas is we've lost a few of those tornado warnings. Still have the one near Nashville and Mineral Springs, generally sinking towards Washington, Blevins, Prescott, and Hope along the I-30 corridor. That should go north of Texarkana. So Texarkana, your severe threat is looking a little bit better right now. And then still seeing the severe storms, Clinton over towards Greer's Ferry, Fairfield Bay, and then back to areas north of Hector. Strong storms, a lot of lightning in those. Haven't seen any of that biggest hail in the Cleburne storm, but good news for the DFW area. This is sinking away from you guys. Yeah, this is moving away from DFW, so that's a good idea. Still very strong circulation in here on the southwest sides of Cleburne and along State Highway 177, Texas Highway 174, down towards Rio Vista. There are storm spotters apparently on this, but it's very hazy out in front of that. I think we saw the kind of haze and blowing dust out ahead of this storm, so it's very hard to see what's going on in that circulation. Ton of lightning in that storm too. Wow. That is a textbook structure in a tornadic supercell. Not seeing as much clear debris signature anymore, but it may still be kind of over this general lake area, which is producing less debris. So we'll see if it kind of ramps back up as it gets south of Cleburne on 174. It's headed towards Rio Vista. Rio Vista, you want to make sure you're in your tornado safe space. And I would start to get there if I'm out towards Blum or Covington, Texas. This storm is essentially coming towards Hillsboro, Itasca, Milford, and Italy, Texas. Really nasty storm there. You can see kind of as I pull out 7 o'clock in the central time zone, we have one supercell south of the Fort Worth area. We have kind of a messy cluster of storms across north central parts of Arkansas at the moment. We had a little concentration of tornado warnings earlier across western Arkansas. That's diminished into one tornado warning across western Arkansas at the moment. And then we do have a cluster of severe storms in east central Mississippi. There's also a number of strong storms, but a big cluster of wind and rain across these areas in Kentucky and Tennessee. A little bit of like a wake low kind of forming, so you may get some gusty winds out of this around Murray, Kentucky, Mayfield, over towards Clarksville. Just a big mess of kind of rain, wind, just a rough night, but severe weather chances should kind of minimize as that continues to work to the east. And then we do have another round of storms across northern Mississippi into Arkansas, back working across the Memphis area again, down to areas north of Little Rock. So a big mess of storms. Some of those are severe as well. And then a destructive severe thunderstorm capable of producing softball size hail. That's 4-inch diameter hail. And likely tornado still in progress here. I'm surprised this hasn't gone radar confirmed, but looks like we do still see debris in here as it's kind of come across Lake Pat Cleburne. Hopefully it did less damage because it was over the lake. But that is likely still in progress. There's even a little bit of a donut hole there, and that's exactly where a very tight area of rotation is. Likely tornado in progress there, just south along 174 County Highway 310A. Tornado warning continues there. Waiting on the next radar scan, we should be able to see that correlation coefficient drop, likely continuing there. It's along Nolan River Road, Highway 174, approaching Fox Court, County Highway 1109. And yeah, that's a tornado in progress. There it is right there, just cross County Highway 174. Yep. Tornado in progress there at Fox Creek, or Fox Court, 174. This should have been radar confirmed a while ago, but the Fort Worth office is a little slow sometimes at confirming things. It's approaching areas around Rio Vista. So Rio Vista, Texas, you need to make sure you're in your tornado safe space. That's a tornado in progress just north of you guys along 174. Really dangerous storm. Damaging winds potentially around this circulation. And then your tornadic circulation is sitting up there with the greens going towards the radar and the reds and yellows and oranges going away from the radar. So there's your circulation right in there. Still looks like it's on the ground and just not producing a ton of debris, but likely still on the ground. Again, this is kind of areas, there's not like a giant forest in here. It's likely just not producing a ton of debris at the moment. It's about to cross County Road 310. County Road 310, south of Cleburne. Dangerous storm there, continuing there. Again, apple-size hail outside of the tornado risk. We're looking at, not an apple, softball-size hail outside of the tornado risk. That's headed down towards Grandview, Texas. So if you're out ahead of this, you really need to take essentially tornado safety precautions for this this storm. And this is south of Dallas-Fort Worth. Dallas-Fort Worth, pretty much good to go. Weatherford, Mineral Wells. We've seen significant damage from a tornado that crossed just east of Mineral Wells earlier from this same storm. So this is the same storm caused already some significant damage. Likely a significant, intense tornado. Watching this cell still has some rotation on it. It was tornado warned earlier. Now down to a severe thunderstorm warning. That continues to areas north of Hot Springs. So we'll keep an eye closely on that one. And then still seeing the radar indicated tornado warning areas around Washington, Arkansas. Yeah, there's your rotation in here. Ozone and Oak Haven, just to the areas north and west of Hope, Arkansas. They are going to issue a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and tornado possible tag, extending out through Hillsborough and Whitney and Blum, Itasca, and Milford. Southeast at 25. So there's some of your communities there. Hillsborough, about 40 minutes. So you do have some time to get to that tornado safe space. Covington, about 10 or so minutes. Let me track it out a little bit differently. I'll track it out from the tornado area first. Yeah, about 16 minutes to Covington, 30 to Itasca, 48 to Hillsborough. And then tracking it more for the larger hail, kind of out on this side. About 30 minutes to Carl's Corner and 16 to Itasca, 40 to Hillsborough. Really dangerous storm there that's going to continue basically down along near Rio Vista and then into areas around County Highway 1137, Woodrow, Texas, Covington, Texas. Some small communities there, but those are some really impactful storms there. So 171, that's Highway 171 through Covington down to Hillsborough. All right, this is looking basically at Itasca, looking towards that tornado-warned storm out to the north and west. It may have lifted. It's hard to just kind of say. It does still show a pretty tight area of circulation just north of Rio Vista. Still in good shape on the timing for this. There's the new warning. They are going to extend that out. Surprised they didn't extend it all the way to Hillsborough, just for getting the major population in there. But either way, baseball-sized hail and a continued threat. This is northwestern Hill County, south central Johnson County in north central Texas. And it's near Rio Vista at the moment, southeast at 25. Again, a destructive severe thunderstorm. Was warned for softball-sized hail earlier, went down to baseballs. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the next scan we get another tornadic circulation. This is still a very tight couplet, still in here near Rio Vista. Covington, Itasca, Hillsborough, I'd start to get to my tornado safe space as well, just to kind of just take it extra cautiously, I guess. Hillsborough about 50 minutes, Carl's Corner 48, Itasca 29, Covington 16, Rio Vista it's now. Yeah, that area is just west of town or just north of town. You know, the Texas Children's Museum and Tower Road. And then out here along County Highway 1205. Significant supercell capable of producing a tornado in very short order, if it isn't already. That other cell north of Mount Ida has also gone tornado warned again in western Arkansas. Tornado warning there for Perry, Garland, Yell, and Montgomery counties in western Arkansas and west central Arkansas. Tornado warning also continues around Washington, Arkansas for area rotation in there near Blevins, and that's approaching the I-30 corridor, so we'll keep an eye on that cell as well. There's a look at I-30, that's at Prescott, exit 44. And yeah, just west of that location is another supercell coming off the hills there in southwest Arkansas. $50 size hail around Clinton, Fairfield Bay, Greers Ferry Lake, north of Russellville, north of the I-40 corridor. Wow, serious weather still kind of spread out in a couple different spots. It's not kind of one organized system at the moment. We just have kind of clusters down here of storms, clusters across central Arkansas, and then one really powerful supercell still ongoing now towards Hillsborough, Texas. And yeah, that may be back on the ground. It looks like another CC drop. It hasn't really weakened. It hasn't shown the CC all the time, so it may be just kind of intermittently on the ground. But that is just to the east of Rio Vista along County Highway 1205. And yeah, unfortunately, areas along 171 are kind of center line for this tornadic circulation. Covington, Texas, 11 minutes. Osceola, Texas, 20. Mayfield, 27. And Hillsborough, Texas, 44. That is looking towards that tornado warned storm. So I don't think we're going to see anything. I've seen the chasers have also said it's kind of dusty and hazy out in front of this. So you really kind of, even though it's not fully a rain wrap tornado, you still kind of have to be basically under it. Storm Prediction Center has a mesoscale discussion out for basically this cell. Intense supercell with very large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado threat will continue there. Still seeing rotation on that cell. That is into the national forest there around Ally in Arkansas. Some pretty big hail with that one as well. They have extended the tornado warning across Prescott, just north of Hope, Perrytown, Emmett, Bluff City in southwest Arkansas. Still seeing rotation in here. It's kind of a little bit diminished than it was earlier, but still a dangerous storm there. That's going to cross I-30 in central Hempstead and Nevada counties. Destructive storm crashing south of Fort Worth. For the worst of it right now, the tornadic part is west of 35 west, but as it gets down here towards Hillsboro and Itasca, we get a little more populated areas into that tornado warning. So do need to take this very seriously here. Should be getting a new radar scan in just a couple minutes. Still seeing circulation in here. It's not quite as pronounced as it was just a few minutes ago. It's approaching 171 there around Parker and Covington. So continue to take tornado safety measures there. All right. Tornado warning continues. Let's continue to look at this. It's kind of worked a little bit towards the east, just a little bit. It's near Covington, Texas, approaching Itasca and Hillsborough, Texas. You can see a little bit of the shelf look at that storm. That is on 35 West at Farm Road 66, which is somewhere in here. I think it's down in there. So that's looking generally towards that tornado warned part of the storm. It's very hard to see. It's kind of covered in a dusty area. The good news is not a lot of circulation in here right now, at least on the reflectivity as well as the velocity. and the correlation coefficient, it seems to be kind of reorganizing again. Yeah, the velocity has come down quite a bit in the last couple minutes. It's broadened back out near Covington, but this cell has cycled a bunch of times, probably produced at least 2 or 3 different tornadoes, including one that was significant around Mineral Wells. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there around Hillsborough. I do want to jump up. We do get a, I thought we got a new tornado warning, but maybe not. Looks like they canceled the tornado warning north of Hot Springs for the moment. Yeah, that cell has kind of backed off in intensity some, but still a severe warned chicken nugget up there north of Hot Springs. And then we did get a new warning across northern parts of Arkansas from areas around Clinton down towards Greenbrier, and then across towards Searcy, Heber Springs, that whole area kind of north of I-40. Gusty winds, $half size hail. Wow, just a horribly ugly ride along Memphis all the way to areas north of Little Rock on I-40. Around Forest City, that's just a big mess of storms. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a few flash flood warnings also get initiated. This area in Memphis had a bunch of storms this afternoon. Some of those were severe, and now more storms are working into that area across western Tennessee. Hey, Farm All, how's it going tonight? Hope you're doing good. It's been a busier day than I think at least a couple days ago, but it's been an interesting day of severe weather, that's for sure. They're going to extend that tornado warning around Prescott, Perrytown, Emmett, Bluff City, another 47 minutes, extending that one out. It's moving southeast at 45 near Blevins. Other than our radar holes, we've had storms. We've got tornado warned storms in one of the worst radar holes in the country. Other than that, doing okay. Lots of hail. We've had a lot of hail reports today. Yeah, lots of hail reports across eastern Oklahoma, southern Missouri, especially southwest Missouri, and also northern Arkansas. Areas got 3 to 4 inch diameter hail in a big wide stretch earlier around lunchtime. Hey, Angela. Yeah, I hope you're doing okay. You're up in northern Arkansas, right? Big burst of wind coming through the Clinton area, Fairfield Bay. Yeah, this is going to come through Heber Springs. And then over towards areas around Searcy. Here's that other storm. This is the tornado warned storm working across the I-30 corridor. That's right, yeah. Have you had any hail today, or has that mostly skipped you guys? I don't think we called out. Yeah, that big storm. You guys got pretty lucky, I think, today. That big storm went across northern Missouri, north of the border there. But yeah, you probably missed that one by a little bit. Whoa. Big hail now falling on our Texas camera. That is some pretty big hail now covering the roadway. And very quickly, too, covering that roadway. Let's go back to that area. We'll take a look at that. That is the cell that's being warned for destructive baseball-size hail. Oh, yeah. This camera is, I think, right in like this area. So some of this baseball-size hail may be quickly approaching this camera perspective. The tornadic part of the storm is just to the west of the camera. This is along I-35W, which runs basically kind of right through this warning. The tornadic part of the storm is kind of regrouping. It looks like it's broadened back out. That is some serious hail. Itasca, Texas. I see everybody kind of really stopping or slowing down and pulling off. If they're pulling off the highway, that's a better option than blocking the bridge, but I think they may be pulling off and slowing up because I think people are blocking the bridge ahead. Which this shows you how dangerous it is because while you're blocking that bridge, there's 18 wheelers still going at highway speed behind you. This area just had a 2-inch hail report about 5 miles southwest of Grandview, Texas. Well, maybe I'll kind of make it a medium box for a minute. That's southwest of Little Rock and north of Hot Springs is kind of winding down. Less than severe storm at the moment. But northern Arkansas, north central Arkansas, this is a big mess. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some flash flood warnings. Which I should have activated, so I don't believe there's any in progress at the moment. Is that northeast of Atlanta? Yeah, northeast of Atlanta, around the Lawrenceville area. You guys might get some storms. It's going to be probably a later in the evening type of thing. The storms wind down are expected to wind down as they get into the areas into Alabama. They have pushed that slight risk to almost the Georgia state line. So there is a little bit more of a severe risk across Alabama. They pushed that slight risk earlier today across Kentucky and Tennessee, but that area has really diminished in the last little while. These were severe warned storms earlier as they came across the Memphis area. But yeah, so kind of about what it says, kind of marginal to very low severe risk. And at that point, if storms are strong to severe by then, its tornado threat right now is below 2%. It'd mostly be a damaging wind risk for some isolated damaging gusts. Maybe isolated hail, but hail and wind would be basically the only severe risks. And not like softball size hail, like quarter size hail. Yeah, no problem. Still seeing that area of circulation. It's getting a little closer to that Shreveport radar, so seeing it a little bit better in here. It came across I-30. Actually, basic right at that camera that we had there. That camera there. So looks like things are actually clearing up on that camera as it's kind of moving past this area. Still breezy though. And then yeah, here's the hail that's come down across this area on I-35. Destructive severe thunderstorm, baseball size hail, and a tornado possible around Itasca down through areas close to Hillsboro, Texas. The circulation, though, has reduced just in the last couple scans. We're not seeing that pronounced hook anymore. Yeah, that storm has kind of crashed through its meso. Sounds good. Yeah, stay safe tonight. Should be okay getting back and forth from work this evening. I'm doubtful we'll get a ton of severe weather east of 65 in Alabama. But things could change. Things could perk back up. But yeah, this whole highway is backed up because of people, I think, hiding under the bridge from the hail. It doesn't look too big at the moment. It's the next camera up. All right, we'll tuck that back in the box and continue on. There it goes. You can see out ahead of that storm, it's actually dry still. Yeah, this is right at the I-35 split. We'll probably pull that camera in a few minutes. It is kind of dusty and hazy out ahead of this. But underneath this storm, pretty significant storm. The hail core is probably just to the north and west of Itasca, as well as back in there near Covington. Tornado warning continues Covington down to areas just north of Hillsborough. But yeah, that area has weakened significantly, at least the area of rotation. Still a really well-structured supercell. There is also a stronger storm to its west, too. A little bit of a nudger. Dallas-Fort Worth, you guys are clear again. This is all pushed south of Dallas-Fort Worth and also out towards Weatherford and Mineral Wells. This is all past you guys. So slowly the storms are kind of clearing out from the Red River Valley. And then still seeing a really strong storm with a tornado possible there between Prescott and Bluff City, Arkansas. This is now into the meat of this storm with hail and wind and rain. It kind of looks a little blurry now, but I do think it's still raining and hailing pretty good. I think you can see the hail on the roadway. Yeah, there it is. When the car drives by, you can really see that hail on the roadway. Still continuing the tornado warning there, closing in on Bluff City. Area of rotation in there. Wheeling Springs. Keep an eye on this out towards Camden, Arkansas as well. And then it looks like the severe weather threat is starting to diminish across northern Arkansas, where they've dropped the watch for areas around Bentonville, Rogers, Fayetteville, Springdale, and also around Fort Smith. So areas that got hammered pretty good by several rounds of hail and damaging winds. That area is starting to reduce. There are a couple rumbles of thunder, a couple showers, especially up into the Boston Mountains. But yeah, things are much calmer across northwest Arkansas, as well as southern Missouri. And yeah, not so much for central and eastern Arkansas. This area from Heber Springs, Searcy, over towards Wayne and Forest City, back through Memphis. Still a ton of rain, a ton of lightning and thunder, and pockets of gusty winds. Wouldn't be shocked if there's some pockets of some hail in here too. Here's a look at the Memphis area. There's the pyramid off to the left of the screen. Whoa, big bolt of lightning there. Yeah, these are still pretty electrical storms, even though most of them are non-severe across eastern Arkansas and the Memphis area. Still a lot of lightning. And some gustier winds too. Looks like the hiding under the bridge is over. The travel lanes are just completely opened up again. So that's interesting. Getting a new warning for the same cluster storms back towards Rio Vista, back through Covington. The little bit of a nudger cell to the west of the supercell is now also being warned for a $half size hail. This little cluster might not be done yet, which is unfortunate. Yeah, the wind's also picked up in that cell. So two pretty powerful cells here across, I guess, north central Texas. It's areas around Itasca and then around Hillsboro. And yeah, those Memphis, if we didn't have as much severe weather in other locations, I'd probably be locked into this Memphis camera just because of the lightning shots and also pretty windy still. There's see the wind kind of blowing across the camera on the highway lights. But yeah, that's a sub-severe storm, but it does not look like a fun one to travel in. This is in the Hillsboro area, just past the I-35 east and west splits, and looking north towards that tornado warned storm, but also the supercell with the large hail. This may be a good perspective. And yeah, several times it looks dusty and hazy out in front of the storm. So the storm spotters around the storm have had some issues kind of looking at the storm without being right on it. Mesoscale discussion out for some of those storms in central Arkansas. Still posing a tornado risk. Scattered storms will continue across this Arkansas this evening. So there is still a tornado risk extending down there into southwest Arkansas as well. And then they have also noted that the severe threat is gradually diminishing across middle Tennessee as well as southwest parts of Kentucky. Got a new, I'll probably have to catch up in the next couple days on these, but National Weather Service out of Paducah did review a tornado yesterday. I think we covered it on our stream. I don't know if it ever had a debris signature, but an EF1 tornado near Livermore in McLean County, Kentucky, just after midnight. EF1, 125 yards wide, 0 injuries, and peak winds about 95 miles an hour. I remember it was tornado warned. I don't know if we ever saw a debris signature. I forget if that was one that we saw a debris signature on or not. Both of these cells are severe in north central Texas. Seeing the hail come up in this cell too near Rio Vista. So another potent supercell kind of developed on the southern flank of the other one. And still seeing rotation kind of broadly in here near Itasca to storm relative. Yeah, kind of seeing it still in here near Mayfield, Highway 41, 47, and 35W. It may try and kind of clear out that inflow region, try and form another hook down in here. Our other cell, still tornado warned between Prescott and Bluff City. Also severe warned out ahead of that towards Wheeling Springs, Gurdon, and Sparkman. Still pretty strong cell there in the southwest Arkansas, I guess. $50 through Heber Springs, Greenbrier, and over towards Searcy. New tornado warning actually here into east central Arkansas near Brinkley, Arkansas. This is just south of I-40. Yeah, rotation is picked up there. Kind of just started, actually. Just east of DeVal's Bluff and south of Wheatley right now. Tornado warning there for Monroe County, eastern Arkansas. Here's a look at that area. This is on US 70 and 49 south. Right there, just south of Brinkley. So this is in that tornado warned section. I don't know if we're going to see much. It's probably going to be rain wrapped. Yeah, rotation back in here near Allendale, Arkansas. Don't see anything on the correlation coefficient, but whoa. Big lightning, just hopefully it'll happen again, but just behind the pyramid there in the Memphis area. It's a big cloud to ground strike. It's kind of part of the same cluster of storms. Yeah, that extends across the Memphis area. Yeah, a lot of lightning coming back into Memphis with another round of storms. Yeah, rotation still in here, just east of Fredonia, south of Brinkley, Arkansas. We're also getting a new warning just up the road. Forest City, kind of the same thing. Rain-wrapped area of circulation in here near Union Hill and Forest City. Dangerous travel conditions. This is a look at the Forest City area. I don't think you're going to see anything unless that tornadic circulation is literally on you. It doesn't look like it's on the ground just based on correlation coefficient, but that could easily wrap up here. Union Hill, Forest City, and basically kind of riding right along the highway. That's a big mess. St. Francis, southwestern Crittenden, and southeastern Cross counties in eastern Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Forest City, east at 25. And yeah, that's the mess that we're looking at there. You cannot see anything. Some serious winds have also picked up on that cell that's coming across the Memphis area with a lot of lightning. Surprised it doesn't have at least a special weather statement because it looks like it's a feisty storm. A lot of lightning, gusty winds. Oh, and I just saw on the flash here on the lightning, you can see a little bit of a base just south of the R dot logo, or not south, but just below the R dot logo. That would be probably the base of that storm. Yeah, that camera's like right here looking back kind of into that. Two dangerous storms there in eastern Arkansas now. In that cluster storms that's generally working towards the Memphis area. Trees down on Highway 29 near Blevins. That's what that tornado warned storm that came across the I-30 corridor earlier there near Blevins. And then they have issued their radar indicated tornado warning for Hillsborough. There's that. There's a look at the Hillsborough area. You can see the dark clouds. It's gusty, hazy, and kind of dusty out in front of this complex of storms, which kind of is a dangerous thing because you can't really see, I think, how dangerous this storm is. It probably has a pretty well-pronounced shelf cloud with it still. Gusty winds, and it's kind of crashing towards Hillsborough. Hasn't fully localized again, but still watching that area. And then I'm curious here. Yeah, a little bit of broad rotation also with that cell from Blum down to Whitney. And that is also being warned for tennis ball size hail, considerable threat. And a destructive storm, also now baseball size hail and damaging winds here too. 65-mile-an-hour winds and baseball size hail. They're going to continue that destructive severe thunderstorm warning across areas like Martins, Milford, down to Bynum, Abbott, and areas around West Texas. West Texas. Not West Texas, but West, Texas. All right, let's see here. Yeah, another supercell tennis ball size hail back in here near Blum. It's kind of a 1-2 punch here around the Hillsborough area. Back up into Arkansas, Forest City, Arkansas, rain-wrapped area of circulation. Has kind of broadened out just in the last couple scans. And if it's in here, it's crossing basically the highway, right basically at our camera at Forest City. So I don't think it's on the ground. That other cell has shrunk some. Still seeing some rotation in here. That one has a slightly suspicious correlation coefficient. That one's an interesting cell. That one could have briefly touched down. I don't think there's hail back in that part of the storm. Those cells west of Hot Springs and also west of Little Rock have pretty much completely collapsed. So that's a good sign. For the western half of Arkansas, the severe threat is diminishing fairly quickly. This may be producing or has produced a tornado here just south of this camera perspective there. There's some suspicious CC in here. We're actually further from the radar than I thought we would be. Along Stoops Lane near Emmons, and this is south of Brickley. This was the suspicious CC just before that. And even back here, there's a little suspicious things going on. Wouldn't be surprised if that's produced a tornado there south of Brickley. That's a cell to pay attention to, and there shouldn't be hail right in there near Hammonds. A little far from the radar to fully confirm, but that is probably close to a radar confirmed tornado. Not seeing that as much around Forest City. I saw the lightning picking up on this camera. This is out of Hillsboro, Texas, and you can start to see kind of that dust and haze out ahead of this, especially like back in here. That area continues to be under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning around Hillsboro, around Martins and Frost and Milford. But then the area right around Hillsboro is still in an area there that has a tornado warning. And it has tried to reorganize. It's starting to look a little bit more organized again. The other cell that also is next to it now with tennis ball size hail, considerable threat, is also trying to organize an area of circulation. Yeah, and here comes that dust and kind of mess out ahead of this line. This is, I think, right about there, just on the east side of Hillsboro. It's looking towards actually that circulation. And this is right where 35 West and East come together. So a really well-traveled area. Boy, and if there's a tornado, it's going to be very close to that interchange between 35 West and 35 East. Kind of right over this area. Yeah, if there's a tornado, this camera is basically in that circulation, so I don't believe it's on the ground at the moment. And then, yeah, it's basically straight ahead of that camera. Tornado warning and baseball-sized hail, Central Hill County in central Texas. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. Lowest level interior room, away from those doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside as possible. This is still southeast at 25. So from the tornadic area of the storm, Hillsborough, it's basically now. Here comes the rain, wind, and gusty winds just about into Hillsborough in this camera. And yeah, tornadic circulation, if there is one, is just back there. This is like right over that interchange, so I'm just kind of looking for any power flashes, anything weird going on. Okay, we'll get back to this one. This is on the leading edge. And then, yeah, overlapping warnings, another considerable threat for tennis ball size hail. Tornado possible tag on this one coming through Whitney and areas around west. Two dangerous supercells here continuing into central Texas. For areas along the Red River, they have dropped the tornado watch. Dallas-Fort Worth points north towards the Red River. You guys are all good to go. They're likely going to drop this watch in McCurtain County pretty soon. And yeah, everybody's good to go in Oklahoma this evening. We've dropped the tornado warnings across southern Arkansas for now, so that's a good sign there. Still a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in place. And then still a radar indicated tornado warning around Forest City. That area has continued to move on. It's now east of Forest City, around Madison, approaching Cottonwood Corner and Hicks Station. They've dropped that warning around Brickley, so looks like that storm has diminished in intensity as well. Okay, winds on this are blowing from left to right on this camera. Let me blow that camera back up. This is because we're out ahead of that circulation. You can see the wind curtains, the rain curtains blowing from left to right still. That's right in here. So yeah, we have winds going around that circulation. We should be able to see a wind change in this area. This is right at that circulation. Very strong winds. Again, even if there's not a tornado on the ground, this is damaging winds in here. But yeah, this camera is right here. So we're on the south side of the circulation. We have winds blowing across the camera perspective. As the circulation continues to travel towards the south, we'll likely see a wind shift more from, right now it's kind of out of the west-northwest. We should see it more out of the north. And if we really get into that one side of the circulation, we might even see it more from the northeast. Kind of put it a medium shot right now. New severe thunderstorm warning there. Go back and look at those cells in Arkansas. Oh, look at that. That's back. This still has a really suspicious correlation coefficient on it. Let me check the Forest City one real quick. I came back here to see Forest City and I saw that, yeah, the Forest City storm still in here. We're still rotating along 40. We need to look at this storm again. Earlier, I thought it produced maybe a tornado because we had some sea. Yeah, there's a donut hole in here. This is likely producing a tornado still. Yeah, that's when I saw it kind of suspiciously. There was a suspicious CC in there south of Brickley, and it was radar indicated tornado warning. It looks like they've dropped that warning. But the next scan near Emmons, that is a weird debris signature, I think. And that has continued to expand. And it's still, I think, in here. Garnet's Grove. And it may still be in here. It looks like it's kind of blowing off. You can see the... So that's the other thing, that it's sometimes not clear air when it's like that. It started as a more concentrated little debris signature, and it's now kind of blowing off. But it may still be in here at State Highway 259, just near South Plains. I think it's a tornado on the ground, and unless it's some type of really weird debris signature that's still carrying with it. But I'm pretty sure it's still on the ground. I didn't realize how bad of a radar coverage this area is. Yeah, I guess that's further from Memphis than I thought. It's 80 miles from the Memphis radar. I bet it's about the same. Is it 80? It's about 70 miles from the Little Rock radar. Yeah, I didn't realize how bad of a radar that is. There's a little mini radar hole right in there. This should have a tornado warning at least, but and it looks like that debris signature has kind of relaxed a little bit, so it may not be on the ground at the moment, but that likely was an unwarned tornado in progress. Let's go back to our other two cells here in Texas. Still seeing a big mess of wind and rain coming across the areas around Hillsboro. Tornado possible tag also west of Hillsboro. Yeah, it's still in here, basically on the east side of town. And we're still getting winds basically coming across the camera perspective. These are some probably damaging winds across this area around Hillsboro, so that checks out. If there's a circulation, it's kind of in here like this. And our camera's like right here. Still seeing on social media some pretty significant damage around that Mineral Wells area. Does look like that was maybe a significant tornado across Mineral Wells earlier. Observed tornado warning in the other storm now. Confirmed tornado over Widener or near Madison, moving east at 30. Damaging tornado weather spotter confirmed. I just realized I'm muted there. Um, hopefully not too long. But I was saying, Itasca, Texas. That's where we've had hail covering the roadway earlier. That's where there's the 3-inch diameter hail report just a little bit ago. I don't know. We may have been actually muted by accident for a little while. It looks like the sound is working again. 8:37. We have a strong storm, still potentially a tornado threat, but the hail threat has backed off some south of Hillsboro, Texas. We've seen quite a bit of kind of cell mergers in here, and now that secondary cell is the one that had the lead, kind of taking the lead of this cluster. Still seeing severe worn cells back towards Walnut Springs and Meridian. A lot of lightning with this. Reports of 3-inch hail. That's where we saw the hail covering the roadway earlier at Itasca, Texas. But slowly this storm is kind of downtrending. And they have issued that new tornado watch that goes out for areas like Waco, Lufkin, Lufkin, and areas like Madisonville, Marlin, Groesbeck, Texas, Crockett, basically out ahead of that cluster of supercells, and that does include areas there until 1 a.m. Once these cells have passed you, then your severe threat diminishes, and we have lost the tornado watch across northern Texas. We've lost the tornado watch across eastern Texas and the Arklatex. A new radar indicated tornado warning. I think I may have covered that when I was muted by accident there. Still rotation in here near Fountain Hill, Hamburg, north of Crozet, Texas, or Arkansas. A couple areas there in southern Arkansas, north of Camden, warned for ping pong ball size hail. And then there is a weird little cell. Yeah, there's a weird little rotation near Tunica, Mississippi, especially south of Tunica. Just kind of keeping an eye on that one. It really flared up briefly, and I thought it was going to get a tornado warning, but it has backed off some in the last couple minutes, but it just passed just south of Tunica. This area in the Mississippi River Valley has had a few different tornado warnings tonight. That one near Forest City, I don't know how it was weather spotter confirmed, because you have to be literally like straight on that tornado to even have a chance at seeing that. And then the other thing I think I may have covered while I was muted is we did get a tornado was observed and photographed south of Brinkley, there, south of Brinkley. And so that is likely that debris signature that we saw on the radar earlier. I was a little bit skeptical, but I didn't realize how far away from the radar site we are. This is like 80 miles away from the radar. And yeah, so it likely did produce a tornado in there near Brinkley, just south of Brinkley, near Emmons. And yeah, a pretty big debris signature up about 7,000 feet or so on the radar beam. And then it continued and probably spread out across the cloud base, but it may have continued all the way to about South Plains. But yeah, that's an interesting cell. It has significantly decreased in the last few minutes. And what's left of that cell is still has a little bit of rotation on it near Hughes, Arkansas, but not as pronounced as it was earlier. This cell still has some broad rotation near Tunica. It's one to watch. It's kind of in a weird little spot, but it's this little shrimp of a cell kind of thing. It kind of hooks back around on itself. And right in there, there's a little bit of broad rotation still. It tightened up briefly near Tunica. So just keep an eye on this if you're over here towards Senatobia, Coldwater, even areas like Hernando and south of Hernando, Mississippi. And then still a warning continuing out there around Fordyce, ping pong ball size hail, Kings Island, Risson. This Memphis cam has also been interesting. There's been a lot of lightning on it. Flash flood warnings now in effect across eastern Arkansas and western Tennessee around the Memphis area. There's tons of non-severe storms, but there's bursts of heavier wind. There's a lot of lightning. It's just a really rough night across the Memphis area. A lot of lightning also still showing up in the Hillsborough area along I-35. This is at the split there with 35 West and 35 East, south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Traffic is starting to move again there. Still a ton of lightning with that storm. But yeah, here's the split with 35 East and W. So most of that storm is south of there. This camera actually faces southeast, so it's facing towards the area that has a ton of lightning still in it. And that area has probably some small hail as well. And then that area south of Hillsborough along 35. Still seeing rotation in here between Hamburg, Arkansas, and Fountain Hill. Kind of broad rotation in there. Also some hail likely showing up. And that Memphis cam is rocking and rolling again. Still seeing rotation down in here east of Tunica. We'll see. Yeah, still kind of broad rotation in here. Got some weird cells in here east of Tunica, but those have ramped down some. I think we're going to wrap up the stream since I was probably so tired. I think I had the accidentally muted button for a while, for maybe like 10 minutes or something by accident a little bit ago. We were broadcasting, what, until 3 a.m. last night. The severe threat has diminished some in the last little while, especially across Texas. It's a limited area towards Waco, Lufkin, and Nacogdoches. I think that's how you pronounce that one. There still is a severe threat, especially across northern Mississippi, eastern Arkansas. It's kind of centered around the Memphis area. There's some weird boundary interactions, a bunch of different clusters of storms. So you may get a few areas like back towards Forest City that do kind of flare up and spin up. That Brinkley area may have been a fairly significant tornado just based on the radar signatures. And it actually went unwarned for a little bit there. That was a weird little storm. But overall, these storms do seem to be kind of downtrending. And even though there's a ton of tornado watches in this area, I don't think we're going to have a tornado outbreak into the evening. There may be just kind of some isolated, brief tornadoes for the most part. One exception may be this supercell. It's south of Monticello, west of Greenville, along the Mississippi River Valley. That one has a little bit more of a pronounced area of tornadic focus for a little while. So keep an eye on this if you're out here, kind of north of Yazoo City and in the Greenville area. I think if things went real crazy, we can always pop back on for a second stream. But yeah, I think we've covered a lot. I think I've been streaming for 9 hours tonight. So tons of hail in here, eastern Oklahoma, southern Missouri, some damaging wind across kind of the I-40 corridor. Flooding is going to be a factor through the evening across northern Mississippi and eastern Arkansas and western Tennessee. Our severe risk is also diminished. They've actually canceled that severe thunderstorm watch across the Nashville area. And some of this is going to make it into eastern Alabama, into northwest Georgia by later tonight. Good news is severe threat should be diminishing by then. And it's going to be, for areas here in the southeast, some beneficial rain. So you guys could use a good soaking night. Hopefully not too much at once, but you can get kind of these rounds of showers and storms. That wouldn't be the worst thing, as long as they don't drop too much rain at once. So thanks for joining us. Thanks to all our new followers. Continue like and subscribe. It's getting close to the peak of severe weather season, so we're going to have a lot more coverage as we get through severe weather season and eventually get into hurricane season. So yeah, we got more planned on the channel, and continue to follow us on social media too. WXCast Live on X and Facebook. They both kind of do more. They're good at both kind of two different things. X is really good at getting like words out kind of consistently through the day, as well as like storm reports and sharing storm reports, sharing photos of storm damage and things. But then Facebook is used for more long form stuff. And then I do post the links to the streams. So if you're not on YouTube, but you're on Facebook, you can get the links to the stream that way. Or if you have friends and family that don't have YouTube, you can also get the link to the stream through Facebook as well. A couple different warnings. Considerable threat, actually. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Warren and Monticello for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And that area that was tornadic earlier around Brinkley and Forest City is going to get a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for areas there around Horseshoe Lake in extreme northeastern or northwestern Mississippi. I time is it here? Okay, my stream has actually been, thought I've been on longer. I got to make sure the stream doesn't like cut off because it gets too long, but I think we're in okay shape. Let's keep an eye on this storm for a few minutes. Just as I kind of thought things were wrapping up. I just want to kind of keep our eye on this area around Hernando, South Haven. It's a pretty populated area too. Here's a look at that South Haven area now under a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. There's that area of rotation. It's near Horseshoe Lake, crossing into northwest Mississippi. South central Crittenden County in eastern Arkansas, and it's about out of that area. It's DeSoto County, northwestern Mississippi, northwestern Marshall County, northwestern Mississippi, and southern Shelby County in Tennessee. Yeah, there's kind of a little bit of a, almost like QLCS spin in here. Another one kind of south of Horseshoe Lake. Couple areas of suspicious spin in here. I think we're going to stay on for a little longer and track these storms out. East at 35. Horn Lake about 22 minutes, South Haven 26, Olive Branch 42, and Hernando 31. Yeah, that's a dangerous little setup there coming through in this line segment. A little bit of QLCS spins in here. That's an area that has had a tornado do damage there south of Brinkley earlier. So that same storm and complex of storms is now crossing the Mississippi River into areas, especially on the south side of Memphis. Continuing to watch this cluster of storms. Considerable threat there back towards Meridian, Texas, Lake Whitney, and then still seeing in here north of Waco. It's well north of Waco, and in fact, it may have turned a little more southeasterly. If Waco's lucky, you guys missed this to the north, but we still have to make sure that it doesn't like start to crash towards the south. That can always happen. We've seen that happen a few times today. Big hail in here just to the east of west. That's not a joke. That's just the... but yeah, big hail in here still. Wouldn't be surprised. Ping pongs to maybe tennis ball size hail coming towards Hubbard, Texas, and Wortham, Coolidge, and Mount Calm. A big burst of gusty winds. There is still rotation in there also to the east of west. It's generally headed towards Groesbeck, Texas, Fairfield, Centerville, Franklin, and Madisonville. This is the airport radar in Memphis. You can kind of see that low-level circulation a little bit better. But yeah, it's in here. It's tornado possible. It hasn't tightened up fully, but it's crossing the Mississippi River around Horseshoe Lake, about into areas around Horn Lake, and it's going to be along Star Landing Road. Church Road, west of Horn Lake. We'll stick around here and see if it tightens up. If it doesn't, then we may bail on the stream, but right now there is a couple areas of suspicious rotation in there around the community of Norfolk. A lot of storms in Mississippi right now, but some of those have had some small hail. Yeah, still a couple of nasty cells there into Texas. And that's kind of what I was sticking around. We did get a new tornado warning. New tornado warning coming out for that area around Horn Lake. As I kind of suspected when I saw the radar indicated, or not radar indicated, but the radar tornado possible tag has surged out there along Church Road, Horn Lake, areas around South Haven. There's your new tornado warning alert. Should be coming in just a second. Yeah, that's going to be areas just to the west of the Memphis area. And yeah, also showing up on this tower radar in here much better near Norfolk. It's definitely tightened back up. So tornado warning there for DeSoto County in northwestern Mississippi. And that's moving east at 35. Right now it's over the state park. So some communities in here, Olive Branch, about 34 minutes. And then out closer to the tornadic storm, South Haven 18 and Horn Lake 14. That's kind of downtown Horn Lake. This whole area is kind of just like a big suburban sprawl kind of area. So I think it's technically maybe in Horn Lake now, but not like the downtown part. Yeah, seeing circulation in here. It's in there near Walls on Church Road and Sanders Road. Also just north of Star Landing Road. That is going to make its way towards 55. The Baptist Memorial Hospital around DeSoto. That's in the warning polygon. Tornado warning there for DeSoto County, Mississippi. Crittenden County Emergency Management reports several roads closed due to flooding. I think we'll see more of that here across these areas. Flash flooding is definitely an issue. And then there still is another area of rotation. This is that area that we saw near Tunica earlier. Still has a suspicious little area of rotation. Senatobia and Coldwater. Keep an eye on that storm. It may have some brief tornadoes or land spouts or something weird's kind of going on in that cell too. And then tornado warning, it does continue across those areas. Now east of Hamburg towards Montrose, Portland, and Parkdale, Arkansas. Rotation kind of broadly in there near Montrose. Approaching areas around Lake Village, so we'll keep an eye on that storm. But yeah, now we have kind of two clusters to worry about right now. Have the supercells still north of Waco, and then we have these areas now along the Mississippi River, extreme eastern Arkansas, now kind of southeast Arkansas, and then northwest Mississippi. It's now kind of where the focus of these tornadic storms are. They've cut a bunch of areas, so around Harrison, Mountain Home, Conway. They should cut probably Little Rock out here in a little bit. Hot Springs, Texarkana. Basically, if you're west of Little Rock, you're in good shape. And if you're west and north of I-30, you're in good shape in Arkansas. And really like 57 from Searcy up to Walnut Ridge, you're in good shape if you're north and west of there too. This will potentially get a warning if it does kind of perk back up, but in here near Crockett, Mississippi, approaching Coldwater and Senatobia, that is a storm to watch. Our other area is a little bit more of like a QLCS kind of line segment spin. It's in there on the leading edge, kind of in this little notch area, approaching areas around Horn Lake. Small warning, but if you're in that warning, you do need to take your tornado safety precautions. That's a lowest level interior room away from the doors and windows. There are occasionally some basements in that area, but not a lot of basements with a lot of the clay soil across that part of the Mid-South. And still seeing big bursts of wind in this area around Hubbard. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail. In general, that storm has diminished. It's continuing to diminish a little bit. It's now being warned for baseball size hail again, though. The wind field is diminishing a little bit. But still it's still trying to kind of organize a little bit of an inflow region in here. And because it's kind of two merged supercells together, there's still kind of the wind field in here, and there's a less of a wind field in that part of the cell, but yeah, that merged supercell is basically right now the forward flank of the other cell. So some interesting dynamics there. Circulation in here near Church Street. Yeah, continuing in here near Church Road, Twin Lakes. Taking a look at that Mississippi camera. That's at I-55. Don't see anything crazy on that camera yet, but still a pretty dangerous cell there. Yeah, there's your area rotation right in there. Getting a new tornado warning in southern parts of Arkansas. This is going to be the new tornado. It might just be a re-up. Yeah, it's just an extended warning. Portland, Montrose, continuing there. The tornado warning for that is for Ashley County in southeast Arkansas. Still rotating into here. It's still along Church Street. The lightning is picked up in that area. Do we have any cameras in Church Street? Okay, this is the Church Street area, just off of I-55. So that's looking towards that tornadic part of the storm. Now, in the last scan, it has kind of broadened out a little bit, but yeah, it's still in here. Still kind of crossing Church Street and Horn Lake Road. About Church Street and Horn Lake Road. A lot of lightning starting to pick up in that cell. We should start to see the winds increase in that part of the Horn Lake area just in the next couple minutes. This is looking west. I think pretty much the line of that wind and heavy rain and potential embedded tornadic circulation is just kind of starting to approach this camera, kind of back where that lightning is. Oh yeah, it's coming down the highway here. There's, I think, a wall of water back in here. Still radar indicated tornado warning continues there around Horn Lake. Air rotation again, just really it's like the next block away. It's making its way towards our camera. That camera looks really peaceful right now, but it's about to go downhill. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning continues around west. Baseball-size hail between West and Penelope on social media. That includes areas around Hubbard, Texas, Mount Calm, Axtell, and areas around Coolidge. The good news is that this is passing to the north and east of Waco. So Waco, immediate Waco area, not affected by that massive supercell and complex of storms. It is going to pass to the east of Waco. Waco, you do have to watch this other storm that's hanging back towards Meridian, though. Gusty winds, considerable threat for golf ball size hail at that storm. And then getting a new tornado warning. This is for areas around Monticello in Arkansas. Air rotation on the south side of town. This area is a little bit of a radar hole too in southeast Arkansas. Starting to see the rain pick up. We haven't got those winds yet on this camera. They're just off this camera, probably by a couple hundred yards. I do see the rain starting to pick up a little bit. So we are going to likely get into a little bit more of the heavy precip. Here comes the rain down the street. Literally coming down the street. You can see it blowing on the street lights now. There's the leading edge of that heavy rain. This would be essentially where that tornadic circulation is. So there's a little QLCS circulation. It's going to be on the leading edge of this. This is all blowing from right to left. So basically from the northwest to the southeast, which follows the motion of this line. So I think it's less tornadic at the moment. Still kind of in here, just actually maybe just south of Church Street. You'll be very close to these QLCS circulations, and they're just not, if you're not right on top of it, you're not going to see it that much, but this is just south of the Church Street exit, so if that loads, that's a little bit closer to that circulation. And they are going to continue warning that. Yeah, that's going to be at a little bit better spot there. They're going to warn this out through southern parts of the Olive Branch area. Across areas in Hernando. This is 69 along Green Tree Road. And then also out towards Coy Oil Corner. South sides of Olive Branch. Tornado warning continues there. Oh yeah, it's picked up again. Still in here near Nesbitt and also the north side of Hernando now. Quickly moving across the southern suburbs of Memphis, northeastern DeSoto, and northwestern Marshall counties in northwest Mississippi. Moving east at 35. It's not the fastest QLCS tornado we've seen. We've seen some that are like 60, 65. Right now, it's basically over I-55 around Horn Lake and Nesbitt, just north sides of Hernando. And then it's going to continue working towards probably just south of Olive Branch in about 18 minutes. Lewisburg, 15. Ingram Mill, 23. And then over towards Vicalia, about 29 minutes. That's along the interstate again. Old Highway 78. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there across parts of the Memphis metro. See if we can get out in front of it a little bit. I think it's already kind of past that camera position, but I've not seen power flashes. We haven't seen any confirmed tornadoes there. Radar indicated continues there. I haven't seen any debris signatures, and it's over some pretty populated areas. So if there is tornadoes in here, it's likely on the brief side. They're going to trim that tornado warning in southern parts of Arkansas, still around Montrose. Still a tornado warning continues there. And we'll kind of continue to watch that cell as it makes its way towards Lake Village in Arkansas. The other tornado warning cell in southern Arkansas is on the south side of Monticello. Yeah, rotating in here. College Heights down towards Liddell and Valley Junction. That's a dangerous storm back down in here. Dermont. You guys are up next, also in that kind of the edge of the warning polygon. We're getting radar all the way out of the Little Rock area for down here. There could be a tornado on the ground. It's really hard to say. There's some quite a CC drop in here. There could be some hail though. There's hail kind of wrapped in here. It appears like that's hail, but we're so far away from the radar. It is kind of not great to really kind of see what's going on at the ground level for that. Oh, I now see the video of that storm that produced a tornado near Brinkley, Arkansas. A well-structured cone tornado. with power flashes and everything. Multiple vortices, a little bit of a helix on it. That probably was a I don't know if it was significant. It was probably at least significant strength tornado, and hopefully it was just kind of chewing up some of the forest down there. A couple dangerous storms still in southern Arkansas, southeast Arkansas. And then we do have that destructive severe thunderstorm continues there around Hubbard, Coolidge, Mounts, Calm. If there's baseball size hail, it's going to be in there right near Mount Calm. Yeah, that's showing in the correlation coefficient and the differential on State Highway 31 at Mount Calm. That could be some potent hail. Hey, Buff and Puff, how's it going tonight? I feel like I've been doing this like 24 hours straight almost. Because I basically slept and woke up, did a little bit of forecasting, prepped for the stream, set up the stream, and then started streaming. Tonight has been a little bit of a weird night. And then we were about to kind of wrap up the stream, but then these storms are continuing to be destructive severe thunderstorms south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then our Mississippi Valley tornado threat has increased a little bit. So we're still going. Yeah. I don't know how long we streamed last night. I think it was probably 10, 12 hours last night. And then I don't know, what are we at now? Probably 9 or 10 today. Yeah, 9. Couple tornado warnings, though. One around Hernando, Mississippi, DeSoto County, south of Olive Branch, now moving through the areas kind of in the southern Memphis suburbs. Still seeing it kind of broadly in here. It hasn't shown a debris signature or anything, so it's hard to say if it's been on the ground. There is a little kind of inflow notching in here, so it's a little bit more organized than it was just a little bit ago. Ooh, we can probably grab it here. Yeah, it's basically come over the radar site. That's the Memphis airport radar site. And then, yeah, it still shows up in here. Look at that curly Q. Could have been on the ground there. Just that could be a reflectivity of a debris signature. Not in like a really strong debris signature, but the radar here out of the Memphis tower radar, that's probably only looking up like 100 feet or so. So that could have been like twigs and debris and stuff, like twigs and small branches and things. So even a weak tornado would show up on that tower radar. And then let's bounce down to our other cell near Monticello. Still radar indicated, but there is a tornado warning there. It's now south of Monticello. It's had a suspicious CC at times, but we are so far from the radar here. It's near Valley Junction, and there is a little bit of hail, so that may be a hail-contaminated signature. Let's see if we can get to it through the Jackson radar. Not really. That one's kind of in no man's land in another radar hole. For the first time in a little while, they're going to, looks like, drop that destructive tag. Considerable threat continues. Mount Calm and Wortham, Texas through Groesbeck, Texas. I think that's how you pronounce this town. This is sliding to the east of Waco, so if you're in downtown Waco, you're in okay shape here today. Waco, especially north and west of Waco, you do want to watch this cell. Has some hail, considerable threat, golf ball size hail. It's had rotation a couple times, but nothing tornadic imminently. Hey, Carol. We're still at it. And yeah, I've had this camera off to the side, watching it from time to time. It is, it's been a crazy view of this Memphis area. It's still gusty winds, lightning across the Memphis area, but the rain looks like has slacked off. That cell is starting to get into a slightly less covered area too for radar. Ping pong ball size hail continues out here towards Valley Mills, Texas. McLean, Bosque, and Hill counties. All right, back to our tornado warnings here around the Hernando area. It's north of Hernando, now east of Horn Lake. Still rotating in here. Yeah, continuing to watch this corridor. It's going to stay south of downtown Olive Branch. But if you're in this kind of suburban sprawl, basically between Olive Branch and north of Hernando, that's the area that this tornado warned storm is coming through. DeSoto County, essentially in Mississippi. Stonewall, about 5 or 6 minutes. Byhalia, 12 minutes. Warsaw, 14. Red Banks, 25. I don't know if we're going to see much here, but this is I-269 at I-22. They're at Byhalia. Byhalia. It's really close to this, at least the leading edge of this kind of QLCS kind of embedded supercell spin. So we may get pretty good smack against the wind here in the next couple minutes. Hail is not a big threat if you're in this area. Olive Branch down to Red Banks. It's mostly the chance of a QLCS kind of tornado in here near Lewisburg. And still back across Memphis, there's still a ton of heavy rain, lightning back through West Memphis, down through Forest City. Flash flooding is a continued threat there across the Memphis metro. And they have up a new tornado warning. This is going to cover areas around Lake Village and Greenville. I've been sitting on a camera, let's see, down there for a while. This is at Lake Village on US 65. The lightning's starting to pick up in this area, and looks like there's a couple different cells. Yeah, it's the original tornado warn cell. actually going to cross over Lake Village first, but this warning is for the cell that's coming out of the areas around Monticello. Tornado warning there and golf ball size hail. That's for Chillicothe, Ashley, and Washington counties. Southeastern Arkansas and northwestern Mississippi. That storm's working through at about 50 miles an hour. So Lake Village about 21 minutes, Greenville 33, and Leland, Mississippi 44. Tornado threat continues down there, southeastern Arkansas and western Mississippi. Hey, Kristen. Yep, I'm still here. I was about to wrap it up, but then we kind of got an increase in the tornado risk across the Mississippi Valley, so we're still at it. Oh, that's good to hear. They had school, but no power. That seems weird. They didn't like go remote or cancel classes. I just feel like that's not the most productive day. Still a strong supercell around Coolidge and Groesbeck, Texas. Mount Calm had likely some larger hail in there. This is approaching areas around Mexia. Continuing to work east of Waco, so good sign there. Heads up, though, towards Crockett, Madisonville. This cell has lasted for hours and hours and hours. So it may be on a slow weakening trend, but this area here, still in Texas, I think has a higher chance of severe weather than pretty much everybody else in Texas right now. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Kind of bring them in and hope the power comes back on right when school's starting or something. That makes sense. Still seeing that rotation in here. It's along 269 south of Olive Branch. Yeah, in the area around Lewisburg, Mississippi, Stonewall, Mississippi, and areas just north of Ingram's Mill. That sounds interesting. Generally, schools are fairly safe buildings to be in for tornadoes, but especially some of the more modern design ones, I think they plan for that a little bit better now. But yeah, that's probably a scary situation, being at school, like away from your house, away from your parents, and you're kind of going through a, tornado situation. That would be pretty scary as a kid. If you're in areas like Hernando and South Haven and Horde Lake, the severe threat for now has moved off to your south and east. There are more storms across that same area, and then there are more storms back across the Mississippi River. So there still is a bit of a severe threat, but also you're going to start to get into that hail, or not hail, that flash flood risk that much of Memphis and West Memphis has been in for a little while. That's good. Yeah, if it was warmer, that would be a really rough day at school for any kind of productivity to have hot and no power. That would be rough. Oh, geez. I remember tornado drills at school when I was little. They didn't have them as often. I think they only had them a couple times a year. Maybe once a semester or something, once a half. I think we had fire drills like every month at least, right? Does that sound right? I feel like we had a fire drill monthly. But yeah, tornado drills, I think we maybe only had once or twice a year. Yeah. Okay, that checks out then. They're re-upping a couple of these warnings. They're going to continue that area now south near Greenville and Lake Village, and another 54 minutes for that tornado warning storm in Ashley County and then Washington County in northwestern Mississippi. There is also a severe thunderstorm watch or warning that's around this cell. So keep that in mind. If you're outside of that tornado specific warning, there's gusty winds and frequent lightning outside of the cell. Still seeing rotation in here around Stonewall, which is actually really close to our camera here. Lightning has also increased fairly significantly in the last couple minutes. The Storm Prediction Center put out a recent mesoscale discussion. The tornado risk will likely persist into the early morning hours across this area, which is the Memphis area down to areas north of Jackson, Mississippi. So they are kind of highlighting almost all of it is in Mississippi. Kind of about that area right there for, you know what, I'll just turn it on. I can turn it on. The mesoscale discussions kind of clutter the screen, but so areas like this, Clarksdale, Memphis, continuing. Uh, Areas just to the west of Tupelo, Starkville, and north sides of Jackson around Canton, Yazoo City, Greenwood. That area is what the Storm Prediction Center is saying is going to have a tornado risk at least into the early morning hours. So it could be an overnight threat. Make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings here. And then, yeah, they're still keeping an eye on that cluster of storms, basically kind of south of Hillsboro through the Waco area down to about Madisonville. Buff and puff. That is true. The only thing that really sucked, I remember, is sometimes you'd have a tornado drill, or not tornado, a fire drill, and like clearly a drill, and they wouldn't let you like grab coats and stuff on like a cold fall day or something like that. So you got to go stand out in the wind and cold. That wasn't fun. But some of the teachers would grab their coats and sweaters and things. Still seeing rotation in here. It's actually right close to 269 and 22. It's really close to this camera. I'm not sure we're going to see much on it, but Yeah, there's a little even kind of donut hole in this part of the storm. Still potentially a tornado that could be in progress or is imminent. It doesn't look like crazy rotation, but it is fairly tight. It's not super strong. This is a cell that may go on for quite a while too. Ashland, Holly Springs, Ripley, Blue Mountain. That's a cell that could actually last for quite a while. Looks like they're going to re-up that warning. 18 more minutes. Yeah, it's still in here too. It's still rotating pretty tight. Oh wow, look at the light showing that camera. If there's a tornadic circulation, it's basically over this highway right now. And this camera's kind of covered in some water, so it's hard to kind of gauge where the wind direction's coming from on this one. But yeah, the lightning has really picked up in that location. Continuing with the lime size threat there around Dermot, Lake Village, Greenville, Montrose in extreme southeast parts of Arkansas and into west central Mississippi, I guess that is. Still seeing rotation in there near Jerome, Arkansas. And yeah, they are trimming more of the watch from the Little Rock, Pine Bluff, Camden. Fairly soon, the areas in basically all of Arkansas are going to be free of severe weather. Oh, there you can see a little bit more of the rain. Wow. Hey, Ems, how's it going tonight? We're still following some really big storms that worked through west of Fort Worth earlier today. Still kind of two supercells in central Texas now. This one may get closer to Waco, so keep an eye on this one north of Waco. The lead cell, though, has had more of the damage with it, the longer history. That one's working through areas around Groesbeck, Texas. And then following a couple tornado warnings in the Mississippi River Valley, approaching the Mississippi River there near Greenville, and then also near Memphis. This circulation is actually wrapped up a little bit tighter. Ooh, there's a new circulation here too. That's probably going to get a new tornado warning here in a couple minutes. It looks like there's a new circulation around Goodman Road and Mount Pleasant, Mississippi. No debris signature on either of those, but yeah, they're They've definitely been a little bit more organized in the last few minutes. Um, I don't know, Kristen. Maybe it hasn't been tornadic the whole time, but this storm is kind of the remnants of the one that produced a tornado near Brinkley. So yeah, it's been going for a while. It kind of traveled down I-40, kind of taking a path like that, but not tornadic all its path. The other storm, if that's what you're talking about, is this storm is the storm that started let's see, basically way up kind of south of Wichita Falls. So yeah, it's been going for quite a while. It's had some cell mergers and some separations and things, but it's been going for roughly that storm or storm complex, roughly about 186 miles. Arkansas is starting to quiet down. Extreme southeast Arkansas, down here near Monticello, still has a tornado warning storm approaching Lake Village. And then pretty much everybody else is going to be settling down across Arkansas, except for this area right around Memphis. There's still a bunch of storms, not as severe right now, but Forest City down to Marianna, and then West Memphis area. Here's a look from Memphis. That's the Memphis Pyramid on the left. Still gusty winds, still a lot of lightning. Yeah, it hasn't been moving very quick. The Mineral Wells storm, I think it's pretty consistently actually been moving at about maybe 25 or 30 miles an hour. So yeah, and it's still being warned at 30. So yeah, it's not moving super fast. Still trying to find, that camera isn't the greatest. It's right where that circulation is, but it just doesn't show it very well. Still seeing circulation in here near Byhalia. Good news is that second circulation looks like it's backed off in the last couple minutes. Kind of very briefly, yeah, it doesn't look like it did anything. I think so, Carol. I think it's mostly non-severe right now. It does kind of break apart across northern parts of Alabama, but it does look like Georgia is going to get some rain and maybe some storms, especially this area really needs the rain. So this would actually be really good down here to get some non-severe, just kind of general storms and a lot of rain. But yeah, some of this should work into kind of northwestern Georgia. There's a big batch of heavy rain and storms across eastern Mississippi, western Alabama. That should get kind of into that area overnight, but less of a severe chance. Looks like that severe chance is going to stick more kind of along the Mississippi River, kind of mostly centered along in Mississippi along the I-55 corridor. It has broadened on the last couple scans. And that's a good thing. I'll kind of trace out this whole line since it's kind of continuing to work roughly about like that. We've seen faster QLCS storms, that's for sure. This one, some of the QLCS storms we've seen 60 miles an hour. This one's only moving about 35. But essentially, Holly Springs, 17 minutes. Ashland, 37. This is all in Mississippi. And then Faulkner, about an hour away. I think you'll get some. If you can get it without the severe weather, then that's a pretty good bet. And yeah, if it's going to be a severe, it's probably going to be like a gust to 60, maybe some small hail, but nothing like damaging. I want to check and see if they've updated. Yeah, they've still kept basically the slight risk kind of ends at the Georgia state line. Now, they have not updated tomorrow much. I don't think we're going to be on tomorrow, but still a marginal risk across the east. Maybe a couple stronger storms there. And then South Georgia, Southern Alabama, kind of across the Gulf Coast into West Texas. That area still under the gun tomorrow for some storms. Kind of a low-end tornado threat across parts of the east as well as parts of the Gulf Coast. And then wind risk is fairly low. Some damaging wind risk across the Gulf Coast. And then if the hail parameters come up, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a slight risk kind of across the Texas Hill Country. If there's more confidence in larger hail, they'll bump that slight risk up. I also wouldn't be surprised if we see some type of slight risk, maybe kind of across there, northern Louisiana and central Mississippi for some wind. A couple of the models earlier showed kind of a little bit of a line segment working through this area eventually tomorrow. Stuff will form, it looks like on the models, kind of mid to late morning with some discrete cells producing hail across the Texas Hill Country and the Big Bend. And as that kind of works out towards kind of paralleling the Gulf Coast, it's going to eventually line out into more clusters. But yeah, it should diminish even tomorrow. It should diminish before it gets into parts of the southeast. All right, let's check our tornado warnings again. Still seeing rotation in here. Still seeing a little bit up towards Mount Pleasant with that other cell. Yeah, getting radar out of the Memphis area. It's kind of paralleling I-22 at the moment. And still no CC drop with either of those. And then that other cell still rotating in here around Lake Village. I do have that other camera at Lake Village. It's not showing much. It's pretty dark. Actually pretty calm at the moment, but a decent amount of lightning showing up. And then let's check on our friends in Waco. Still seeing that storm producing golf ball size hail. There's still rotation in it also near Valley Mills. So this cell is going to sink towards the Waco area. Wouldn't be surprised if we get severe warnings across Waco. You got a few minutes, put the cars in the garage and kind of get the lawn furniture tucked in. And then still seeing that supercell, still doing its thing. Golf ball size hail, considerable threat. That's rough M's. Yeah, there's been a lot of areas that have had really dry stretches, it seems like this spring. Oh. Wow, that storm just moved into the Lake Village camera. That just went downhill real quick. Let's see, what is that part of the storm? Oh yeah, that's the leading edge. That is actually close to that circulation around Lake Village. Probably just north of there. McMillan Corner, Yellow Bayou. Areas on the south and west side of Greenville. You really need to take tornado safety precautions there. It's a pretty rural camera, so I don't know if it's going to come back online. We may lose that connection, but more storms working through the Memphis area. Yeah, there's a storm right over Memphis again. Wind and rain and lots of lightning. They've dropped the tornado warning across northern Mississippi. Still a tornado possible tag through Holly Springs. If you're in that area, Holly Springs, Ashland, Ripley, just keep an eye on this storm. Definitely, it definitely means business. Yeah, that camera at Lake Village is not back online right now. Just I think too far out for the connection there. All right, let's take a look at things. Wow, that Memphis camera still rocking and rolling across Memphis. It's been a very stormy night. Make sure we turn around, don't drown. That area definitely has a lot of water that's come down today. Still seeing broad circulation between Byhalia and Holly Springs. Tornado possible tag. Otherwise, that storm, gusty winds, not really a hail threat. Looks like we've had tree reports across areas like Hernando, Horn Lake, trees down, that sort of stuff. We still have this tornado warning storm, lime-sized hail across Lake Village. It's in a bit of a radar hole, but there is rotation still in here, basically between Lake Village and Greenville, Mississippi. And then back down into Texas. The storm is back to tennis ball size hail. If it gets any more wind or larger hail, it's going to be back to a destructive storm. But areas around Groesbeck, you want to be in a sturdy structure away from windows. And then this storm is slowly sinking towards the Waco area, considerable threat for golf ball size hail. A little bit of rotation also in that storm. Ooh, that's picked up a little bit. Little bit of rotation that's picked up again in that cell. What a day. We've had quite a bit of large hail across southwest Missouri, eastern Oklahoma, northern Texas, kind of down into that area. A bunch of wind and flooding reports there on Memphis and Still some scattered hail and some isolated clusters of severe storms. A couple tornadoes also across eastern Arkansas. This area in northern Arkansas and also into southwest Missouri got really hammered. Springfield had multiple rounds of severe hail. It's been a crazy day. We've had another big like hailstorm with some embedded tornadoes, I think, track across southern Missouri, back into that radar hole that is one of the worst radar holes in the country. So yeah, it's been a crazy one. I think with severe weather wrapping up right now and becoming more isolated, there is still isolated severe, especially across Mississippi. Some of there could be an isolated tornado warning. Um, so definitely make sure you have ways to get alerts. And I think flooding is also going to increase across this area too. So flash flooding and isolated tornado, isolated severe risk continues there. Things are winding down, but there is still, I think, the isolated severe threat across east central Texas with basically those two storms. Basically, if you're not in those two storms, you're good in Texas for tonight. More storms tomorrow. But if this storm has passed you or is not going your direction, you're going to be okay in Texas. Areas like Tyler, Henderson, Nacogdoches, Lufkin, probably not going to see much severe weather, if any, tonight, as long as these storms basically continue staying south-southeast. Otherwise, yeah, I think we're in good shape. I'm going to leave you guys on a positive note. There's not a ton of warnings across the board. This is going to continue. It looks like another at least half hour. But it's also in a radar hole, so I can't really give you tons of detail on it because there's rotation in here, but we're just not getting ground level truth. And it is in a slightly less populated area right now. It looks like the heaviest part of the storm is going to go south of Greenville, Mississippi. Still need to be in your tornado safe space there, but looks like that area of rotation is going to track across the bayous here for quite a while. So yeah, that'll wrap it up. If you're new, like and subscribe, click that bell icon. And for all our repeat viewers, thanks again, guys. You guys rock. A lot of good questions, a lot of good comments today. And yeah, you guys are awesome. So we'll be on the, probably not tomorrow, but a little bit of a break in the severe weather. Potentially, if we get a longer break, I'll probably put out a forecast video. But otherwise, it looks like the really active pattern we've had over the weekend and into early this week starts to subside, especially after tomorrow. So see you guys.